I was literally about to say TikTok time to rock when Thaddeus just chimed in. Thaddeus, you completely ruined my intro.
Sorry.
Everyone's waiting on Thaddeus. Thaddeus doesn't show up. We decide to click live, and he ruins my intro. I don't remember what I was going to say. Hey, I guess TikTok time to, I don't know, it's all ruined now. Ruined. Whole show's, the intro's ruined, the whole show's ruined. Wow.
Sorry, I ruined everything, David. My bad.
Well,
I got an unexpected, important phone call and came as soon as I could.
We're used to it. We're used to Thaddeus. Thaddeus ruining everything. All right, so we've got this. We got a particular debate between Mary and Robert, and I got a bunch of requests to review it. And at some point, I don't even remember exactly how this went. At some point, I was talking to Thaddeus, and then it was, we're going to review it and we could have Mary. And I said, well, I'm friends with both of the debaters, so it seems they should either both be in the review or neither should be in the review. And then I asked both of them, and they both said they're fine either way. Mary said, I'm fine either way if neither one of us is there, or if we're both there. And Robert said the exact same thing. He said, I'm fine either way. So I said, okay, we'll get you both on there. And so we're gonna review this stuff. And Thaddeus is here, which I think Thaddeus is able to be neutral, even though he is on Mary's side as far as the topic goes. But Thaddeus is the one who put together, it's a long debate, ladies and gentlemen. It's a long debate, so we're not going to go through the entire debate. We're going to go through the main arguments. So Thaddeus put together two main clips, one of Mary's main arguments and the other of Robert's main arguments. And so we're going to go through their main arguments. Anyone who wants to jump in at any point, just say pause or stop it there, something like that. We'll pause it. If anyone wants to expand upon anything, comment on anything, and so on. Did want to say here at the beginning, I have argued both sides of this, although I've always believed that Muhammad existed. I've argued both sides of this because I recognize a serious problem in the Muslim sources, and that their sources are pretty bad. And we know that these guys were making stuff up left and right. And before we jump into things, just wanted to play this awesome short clip from Yasser Qadi, where it's basically what, every 4 or 5 years, Yasser Qadi speaks the truth about something, and then gets into all sorts of trouble, and then goes into compulsive liar mode for the next 5 years. Mm-hmm. Anyway, here's Sheikh Yasser Qadi, ladies and gentlemen, admitting what everyone already knows. Here we go.
My preliminary conclusion is there is no middle ground. And historical critical method and isnad analysis are two diametrically opposed ways of looking at early Islam and reports.
Good point.
And I don't find much commonality between them.
Good point.
As of yet. Obviously in small areas, yeah, but overall, two diametrically opposed epistemologies. That having been said, therefore, one will have to navigate the religious side of things if you are a believing Sunni, Hadith believer, in a different epistemology. And when you are arguing in the academic world, you'll have to use a different epistemology.
Just, he hasn't even gotten to the worst of it, but it's very,
I agree.
That's very interesting stuff, because guess what? If Muslims had a good historical method, you wouldn't need to switch your method as soon as you went into the academic world. You'd say, hey, we have a good method here. He's saying you have to, nope, if you're talking academically, you have one method. If you are a devout Sunni Muslim and you're relying on the Hadith methodology, you have a completely different methodology. But
yeah.
So in some areas, there's good, healthy overlap. In some areas, we'll politely agree to disagree. And in some areas, they're diametrically opposed.
He's saying actual historical methodology, ladies and gentlemen, is diametrically opposed to the Islamic method. Gosh, I don't even want to keep interrupting him, but I just want people to understand how how bad this is from an Islamic perspective. And this is why he gets in trouble. And then what's he do as soon as he gets called on this stuff? He starts attacking us for pointing it out. What a joke.
This is my preliminary analysis, and I would love to be proven wrong. And I would love for somebody to come and say, no, you are absolutely incorrect. And we can prove hadith via the historical critical method. And this is how we do it.
No one will ever say that, Sheikh Yasir
Not as a
Qadhi.
body.
Can't be done.
No, not as
And
a
I would
body.
literally thank that person and be the first to buy the book and love to see it.
And I'll be the first to bow down and worship him.
As of yet, though, I'm a little bit pessimistic, and I don't see there to be much of a commonality.
Awesome.
So we're going to have to simply say, if you believe in the, that the Sunnah has been preserved by the Hadith, you're going to have to follow a certain epistemology, a certain paradigm. And if you are, like, as you're aware, and you're an academic channel, right? You're well aware. Nobody in the academy affirms the Muslim Sunni science of Hadith.
Nobody.
Nobody. It is considered to be completely discredited.
It is considered by academics to be a completely discredited, stupid, backwards, nonsensical, dumb methodology. He's correct.
And what some of the folks say is that, well, they took the ones they liked and fabricated the chains for them. And I found it more to be, they took all the ones that they needed for Sharia and they fabricated all of those so that they could use it, because the whole thing of Isnad was to make it viable for Sharia. And if you need a ruling on this, you've got to find something and then throw an Isnad on it that will make it usable for your rulings. And that seems to be what they've done. So if it's something that you'll never use in Sharia, might have a good Isnad, might have a bad Isnad, but then you'll find the scholars who will take the same Isnad and just apply different rulings to the identical Isnad. No difference, because they want one and they don't want another. There's an article out there that talked about one particular judge and how he ruled massively differently on 30 different hadith with the identical Isnad. So they're not even going, oh, well, this is a true Isnad, so we're going to accept everything. No, they'll still go case by case. They're claiming that they're looking at the Isnad, and they are not. They will still find reasons to throw out some Isnads and keep others. They just have this lie that it's this chain and that the chain's preserved and all of this to use what they want and discard what they don't need or don't want.
Hey, 1 second. What is this? Amanda says, real talk, David. You're falling off the wagon and doing bad. You about to lose all your old close friends and run alone. Get back to your senses and cut ties with these young YouTubers. What?
That's
what,
whites.
What old friend am I about to? What old friends am I about to lose? What old close friends?
Yeah, that's a racial slur there.
What's that?
YT is usually white.
No, it's young too.
No, it's
YouTubers.
YouTubers.
You think?
Yeah. Mary thinks everything is
Yeah,
racial.
yeah, Mary.
Not
Come
not
on.
everything's racial,
Don't
Mary. What the
bring
heck?
race into this. Gosh.
Oh yeah. So I wanted to pause for that. What old friend? What are you even talking about, Amanda? What old friends am I losing?
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I guess
for cutting ties with these young YouTubers. Who? Mary, Thaddeus, Robert.
The same age as David. Just so you know.
the older person is Robert, but not by that much.
Okay, all right. Well, thank you for that valuable input, Amanda. But we do confirm we have no reason to think that was a racial comment, contrary to what Mary said. Here's kind of the issue with the hadith. It's we know they're fabricating tons of stuff, and we know that the methodology is crap. And even Yasir Qadhi just admitted it can't stand up to academic scrutiny. That allows for a lot of different perspectives. So you can say it's all garbage. I don't trust any of it. Or you could say, hey, I trust some of it, or you could rely on other historical principles, but not looking good for Islam right now. And this is what Yasir Qadhi is saying here is actually devastating, because you've got so many Muslims who think, no one else has our great methodology. And our great methodology, we've got the story, and then we've got this list of names. It's foolproof. 100%. We've got this awesome methodology. And then Yasser, but they only listen to what their scholars are saying. They're only listening to what their sheikhs and imams are saying about their great methodology. It never crosses their minds how actual historians look at this stuff. And all of a sudden, Yasser Qadhi blurts it out to them. Hey, guys, did you know that there's not a single academic who takes our methodology seriously? And they all think it's stupid. What's up?
I got a quote here I thought might be useful in this connection. Since you're talking about scholars and about how the Hadith are regarded by historians, let us consider the words of Joshua Little, who's a very interesting
awesome.
case.
Robert, hang on one second.
Totally nuts.
Yeah, one second. This was awesome because this guy did his doctoral dissertation trying to refute us on the issue of Aisha, and he said, I'm gonna respond to the Islamophobes and take away this argument about Muhammad and Aisha, and I'm gonna do it using the latest academic research into hadiths to show that this story can't be trusted. But in the process of going through the latest academic research, he exposes the entire system as a complete joke. And then the conclusion is you can't trust these. He says there are over 200 hadiths about the age of Aisha. You can't trust any of those 200 hadiths. Why? Because that's how bad the entire methodology is. I just want to point out, this is a guy who's attacking us and like completely destroys Sunni Islam in the process, and then it gets to the point where it trickles down to Yasser Qadhi because it's circulating, and you had Muslims using it to respond to us. Oh, this academic has refuted. And he was like, how? He destroyed your entire system. That's how he responded. And then you've got Sheikh Yasser Qadhi being forced, because this is circulating now, to acknowledge, academics think this is terrible. Just wanted to point that out. Go ahead, Robert, because this is awesome stuff.
Well, what's wild about it is that Joshua Little just dismantles any idea of the trustworthiness of the Hadith. And yet then, and this, I was reminded of this because you were just saying that the available historical data could be taken either way. And so this is why we have these debates and why there's no real conclusion, and you can't really say definitively this is the way it is or that's the way it is. You can take the available material in different directions. And Joshua Little, I don't know what he's thinking, but he completely destroys the Hadith and then affirms that Muhammad exists. And I think, well, who is this Muhammad that you think existed? If you think that every last bit of what we know about him is fabricated. If I could just read a quote from him that I think is very interesting and salient to the point. The matins, that's the stories themselves. The matins of hadiths were variously crafted by oral storytellers and preachers who valued education, edification, and entertainment above all else. Now notice, just think about that for a minute. He's saying these stories about Muhammad were fabricated in order to teach people, reinforce religious ideas, and entertain them. So people would just get around to having story time because, of course, they didn't have YouTubes and they couldn't watch David Wood, so they had to have some entertainment. People would make up stories about Muhammad from a common stock of material, reformulated through successive retellings, inferred into the mouths of early authorities by later jurists, theologians, and exegetes, and updated in the same way according to changing doctrines and understandings, speculated into being, or created through honest guesswork, formulated by sectaries, regionalists, and others. And I remember I hit this in the debate, that the people of various sects would formulate the different stories of Muhammad to support their point of view, formulated by sectaries, regionalists, and others as symbolic or ideal expressions of correct doctrine, and mendaciously fabricated and interpolated by propagandists and apologists for all manner of political, sectarian, regional, and other causes, whether for personal gain or the greater good. It goes on and on and on. But I read that, I think, I don't know how you can think that we can find any truth about this guy amid all that going on. And Other people will say, as you obviously do, that, well, there is some kernel that is recoverable. But in any case, it's wild. What there are just so many wild things about the strange case of Joshua Little, and one of them, David, is exactly what you were saying. That this is all I'm reading from this supposed refutation of the idea that Aisha was a child when Muhammad married her, and Muslims have triumphantly thrown this at both of us and at other people, supposedly showing that Aisha was all grown up when she got married and everything's okay, and it's just the wicked Islamophobes who say otherwise. And yet, if they actually read what Joshua says here, the whole Islamic tradition
out of
is
Islam.
totally destroyed. It's a smoking ruin, and there's nothing left.
Yeah, I would like to do some pushback to some things that Joshua Little said, because here he is putting another spin on the standard Islamic narrative that it was all oral, but we actually have very clear evidence that it was written from the second generation and was formulated into actual books by the third generation. But one thing that he did, and that doesn't mean that everything is reliable, but it does mean that there is less flexibility. But something else he did specifically on the Aisha is that he only selected one particular hadith to go, oh, well, we can't believe in this. What he didn't do is have all the other independent stories, which together have a narrative of her life, each of which is a separate piece of evidence from a separate source. And so in the historical critical method, not the Isnad method, you would say, well, each individual thing might be a lie by a person. All the things together clearly show that she was prepubescent, and all the evidence shows 8 or 9 when it was consummated, younger when she was married off. And then you have this event, and at this event she was still prepubescent, then this event, and this event she was still prepubescent, and this event she was still prepubescent, and eventually she did reach puberty. So you have this narrative of her life through the historical critical method, not the Isnad method. I do not care if the Badak shows up in the middle of an Isnad. I would not care. But I treat it as I would any other item of evidence. And he also is a little bit confused about the main purpose of the ahadith, which were the people who were using them were traditionalists and jurists. So we have jurists and traditionalists who were formulating theology and determining law based on what people could agree about the life of Aisha. And so he had to have agreement. They had to have agreement amongst each other in different cities, or else people will go, hey, the people in that city over there, they're going off doing their own thing. And we, from their own traditions, would say that is not true. And that's actually why the Umayyads.
If I could just jump in real quick.
Here we couldn't even get through Sheikh Yasser Qadi's.
I know.
Without World War III.
This is actually good, right? Because this is showing the difference between the different academic approaches to this topic. Qadi is absolutely right. There's zero academics who take Isnad, Hadith science, as valuable. There is a disagreement about how much historical material in the actual stories there is, however, right? Some people will be like Joshua Little and say you can't have any historical information from these, and then other academics will say no, we can apply normal historical critical methods and say we're pretty confident that these things, while we may not know the precise details, we're pretty confident of the overall broad story that these things, because of the way they connect together and whatnot. So that's kind of it shows the academic difference on this topic.
As far as some regional centralization, I don't see any necessity for that at all. And this is something actually that we did not discuss in debate because I was all ready to, but you didn't bring it up. And so the argument remained out there. You've said it in other videos that I watched in preparation for the debate, but didn't say it in this one, so we didn't get into it. But the fact is that there doesn't need to have been any centralization in this effort at all. And actually, the disagreement and the contradictions among the various hadiths indicate or suggest very strongly that there were regional variations in doctrine and practice, and that centralization didn't come from some top-down authority that was coordinating all this. There was no such, but that ultimately these things in time led to the different sects among Islam, within Islam, most notably the Sunni and Shia, and that some of these things were explained away by yet more hadiths that attempted to harmonize and reconcile the two traditions, or to explain away the other one, the competing one that was being discarded. This is one of the biggest weaknesses actually in Joshua Little's argument about Aisha, because he takes the development of the isnads as being probative in terms of the idea he posits, really without any evidence, that a hadith that is popular and enduring will end up being attached to an isnad, a story that is, any particular story, will get an isnad with more and more eminent people as it becomes a more important part or accepted part of the general tradition. And that therefore, if you have weak hadiths, broken chains, and so on in various ways, then you can posit that these things were not repeated and they didn't need to be fitted out with stronger isnad chains. And that's possible, but it also doesn't account for the possibility of genuine regional variations where somebody who's considered unreliable in one place might be revered in another, and vice versa. And so what was considered to be what we might think, or what some guy doing traditional isnad science nowadays might think is a weak or broken chain, is one that somebody thought was strong at some other point in another place. And this
you need to show evidence of that and clusters of that. But I do agree. We did come out and debate about the different sects, and the different sects that are represented in the Hadith are quite clear. That you have Shukabiyya, pro and con, the Qadariyya, pro and con, and you have Shia, pro and con, obviously, and the Khazarite, pro and con. And these are all things that emerged in the 7th century. So every debate that has some sort of...
They emerged in the 7th century according to what? According to material we have from the night.
Actual history. No,
according to any material we have 200 years later.
We can get into this.
Hang on,
debate.
Yeah, guys.
If you're throwing out the fitna, the second fitna war, you're throwing out all of Western history too, because we also affirm the second fitna. And
we got a whole debate for you guys to discuss.
Hang on.
There could easily have been a war, and then the explanation of the war becomes mythologized and subject to legendary development.
And both sides agree on it. That's silly.
Yeah, sure. Both sides agree on it, because the only extant literature that describes it comes from the post-legendary development period. And so, yeah, sure. That's no problem.
Yeah, that's never happened in the history of the world.
One second. Okay, so...
actually, it happens all the time.
Hang on. So there's...
you take even Homer. We don't know what happened in the Trojan War. We only have Homer. And everybody's working from Homer. And so some people try to find some actual history of the Trojan War, but it really all depends on him. We can't go back before him. And it's exactly the same situation when you're talking about these wars in early Islam.
Not 2,000 years later. It's not comparable. And anyway, we do have other sources on the early records of Anatolia. We have other sources about the Greek and Pseudo-Greek and the pre-Hellenic Greek controversies.
Yeah, we do. I wrote a history of the Byzantine Empire. I searched for example, just to take one example, I searched everything I could possibly find in terms of the chroniclers from the period, and was looking for mention of Muhammad's letter to Heraclius, who died in 638.
Oh, that didn't make it.
And there's nothing.
They threw it away. The governor threw it away.
Yeah, they threw it away. Yeah,
why would they care? Why would they care?
All right. Let's pause.
Tell these people my name ain't Richard.
I want to share a little lesson I got from the wrestling world.
Richard Spencer is not here. Whoever's calling me that, just leave now.
Yeah.
Robert,
yeah, or I'll
it's
block you
Robert.
guys for being a distraction.
You did?
But it was Kevin Nash, and he was being asked why he beat up an old Roddy Piper once in wrestling, and he says, because I told him before the match, he said, don't start off at 10, because then we're going to have nowhere to go for the rest of the match if you just dial it up instantly. And Roddy Piper came out and instantly dialed it up to 10, because that's what Roddy Piper always did. And then Kevin Nash got
Huh? I don't know who these people are.
You don't know who Roddy Piper is, man?
No.
Oh, my goodness. Okay, so anyway, this was wrestling back in the day. It was Roddy Piper. He's my favorite wrestler of all time, but he got old, and he was going against a guy in his prime. And, of course, the guy in his prime said, hey, don't dial it up to 10 like you used to at the beginning, because we're going to have nowhere to go after that. And he came out as Roddy Piper and dialed it up to 10. And then Kevin Nash got mad and beat the crap out of him. Anyway, I just wanted to make sure here at the beginning that everyone understands what we're talking about. I'll give an example. As far as Joshua Little's perspective, guys, so if you go to the Hadiths, everyone who's watching, if you go to the Hadiths, you'll find completely different teachings in exactly the same sources that are contradicting each other on the same topic, right? And so you take something, I'll give a simple example, mutta, right? You go to some Hadiths and they'll say, Muhammad allowed mutta, and then he eventually forbade the practice and then stopped it. And there was no mutta after that. And you'll go, and that'll be Sahih. That'll be Sahih. And you'll go to another Hadith in the exact same collection, and it'll also be Sahih. And it'll say, Muhammad allowed it. Muhammad never forbade it. It was a later ruler who forbade the practice. And so you have you have a bunch of examples of this in the Hadith collections where it says the opposite things. It all gets traced back to a companion of Muhammad, and it's teaching completely contradictory things. And so the question is, why do they have completely contradictory things that are as good as gold according to the same methodology? And Joshua Little, he examines the isnads and he kind of traces different teachings back to different regions of the Muslim world, and he concludes that it's all Islam, but it became regional, and they had different practices in different regions and so on. And there wasn't a way to consolidate it early on, but later they had to make this pan-Islam, one Islam thing. And so all these different regions were trying to make their version of Islam the correct one. And so everyone starts fabricating isnads to trace their practice back to a companion of Muhammad, but they're all making it up. They're just making stuff up to trace it back to a companion of Muhammad to show that theirs is the correct one. And they end up using the same methodology because that's what becomes standard in Islam. And so they're all fabricating, and you end up with completely contradictory teachings that are all traced back to a companion of Muhammad. I do want to point out another interpretation of that would be, so he believes in Muhammad, and he believes that Muhammad was teaching things, and he believes that these things spread, but that it was just different region for region. And then a later ruler said, no, we need to make one Islam for everyone and stuff. And then they start messing with things. It's also consistent that I would think that at first these regions aren't even Islamic, but one place has a practice of temporary marriage, another place doesn't have that practice and stuff. And then when Islam gets imposed, then they all try to make something up and go back to Muhammad and stuff. I don't believe that's what happened, but that's kind of the point here. If you've got a screwed up methodology, some of these principles, some historical principles are kind of subjective in the sense of how much confidence do you place in these principles. Like me, I use this as an example the other day. Take like the principle of embarrassment, which I use in debates on this. How much confidence you put in a principle like the principle of embarrassment is kind of up to you. If you have a lot of confidence in the principle of embarrassment, you look at all this embarrassing material and say, there's no way people made all this stuff up. I mean, this obviously has to go back to Muhammad. If you don't have a lot of confidence in that principle, you wouldn't draw the same conclusion. So we've got the actual evidence in front of us, but we're all different, and we just think differently. So you can look at the exact same evidence and reach different kinds of conclusions on this issue. With that said, I just wanted to give another quote from Joshua Little, which helps explain why Sheikh Yasser Qadhi had to start being honest about this, this started to spread. And I've used this quote before. Let me see if I get up here. I think there's a good summary. So when Sheikh Yasser Qadhi is talking about the perspective of academics on the hadith and reliability of hadith, right before this, he has this big discussion, and he goes through what all the academics say about hadith methodology. And this is sort of the assessment for going into the rest of his dissertation. But he says that hadith are unreliable, that any given matan, that's the story, that's the content of the hadith, cannot be taken at face value as an accurate datum from the first Islamic century, and that any given isnad, that's the list of names that supposedly give you where this hadith came from, and that any given isnad cannot be taken at face value as an accurate record of a matan's provenance, cannot be seriously contested for multiple reasons. Firstly, there is an overwhelming prior probability based upon the ubiquity of fabrication and pseudepigraphy in late antique and medieval religio-historical pagan, Jewish, and Christian inscriptions. In other words, everyone during this time is making stuff up. So why would you think that these guys aren't? Secondly, there is the high frequency of contradictions within the hadith corpus. Tons of stuff. Just gave Mutta as an example, which necessitates the occurrence of a huge amount. It necessitates it. It means there has to be, within the actual hadiths we have, there has to be a huge amount of fabrication, interpolation, and or mutation, and therefore skepticism towards any given hadith. Saying any hadith you look at, you have to be skeptical because there's all these contradictions and so on. Thirdly, there is the ubiquity of fabrication and interpolation, both reported and demonstrable in the hadith corpus, which again casts doubt upon the rest of the corpus. So he says there's fabrication and interpolation, both reported and demonstrable. In other words, there are reports in the hadith of people making stuff up, and you can demonstrate from the hadith that people are making things up. And he says this casts doubt on the rest of the corpus. Fourthly, there is the rapid, extreme mutation and growth of reports that evidently took place over the course of a century or more of oral transmission, which means that any given matan, that's the actual story, regardless of the isnad, is likely at best heavily distorted and at worst obliterated beyond its original form. Fifthly, there is the belated emergence of hadith as a genre and corpus. In other words, the methodology came about much later. And that's important for Muslims to know. Guys, this isnad methodology, that didn't come from Allah. That didn't come from Muhammad. That came from later Muslims. And then these later Muslims were trying to consolidate power around their views. And they come up with a methodology so that only their claims, only their hadiths actually meet the standard. They throw the Sirah guys under the bus and so on. But this comes about later, and then they basically kind of control Islamic history at that point. Fifthly, so there's the belated emergence of hadith as a genre and corpus, largely during the 8th and 9th century CE, which straightforwardly precludes the authenticity of most ascriptions to the 7th century CE. In other words, if the hadith methodology of I got it from so-and-so, got it from so-and-so, got it from so-and-so, got it from so-and-so is invented in the 8th and 9th centuries, then when you see these isnads and it says, and it's being traced all the way back to a companion of Muhammad, how are these guys keeping even oral records of I got it from so-and-so, got it from so-and-so, got it from so, when that wasn't a method until later? And so I just want to point out, as far as Joshua Little's view is concerned, it's actually interesting because, and this is, I think this is why, Sheikh Yasser Qadhi doesn't explain it, but I think this is what's in the background of what he's saying. The actual historians, they're looking at things the opposite of the way Muslims look at their methodology, right? In other words, so Muslims will look at a story, the matan. They'll look at the actual story of the content. And if it is at odds with Orthodox Islam as established by this Sunni methodology and so on, if a story is at odds, if it looks heretical or something, Muslims will look at that and say, you can't trust it. I don't even care about the isnad. Throw that story out. It doesn't line up with what we believe. Whereas academic historians will say, well, that makes it more likely that it's true, because how are you going to be fabricating unorthodox stories and so on. You couldn't have been doing this later after Islamic orthodoxy. So they think, well, that suggests that it's actually beforehand. Also with the isnads, Muslim scholars now will look at the list of the chain of transmission, and they'll have this perfect isnad of all these great, reliable guys, tracing it right back to a companion of Muhammad. Muslims look at that and say, you see, this one's as good as gold. It's got this perfect list of names. Academic historians look at that perfect list of names. They say that is obviously fabricated because you didn't even have the methodology, and it looks like it was designed after the methodology was invented, and then you wrote the list of names to fit it in with your methodology. Whereas the same historians will look at a broken chain or a chain that has unreliable transmitters, or it's broken, it's got all these gaps and stuff. They look at that and say, that's probably earlier because it looks like it's before the methodology was completely official. Whereas a Muslim will look and say, oh, look at this broken chain. You see, it can't be trusted. So they're concluding the exact opposite things about these methods. And I think that's what Yasser Qadhi is saying. These are diametrically opposed methodologies. And no academic's going to say, oh, yeah, perfect list of names from a methodology that came so much later and gives a story of Orthodox that fits perfectly with Sunni Orthodox Islam of the 9th century, obviously fabricated. Whereas Muslims going, you see, this is the best stuff. This is as good as gold. And so they end up with very different things. But let's let Sheikh Yasser Qadhi finish, and then we can share our thoughts on this. And Robert and Mary can argue a bunch, and then we'll get into some clips of the debate. Here we go.
I'm just being factual. I'm describing. I'm not saying which one is right or wrong. I'm just saying the max you'll get, like Harold.
I'm not saying which is right, the one that affirms Islam and we have to believe by blind faith, or the one that academics say completely trashes our entire tradition. I'm not going to say which one's right. That's awesome. I'm starting to like Yasser Qadhi, man.
Motsky and others are going to say, well, we can say that some hadith definitely go back to some tabi'un. Mm-hmm. That's like the max you can say. Mm-hmm. As for definitively stating that the hadith go back to the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam, at this stage of my life, I will have to say this is what I say as a believer, not as an academic.
Two different Yasser Qadhi.
At this stage. And if somebody proves me wrong, then I would love to come across that and say, no, we can prove academically. Because here's the point. We can academically prove, by and large, that the Prophet ﷺ preached the Quran, the words that we have today. The Uthmanic Mus'haf, that's like a solid given.
Right. Well, one little side note. Does anyone know who what this channel is? Are these like Quran-only Muslims or something like this? If they're nodding in agreement with this? Or academics?
Yeah, so their channel is...
What's that?
Skeptic Islam is the name of the channel. They're academics. They are at least... in some sense Muslims, but they certainly don't take like a fundamentalist Sunni approach to Islam.
Okay, yeah, because I'm just
like that.
Because I've seen this clip before, and I'm wondering why they're not flipping out at what he's saying about their entire methodology.
No, I mean they know all this. They invited him on to come and discuss his book because I mean put this portion
not a mod, so
is
I can't
actually
put it in chat. But here you
aside. Yeah, I can put it in chat. I'll put it in chat in a second. But this portion is actually aside. The broader talk was about his
Mary,
new
post
book.
One second. Mary, post a comment. I'll make you a mod.
The whole talk was on the evolution of this idea of modern Salafism, actually. And the whole talk is actually great because Yasser Qadhi is throwing under the bus the idea that modern Salafism goes back to the time of the Prophet too. Right? He's basically arguing there is no authentic Islam, that every version of Islam is equally valid. He's taking like this postmodern approach of like, you can't really know anything about what is true and what is not. And these are unimportant questions. The only important question is whether you worship Allah and look to Muhammad as an example. Nothing else matters, right? Is basically what he's saying throughout the whole talk. But this is an academic channel. They are not interested in like what we'd call apologetics or creating arguments in support of Islam. They're just interested in what the truth of the matter may be. And I think personally, they probably have a very liberalized version of Islam that they follow. But as far as I know, they both are Muslims.
And what's really funny is that Yasser Qadhi's position was a declared heresy after the second fitna. There was a group that had the idea that basically if someone says that they're a Muslim with their mouths, only Allah, it's like, in Arabic, it means like deferment. They're a deferment group. So you should not judge them as to their piety, as long as they express Islamic, that they are Muslim and they say the Shahada. You don't judge any of their pious actions, whether they're pious or not, whether they conform or not to Islam, whether they conform to either the Sunni way of doing things or a Shia way of doing things. You don't judge any of that. And they thought that that would bring peace between the Sunni and Shia whenever it really, really kicked off. And coming to the Shia sources, they have a lot of material that's very clearly legendary, like the earth opening up to swallow people's poop and weird stuff like that, right? So you're like, these have been messed with more with legendary stuff. But one thing that's really interesting is that their view of imams as being able to have these authoritative binding rulings appear to be what Umar and Uthman operated under, and a lot of Sunni law actually traces back to Uthman and Umar, and the Sunnis needed to try to fabricate things. And in some cases, they didn't even bother, like the Walid ruling. They're like, oh yeah, that's Umar's, but we follow it anyway. But in other cases, they're like, well, we need to fabricate this coming back to Allah because we reject the theology that all Muslims used to have, that a successor of a prophet had the authority of a prophet to make binding law for everyone. Really, really interesting stuff.
Hey, let me read this comment real quick. Ramiel says, why debate the existence of Muhammad? Why not devote your energy to exposing all the horrors being done in his name? Thank you for that powerful advice. I think we should, hey, Robert, I think we should start a regular show called This Week in Jihad, where we cover all the jihad that happens during the week so we can expose the evils being done. Thank you so much for this, Ramiel.
What a great idea. Let's do it at 8 o'clock on Wednesday night.
Yeah, let's do that. Thank you for this powerful advice, Ramiel. You're obviously very familiar with us because there's no way we've been doing this for 2 decades now, exposing the horror. There's no way that one of us here has written piles and piles of books on exposing jihad and the life of Muhammad according to the sources and so on. And there's no way we've made thousands of videos exposing Muhammad and all this stuff. Yeah. We just came along one day and decided we're going to put all our energy into debating the existence of Muhammad. Thank you for this valuable input. You've been very, very helpful. Please give us more of your wise advice. Hey, Robert, are you just, I don't know, are you a moderator?
I don't think so.
Go ahead and post a comment just in case you ever want to share a link or something like that while I'm live, because you have to be a mod to share a link. So yeah,
okay, here we go.
Post any comment and then I'll make you a mod just in case you want to share a link or something.
There it is. You see it?
If you have nice levels of ADHD, you jump back and forth between the two and you read the chat and you listen at the same time because your brain just goes like a little hamster.
And
or you could be like me and just not pay attention to what Mary's saying while you're reading the chat, and
then I ask a question. He's like,
could you repeat your question, Mary? I didn't hear it.
Yeah, Mary, that question was so important. I was wondering. I want to make sure everyone understands it. So please say it all again. Nice.
I do catch most of what she says, but it does happen sometimes where she'll like directly ask me a question. I won't know what she's been talking about.
All right, let's finish this clip and then we'll get everyone's thoughts on all this.
The wordings of the Quran, by and large, we can academically, of course, believers, we say that from Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. But the academy has pretty much proven scientifically, I mean, through the historical critical method, that there's an Uthmanic Mus'haf. Yeah. That much is beyond reasonable doubt. And the fact that there's an Uthmanic Mus'haf, we're talking about senior companions all being alive, right? So by and large, the normative interpretation of the modern academy is that what the Quran claims to be, the wordings of the Quran, the preaching of the Quran, the teaching of the Quran, the Prophet ﷺ said them. This is the mainstream, and we can prove this. As of yet, I don't think we can do that to the hadith literature. And we're just going to have to understand.
I just have to point out, regardless of whether anyone agrees with Robert or Mary on the existence of Muhammad and the origins of Islam, what he just said, everyone, is we've got a pretty firm grip on the Quran being, in the 7th century. As far as the Hadiths, seriously, from an academic perspective, we cannot defend them in the same way. But guess what? You can't understand the Quran. You don't know the historical background of what this stuff is responding to or much of anything about. You can't understand this stuff without the Hadiths. And then you had it's just amazing. I mean, Muhammad Hijab has this video, and we've gone through the entire thing, but Hijab's pointing out things like, if you just go with the Quran, you conclude that you can have sex with a 5-year-old. Because all it says is, yeah, you can marry prepubescent girls. It doesn't say, wait for anything. The only indications you can get of waiting for, and I think his arguments are crap on this, but the only indications you get that you should wait until something is from the Hadith. So if you can't trust that, all you're left with is the Quran. He points out that the word that's used for beat your wives is the same word that's used for strike the necks and stuff like that of the unbelievers. And so you conclude that if your wife gets out of line, you just start hacking her head off and stuff like that. If you just go with the Hadith, but so Yasser Qadi said this, and then Shabir Ali said, hey, it's great that the Hadiths are no longer considered reliable, and because that means we don't have to defend all the crazy stuff in the Hadiths, and we could just focus on the Quran. They're like, but Hijab says you could, if you just go with the Quran, you'd be banging 5-year-olds and chopping their heads off if they get out of line. He is setting up a huge war within Islam. It doesn't matter if the Hadith are unreliable. You can't understand the Quran. You can conclude almost anything you want from that crap book because it's not clarified. And so either you've just got a pretty crap book that's open to almost any insane interpretation you want, or you can be stuck with the Hadith, in which case it apparently gets worse because you have all this extra stuff that does explain it, and it's still really, 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 really bad. And so this is just devastating to us. There's only a few seconds left. Let's see. We're just going to have to understand that these are two different. Let me back up just a couple seconds.
But by the way, something that's even worse, a clearly interpolated line is in Aisha's Hadith about her age that only shows up in some of them. Therefore, it must be interpolated, right? It only shows up in some, and it's disjointed, and it's odd. It's also impossible. It goes with the four humors theory about Aisha getting chubbier got inserted in there in order to have an excuse not to have sex with a little kid. So even the Hadith don't provide you that without a fabrication.
Is that the cucumbers one?
Yeah, because cucumbers are cooling, so cooling foods are supposed to make you fat. I know it's really confusing.
Mary, I wanted to have someone look up all the references, because if you're talking about something with cucumbers getting her ready for consummation, I would think that was based on something much, much more disturbing and disgusting.
No, it's about eating cucumbers. Because
no one in the history of humanity has gotten chubby by eating cucumbers. No one.
Yes, that's because it was made up based on the humor theory and just inserted in there.
Oh, there you
right?
Okay, there. Yeah, okay. Yeah, I wasn't even thinking about the humor theory. Okay.
Yeah.
That would make sense.
Theory, cooling foods make you fat, hot foods make you thin. So they fed her cooling foods to fatten her up. So even though it's impossible in this insertion, they had a problem. All of their hadith do not say that you can't have sex with a little kid. When can you have sex with a little kid?
Yeah.
When? Well, she needs to be chubby enough. That's what the jurists wanted to say, but they didn't have any basis for it. So let's just kind of sneak this little line in here that says that, oh, look, she ate cooling foods from the four humors theory, got chubby, and that's why 9 was the age.
Okay, well, I'm glad with that theory of insertion and not the other theory I was thinking of about insertion. But
it wasn't that bad, but it was bad.
Okay, let's watch this last few seconds here, because this is just awesome how he's... Again, he speaks honestly once every 5 years and completely wreaks havoc on Islam the moment he does.
I think we can do that to the hadith literature. And we're just going to have to understand these are two different epistemologies. So when I become Sheikh Yasser and I go and preach and teach, I will quote Sahih Bukhari and I will quote Sahih Muslim and I will say قال الله قال رسوله صلى الله عليه وسلم, and that's the preacher. And I understand in the academy I cannot quote Bukhari and this will be what the Prophet ﷺ said. I understand this, so I'm just going to have to use a different, epistemology. Does that answer your question?
It answers a lot of questions. Raises a lot more, Sheikh Yasser Qadi, but it answers a lot of questions. All right.
You should try to. Have you tried to get him on the show? Have you tried to do a show with him?
He just, I've got this awesome tirade of him. David Wood is an evil, disgusting, vile jerk. Yeah. And then more recently, it was AP. He played it, and then I said, send it to me. But he's like, and don't listen to these Islamophobes. Do you know that one of them attacked his own father with a hammer and stuff like that? And it's like, I want to make a video just saying, hey, Sheikh Yasser Qadi, if you want to say don't listen to someone if they've done something messed up, thank you for convincing us never to listen to anything you're saying about your prophet, because that is one screwed up dude. So I want to make that point. But so as far as Sheikh Yasser Qadi and what he's saying, you guys would both agree that he's sharing some awesome stuff there. But you would conclude something different about the implications as far as what you're saying. So who wants to give a quick assessment of their view first?
Well, it seems to me everything that we've discussed here is leaning toward Muhammad not existing. So maybe Mary should explain why, even after the Hadith have been completely eviscerated from a historical standpoint, why she still thinks there was a Muhammad of Islam, a prophet of Islam, recognizable as such from the Hadith literature.
Mary, you're dealing with the biggest bunch of liars the world has ever seen, fabricating anything to justify whatever new idea they're coming up with. And you're looking at that and recognizing these guys have some serious problems. So I'm assuming you would grant that they're fabricating stuff, making up stories, making up isnads, and so on. So why would you think this is okay?
Well, I wouldn't think that it's okay.
Why do you think this is the perfect methodology for establishing the existence
of methodology? Ha! Ha! Yes, ask me to defend something I don't believe in. Very nice. No, what I believe is that
why are you a Muslim?
In spite of you're right, in spite of the insertions and a few like clear fabrications and people not remembering things, the overall body of ahadith show clear evidence that they were written down within a fair in Sunni Islam, that the vast majority of these were written and codified in the 7th century or early 8th century, and that they were accepted through the agreement of communities in different places. So their common ground, their remembered history about what their own grandparents did, what their own grandparents saw, the things that they agreed on were what became the narrative. So there has to be an agreement on that. In addition, the Hadith overall, you can determine a clear timeline of a lot of things, which doesn't happen when people are just fabricating things. The ones that are fabricated usually don't fit into they disagree with everything else. You're like, that can't be possible because of this. The way that fabrication occurred also showed that they weren't free a lot of times to make up things and trace them all back to Muhammad, like the Qadariya one. Like, once I met some guys in the desert and they asked me about fate, and I said this about fate, and they said, why indeed the prophet would have approved of you. So they had a certain level of restraint on their invention to be able to make it into the corpus. The places where the kinds of variants that there are, some of them show that there are scribal differences. So it was written down early and there are scribal differences. Other things, for instance, some of the rhymes internally, because Muhammad be like, say this wonderful things, or Allah said this wonderful thing. He loved rhymes, right? And a lot of these internal rhymes only work in the Hijazi dialect. And people from far away were not speaking the Hijazi dialect. They didn't know it. A lot of the stuff does trace back to a place, to a time. The circumstances also of Mecca, and there are startling few ahadith from Mecca. They're almost all from Medina. And a lot of events, like, you just don't know what happened. Whereas if you'd had this kind of steady fabrication, freedom to invent, you would have had more testimony about early events and not just this concentration at the end when he had lots of followers. The concentration at the end reflects that. But you have things in the Hadith that make the Quran make sense in ways that the later scholars didn't realize what it was saying. They're recording things and they're telling their own story. They want it to be this story, but the Hadith actually tell a counter narrative from that because it was written previously. And I'm not a big one on embarrassment in terms of his immediate followers, because charismatic leaders convince their immediate followers things are not embarrassing. But there is the idea that the fabrication of an entire situation later on is far more improbable, much less the overall agreement of many people over these events. You also see the political split between Sunni and Shia was foundational in the 7th century. They were clearly two factions. The Christians talked about the factions, everything else, but they agree on the general timeline, the general events, things like that. So, and some of these things, like how old was Muhammad, literally not rounding up, when he got his revelation, like there is an agreement on that because it is rounding up, right? It's a general round number. But I'm talking about the general timeline of events. There's huge amounts of agreement. A lot of the ahadith interlink in ways that you have an event here that causes this other apparently disjointed event that causes this other event that causes this other event. And then something really stupid happens at the end in reaction to that, that links this into a narrative. And so there are many reasons from a historian's point of view to believe that these are the kinds of things that people around him would say. Not that they were all trustworthy, but that they at least could convince themselves that the things that they were saying were true, and in some cases, well, it should have been true at the least. And so that would be my general position.
All right, Robert, and you have a different perspective on all that, so why don't you give us your overall thoughts on all of this, and then we'll jump into some clips.
Yeah, absolutely. Everything that Mary is saying about it being coherent and being a believable narrative and so on is absolutely true. But that's also true of things like Shakespeare's Macbeth and other obviously fictional stories. Now, these are not stories that were intended to be taken as fictional, but the coherence of a narrative, the sense that it makes, the explanations that it provides for various known historical events, this kind of thing, I don't find convincing as being an indication that these things in the main actually happened, because of the preponderance of the admitted fabrication. That we also have to bear in mind that the Hadith, the Muslims themselves admit that hundreds of thousands of accounts of Muhammad were fabricated. And I read the quotation from Joshua Little at the beginning of this show explaining that this is something that was done for a variety of reasons, under a variety of circumstances, and that this is something that Muslims themselves accept. That's actually one of the bases of the science, so-called of Hadith, that because so many Hadiths were fabricated, we have to try to figure out which ones are real and which ones aren't. And what did they come up with in order to do that? But the Isnad chain. And the Isnad chain is then, you're going to make me laugh while I'm trying to concentrate here. But anyway, I know, just don't look at the screen. Okay, good point. The Isnad chain doesn't exist in the earliest Hadiths that we have. And when Mary talks about that we have these codifications and standardizations of various stories coming from the 7th century and the 8th century, these documents don't exist. We have records that they did exist, and I'm not contesting that they did exist at one time, but we can easily demonstrate, comparing, for example, Ibn Ishaq in various recensions to what is considered to be the standard recension from Ibn Hisham because of Alfred Guillaume, or Ibn Ishaq to Ibn Sa'd to Waqidi to Tabari, we can show that there is a steady elaboration and expansion of numerous stories, such that they are spare comparatively in the earlier version, and then they get elaborated on and embroidered as time goes by. Now, that being the case, I don't see that there's any reason to have any particular confidence that this was not done before for the material that was lost. That, in other words, these 7th century and 8th century documents that supposedly, hold on, I didn't interrupt you, that they supposedly existed in regard to Muhammad's life. Well, I think that in light of the fact that there's clearly legendary development from one to the other in the ones that we have, there's no reason to discount it or assume that it didn't happen in the ones that we don't have. And then there are also these anomalies, such as, for example, the leap months. Hatun and I are going through the Quran in the Critical Quran, and we're up in chapter 9 now, and so we just got to the prohibition of the leap months. The lunar calendar is 11 days shorter than the solar calendar, and so consequently, the Arab calendar before Islam had some leap months that were designed to keep the calendar somewhat standardized so that the holy days didn't move through the year as they do now in the Islamic calendar, when you have Ramadan in the middle of summer and a few years later it's in the middle of winter and so on. And so Muhammad, or whoever, abolishes the leap months in chapter 9, and so presumably he lived his whole life until the revelation of chapter 9 toward the end of his life, as everybody agrees that it was one of the last surahs, if not the last surah to be revealed. He lives his whole life with the leap months. And then toward a couple years before he dies at the latest, he abolishes them. And in all the Hadith literature, which is voluminous and carefully dated to when these things happened, he never does anything during the leap months. Isn't that odd that he suddenly takes these vacations at a time when these months no longer existed? The obvious answer to that is that it's 200 years later. They're making up all this material or adapting it from earlier material, which explains a lot of what you were saying and when you were giving your opening statement here. And as a result, they don't remember that there were leap months. And it may also be that the Quran, it's bad form to keep shaking your head and all that. You know, you're trying to distract me.
I'm laughing at Mary. I'm laughing at Mary.
The fact is,
Robert,
I was barely paying attention.
Don't look at me.
Speaking, which I'm not saying is
You're shuffling papers.
Robert, no one has ever accused Mary of having great debate etiquette. No one.
Yeah, I remember years and years ago when I was a young lad, and I was debating some sheikh, and I kept shaking my head like you're doing now. And many people came up to me and said, that's very bad form, and you made yourself look bad in this. And it's best just to be expressionless when the other person is speaking. And I've always done that ever since.
All right,
anyway,
then I will be
whatever.
expressionless. That was my first debate. So
yeah, she's new to this, Robert. You can't hold her to.
Yeah,
you had to learn over time.
So where were we? The leap months, they forget they exist, so they don't put any stories with Muhammad doing anything in them. And there's so many things of this kind where the whole atmosphere and the situation of what is being discussed reflects a time period that does not correspond to what we know of from the 7th century when all this is supposed to have happened. And even when you say the Sunni Shiite split, and I know that this is something that's been invoked as being some sort of a slam dunk that Muhammad existed, it seems to me very simple that you have a growing community that has factions in it that are vying for control, and that they elaborate various myths to explain the difference in the factions. And so Yazid may have been the son of Muawiyah, and Hussein may have been the son of Ali and the grandson of Muhammad, and Muawiyah may have been the son of Abu Sufyan, and he grew up as a Muslim and was even the kid that Abu Sufyan threw face down, so Allah wouldn't see him when Muhammad was calling down curses on the Quraysh. Maybe all that's so, or maybe this was all designed to explain what was simply a power struggle and a matter of differing factions. And there are plenty of examples all throughout history of people making up myths to explain various situations that they cannot otherwise explain, or that the real explanation has been lost. And so this is really something that's quite commonplace and not striking or unusual at all. And anyway, I could go on, but that's basically why I don't believe the standard narrative. There may have been, as I said during the debate, there may have been somebody who is the foundation of all this, or it may be that a lot of these stories were referring to other people who were claiming to be prophets or were famed warriors, and their stories got incorporated into the Muhammad myth. But and that would explain a lot of what you were saying. But the idea that there was a Muhammad in the 7th century who's doing all these things, and they remember them, and they are keeping close guard over these traditions, and then going out and transgressing them, like we had the long discussion about the crosses on the coins and so on during the debate, going out and ignoring them and transgressing against them, I think strains credulity more than the idea that they put the crosses on the coins with the word Muhammad, simply because the prohibitions about the cross and the curse, the idea that it's this insult to Allah and so on, just hadn't been written yet, and that comes in later.
Well, I would really like to respond to that.
One sec. Wait,
I mean, you brought up like 6 points.
We know you brought up like a million points too. You both brought up a ton of points. No, it's okay. Everything is it. Put it this way: are these things going to come up again as we go through these clips?
Yeah, they're going to come up.
Then we're good.
They
Then we're good. Then we're good.
Some of them.
Okay.
You brought up the AH in the debate, so, and I didn't have time to explain when AH was introduced and how the histories work, but yeah.
We will get to that. Just wanted to. There is an important super chat I want to get to. So we'll go through a couple super chats to get to probably the most important question for Robert that keeps coming up in the chat. But Sandman says, and this could be for anyone here, off topic, but Muslims argue October 7th was haram because the 4 schools forbid targeting women and children, allow only collateral damage. And according to Nawawi, thoughts.
Well, that's a lot of hooey, because, see, this is just an example of how the Hadith can be used to justify pretty much anything you want. And that is an indication that they are just a collection of legends that were fabricated in order to justify various political positions, among other things. So, yeah, there is the Hadith about don't target women and children, and then there are Hadiths about they are of them when the Muslims are catapulting bombs. What are they? Stones. I'm sorry. Yeah. Into the fort, and they say, you got women and children in there, and Muhammad tosses it off and says they are of them, and so it doesn't matter. And so you can pick which one you want depending on what you want to justify. Muslims argue that October 7th was haram in the West for apologetic purposes, so that you don't start to think that, wow, Islam's really terrible, and then they go and attack women and children because they know full well that there's the other Hadith that is there also.
Yeah, I just want to point out. So you can't say even with the catapults, you're not targeting the women and children. You're accepting that as collateral damage. But Robert, you have in the Quran killing a kid because right
there in 18.
And yeah, so yeah, you had that in the Quran. But also, if you listen to the way certain Muslim scholars interpreted the claims about collateral damage and not targeting women and children, there have been Muslim scholars who said that's because we're taking them as property and you don't want to screw up your property. So in other words, if you understand that the Jews are our enemies and we're ultimately called to completely exterminate them, and we're not taking these Jews as our property because we won't be able to keep it very long and so on, then I think you could conclude, well, then go with we're wiping them out teaching.
And I would like to point out that Robert here is arguing that cult leaders ought to be consistent and moral. In fact, whenever Muhammad's saying, we don't do this and we don't do that and we don't do this, it's because he's copying specific things already from the Jews, right? The Jews had these laws. He just echoes them to say, oh, I'm a legitimate dude just like the Jews. But whenever it's convenient, he's like, no, go ahead and do it, because he's an evil cult leader. Like, this is typical cult behavior. It doesn't need to be explained by some people made this, some people made that.
What Mary's saying is the contradiction in doctrine could easily be from Muhammad being inconsistent. It's not evidence of a later.
Oh yeah, and even on this issue, I guess the underlying principle in everything Muhammad's saying is whatever's in my best interest and in the best interest of the community at any given time, that's what we'll make up as the rule. So if you're trying to exterminate a bunch of Jews, you can say what's in our best interest now, massacring as many people as possible. Take a couple more. YouTube YT is used for both white and YouTubers. And YouTubers, depending on the context. Yeah, we established that earlier. But it was weird.
What about black YouTubers?
Yeah, I know. Why are you guys being racist and only? Yeah. Why would a fictional prophet have personally beneficial revelations? So I would guess, Robert, that you would point out that some of these may have been actually based on something where someone did claim something that was just a personal benefit, or that some later ruler could want something to justify whatever he's doing, and so you say your prophet justified that sort of thing. Is that about right?
See, the thing is, a personally beneficial revelation. Yeah, exactly. You want to justify the behavior, and so you make up the revelation. And you might not even have the self-awareness to realize how convenient it all looks for you. But the whole idea of this is about convenience. It's about, like I say, even the Muslims admit that these thousands of these stories were fabricated for the purposes to serve the purposes of various factions. So you have some practice you want to justify, you make up the story and say, and then Muhammad got the revelation. And you've made it sound, because of the necessity of the case, you make a story where people want to do this, or Muhammad wants to do this, and then Allah says it's okay, and it sounds like you've got this con man on your hands, or maybe you do have a real con man on your hands that you are who is justifying this activity, but it could just as easily have been something that was done simply to justify whatever is the position that is being espoused in the story itself.
But the problem is that many of these are specific for Muhammad and does not apply to anyone else. They're special things just for Muhammad. Don't bother the prophet, and other people can't claim that later. The prophet gets to marry extra wives. Other people can't claim that later. And these were things that in the sources caused division among his people and caused people to resist him. And so they're not things that can be leveraged for certain things can. There could have been some guy who wanted to bang his adopted son's wife some other time, right? Because that's a universal application. But a lot of other things were just privileges for Muhammad and no one else afterwards. And I
don't think that the Zainab story has anything to do with him wanting to have relations with his adopted son's wife. It's a completely different reason for the story. I explain it at some length in Did Muhammad Exist, as well as Muhammad, a Critical Biography. So anyway, we can get into that, but there was something else that you were saying. I'm sorry, I'm an old man. What was the first part of what you were saying?
So the main thing is that a lot of these things only applied to Muhammad and no
one else. See how great Muhammad is, that Allah is so solicitous for his well-being that he gives him these special privileges. So you, Joe, ordinary Muslim, you should not be complaining when the successors of Muhammad, when the great caliphs have these special privileges that others don't have, because this is something that Allah wanted to make sure to give to Muhammad. And
they
so
don't.
who are you to question and to carp about these things when Allah himself wants it this way?
By the way, we still see this today. What was when Muhammad Hijab, his ex-wife, was going around talking to the Muslim scholars, saying, "Hey, why aren't you calling this stuff out?" One of the things, one of the answers she was getting, Thaddeus, you followed this a lot more than we've had we've had interviews with her and stuff,
Yeah.
but you've talked to her more. Wasn't one of the wasn't one of the defenses of Muhammad Hijab, but he's so important that he gets to slide on all these horrible things he's doing.
Not
That is
technically saying that what he did is correct, but saying like he's important, so you shouldn't speak up against it, right? Which is basically the same thing.
It's too valuable for the community.
Practical.
Hey, Robert, is this
Yeah.
is this correct? Anyone hear this? Did you hear about the Turkish man, not
Yeah,
AP,
yeah.
arrested in Netherlands? Is that like?
Yeah, that's in tomorrow's Jihad Watch. Yeah, that happened.
Oh, so this just happened.
Yeah. Let me see. I got it right here.
Is it the Turkish guy with 50 million wives? That dude?
No,
no.
I don't think so. I don't know which guy you
There's
mean.
a sex cult in
I think
Turkey.
it's some
Sorry.
random guy, just some random nut.
Yeah, I have to say, never trust a Turk, ladies and gentlemen. Never.
Okay,
trust
this
a
guy,
Turk.
Hassan Uzun, and he was arrested in the Netherlands for plotting to kill the Pope Francis last year in Trieste, in Italy. And he is apparently a member of ISIS.
Whoa, interesting. Okay, yeah, we will definitely be checking that out then in the near future.
I'm not a Turkish man. My family's from Turkey, but I'm not a Turkish man.
Good, because we would not trust you.
The Turks occupied the
Oh,
area
it wasn't you, is
after
what you're
the
saying?
Jihad
That's what the
conquest.
Turks do.
No, somebody's saying a Turkish man who isn't AP, is it Robert? And I just wanted to say the Greeks who suffered under the Turkish yoke and had to be dhimmis for centuries, that's my family, not the Turks.
Yeah, AP made a joke about Turks doing their DNA tests and finding out they're like 80% Greek and stuff like that.
It's
being
true.
horrified.
All
They're
the time.
livid. They're
They're so upset.
absolutely.
It's a Jewish conspiracy, right?
Hey, hang on. We'll come back to this one. How dare you question the veracity of the Zut? We will come back to that momentarily because that comes up a couple times. Only way to settle the debate: rap battle Mubahala. Yes, Mubahala is the solution to all disputes. Is there references to Isa? Oh, this is a good one. Is there early references to Isa being called Mahmad? I'm not aware of any.
No, I'm not aware of any, but I would argue that the Dome of the Rock inscription is one that you either have to you either have to have the idea that it mentions Muhammad and then changes the subject without notice or explanation and speaks about Jesus for many more lines after that, paragraphs after that. Or you could say, oh, maybe the whole thing's about Jesus. And this is being used as a reference to him. And there's no change of subject without notice or explanation at all. And so it's simply a matter of the simplest explanation for the thing.
So just to be clear, Robert, you would say you think that the best explanation for the Dome of the Rock, which is a bunch of, so guys, this is like this is like the third main site according to Muslims, their third most important site. You got the Dome of the Rock. It's got all these inscriptions, and the inscriptions are a bunch of stuff about Jesus, which would make sense because that was controlled by Christians. It would make sense to like throw it in their faces, but you have, when you have a reference to Mahmad there. So Robert, you're saying you think the best explanation of that is that even that's about Jesus. But would you say, as far as I know, there's nothing clear where you say, okay, here's a Christian clearly calling Jesus Mahmad. We're not aware of anything like that?
No.
Okay.
I'm not arguing that.
Okay.
But here we have, let me just a second. I don't mean to talk over you, but I just thought it might be helpful for people to give you an idea of the inscription itself. And so this is what it says, that what we're talking about. In the name of Allah, the merciful, the compassionate, there is no God but Allah. He is one. He has no associate. Unto him belongs sovereignty and unto him belong praise. He quickens and he gives death. He is able to do all things. Muhammad is the servant of Allah and his messenger. Lo, Allah and his angels shower blessings on the Prophet. O you who believe, ask blessings on him and salute him with the worthy salutation. The Messiah, Jesus, son of Mary, was only a messenger of Allah, and his word which he conveyed unto Mary, and a spirit from him. So believe in Allah and his messengers, and say not three. Cease, it is better for you. Allah is only one God. Far be it removed from his transcendent majesty that he should have a son. His is all that is in the heaven and on the earth, and Allah is sufficient as defender. The Messiah will never scorn to be a servant unto Allah. And on and on and on about Jesus. You see, what we would say is a collection of various Quran quotes about Jesus. Although these are the first appearances of these quotes, and so it's also possible that they were taken from the wall and put into the Quran.
And I would push back heavily on that. We have many manuscripts that date before that time that are confidently dated by both paleography and radiocarbon dating to before that. We are very certain of a Quran well before that time that says what it says now, with many variants. You cannot be certain of Sharia law. You can't be certain of certain aspects of theology. But the Quran previously was a Quran. This is by no means the earliest Quranic text, not even close. Additionally,
I didn't say it was the
Christians
earliest
saying
Quranic
that
text. It's the earliest appearance of a lot of these verses.
no, it's
Because
not.
the fragments you're talking about, in the first place, it's not certain that they're Quran at all. And
Yes, it is.
secondly, they are, a lot of them don't appear in this. I mean, a lot of them only
all of these do
first on
appear.
the wall.
All of these appear in earlier texts. Many of them are like 5, 10, 20, 30, sometimes 40. One of them has 70 surahs in order that are from the 7th century that would be before this date. So these are massive portions. They're not like people say, oh, it's a fragment. Yeah, it's a fragment that's like 20%, 40%, sometimes more in one individual one. You put them all together, you have the vast majority of the Quran. It is very well attested. Muhammad is established.
I think your dating is
he is called,
far too
well,
early
you might
for a
think
lot of
that,
these
but
things.
I have gone over the recent radiocarbon dating. I have also gone over the paleography recently. As of 2010, this is the consensus. I'm not saying anything odd. Even Darosh has redated all of his datings to before the 8th century. He used to say, oh, it's early 8th century. Now he says, no, it's last quarter of 7th century. And he was one of the late daters, and he had to go, okay, fine, it's 7th century. So this is, and we have plenty of Christian witnesses in which Muhammad is always a negative figure. No Christian in history has ever recognized the name Muhammad as a name of Jesus or referring to Jesus in any way. You are also leaving out that the entirety of the Dome of the Rock on the outside has many references to Muhammad and not a single one to Jesus. So on the inside,
What's the date?
Wasn't that later? Wasn't that later?
The ones that were
Like
added
the
on the
manuscripts.
outside?
One second, Mary, because Mary,
It's outside the dome.
because I haven't.
The manuscripts are all much later, and so is the Dome of the
No,
Rock.
the manuscripts are not later. This is the manuscripts are earlier than the Dome of the Rock. This is the consensus.
As we discussed
you can
in
say all you wish.
the debate, the carbon dating that you place so much confidence in also raises the possibility that these things are pre-Islamic. And
that is
I
not
think
anything
that's
that any
extraordinary because
it's not
it is
it's not
exactly
a
what I'm arguing. That,
it's not a tenable position. It is Quran.
you
It's
say
not
it's
some
not, but-
proto source. I have
Why
looked
not?
at the actual verses. Why not? The late date of the one that you want to rely on
details
is the
when we
40s.
get through the debate.
Yeah,
And the
let me-
640s is
we
plenty
can
late
the whole
enough.
debate before we play it.
let me just ask this, Mary, because it's basically I think I haven't. Let me put it this way. I haven't investigated the latest research of the carbon dating, but I've always heard that there are early Quran manuscripts and stuff, and then you've got the
Many.
the Sanat palimpsest and so on, and the Birmingham and so on. But all of that aside, if Robert were correct and that these are actually later, or that they're early but they're just not Islamic, they're from something else. If you were just talking about the inscriptions on the inside of the Dome of the Rock. What Robert was just saying here. It says
Okay, then
Allah
I
and
would
it
go to
says Muhammad.
Christians.
It says Allah and then it says Muhammad and then it's a bunch of stuff about Jesus. If we had nothing else to go on, would you say that that was consistent with Robert's view? Because I mean, right now
No.
it sounds like it when you read it, but I would have to have like an expert in Arabic saying no, that can't be what that's referring to because of.
Well, Muhammad is used as a name here. It's not used as a title. You would expect it to be a title and not a name. So you would expect, I mean, you have the laqab in Arabic, right? A laqab is like a title. You have an al in front of it, and that makes it a title. And so you read it as a title. Without that, it's a name. Like Al-Abbas became Abbas from usage, but then it's always a name and it's not a nickname that someone got a title. So it is not grammatically a title, it is grammatically a name. But you also have the Christians saying that the name of either Allah or Muhammad is the name of the beast. You have Christians saying that building the structure up there is the structure of the beast. And of course, that was back in the day of the Al-Aqsa Mosque. Yes?
Yeah. David just asked about
So-
the mosque, not all the evidence.
Yeah.
You'll get
Yeah,
a chance
in-
to talk
in-
about all the
But-
evidence.
but
I would actually
grammatically
play
in
the
the
debate.
Arabic,
You guys are like
it's a
discussing the whole
name.
debate
It's
before
not
we
a
even get
title.
to it.
Okay, but then in Yemen in 518, there's the Jewish inscription
Same for you, Robert.
that does
We
not
can
have the
discuss that in further
definite
debate.
article, and it's obviously
Correct, 'cause it's
using
a
it as a
name.
title.
No, it's
No,
not.
it's not a
using
name
it
of
as the
anybody.
signature of a scribe. There are many different things
Okay,
from this
that's a
period
reference to
that at the
God.
very hang on. No. At the very end of a long inscription, what you do is you say so and so, the authority by which you are writing, and then you use the word preposition that is by or with, but is used as an authorship preposition in other inscriptions, and then you use the name of the scribe. So you're saying, and sometimes it's by the power of the king, sometimes it's sometimes it's
Wait, so
the king.
You're saying
by
it was a
so-and-so.
scribe. You're saying it was a
God
scribe. It
by
was a scribe
so-and-so.
named
Yeah, it was
Mahmud.
just a scribe's name. It's a scribe named Mohammed or whatever the Sabaic or Mahmud or something like that, whatever the Sabaic version of that is. We also completely have predating that the tomb of a dead regular dude calling on a pagan god for witness, and his name happens to be Muhammad or Mahmud or whatever the equivalent in Sabaic is. So you can't say that, oh, well, now it's a title in this one place. It also cannot be something beside Allah, because there is this really poorly done inscription that people are going, well, maybe sometimes it doesn't mean the authority and the scribe like it does in all these places, because we have this one other place where it has authority that has a really poorly drawn it's a single letter that could be the by with, and then it renames God again. So if that is the by, then it could possibly mean something else. But the issue is whenever you look at that, it actually looks like it could just as easily be an L. And so it's a very poorly illiterate done inscription. And so it has the hallmarks of the mixed language ones that show influence from Arabic. So it's probably just the al, which is part of the
Are
title.
you still
and
referring to
renaming
the
it.
Yemen
So
inscription?
I'm talking about the inscription that is used to justify a non-standard understanding of the other Yemeni inscription that they're trying to make not into the signature of a scribe, but something else. So
Yeah,
they
well, it's
have
not the
an
signature
inscription
of
that
a
they go to
scribe,
for that, and it's not.
See, the problem that you come up against is not just the definite article and the fact that it's not here, but it's clearly being used as a title. The
But it's
problem you
not.
have
Right,
also
not.
is
Go ahead,
that, yeah, see, it's very hard to make a point when
We got it.
when
Go ahead.
see, this is why
Sorry,
I hate
Robert.
these
Sorry, that was me. I mean, I barely said
debates
anything.
where
The problem was me.
you know those debates where they say, and I unwisely agreed to do this sometimes in the past, where you debate and then we'll have half an hour or 90 minutes or whatever of
I'm
cross
screaming.
talk and yeah, it's just it's useless, especially
No,
when you're talking
we're
to
good.
Muslims, because they want to monopolize all the time. But in any
We're good.
case, the coins become relevant here again because you've got Muhammad, which you're assuming means Muhammad, like the prophet of Islam, and then you've got this cross that's an abomination to the doctrines of Islam that everybody's supposed to know by this time, because they're all revealed. They're all codified. Uthman's Quran is out there, and everything is all set. And yet they immediately just disregard them and ignore them, and go on to put a cross on the coin with the name Muhammad. Makes much more sense if you understand the Yemeni inscription in the first place from Najran as being a title, and then the title is also being applied to someone, maybe to Jesus, maybe to somebody else. We don't actually know who the title is being referred to in the coin. I mean, who the person is being referred to when the title is used on the coin. But the idea that this is always a proper name runs into this huge buzzsaw with the coins, because you would then have to assume that everybody who is supposedly having Muhammad's words ringing in their ears, and they learned them, they heard them from the man himself, and then they immediately said, well, we don't have to pay any attention to that. We'll disregard that for various other considerations. It strains credulity well beyond the breaking point.
What do Christians in the 7th century say about the coins that they make with crosses on it? They give testimony. They say, this is why the coins still have crosses on them.
Thaddeus, is the coins issue going to come up in these clips?
Truth? Yes, the coin issue is
okay.
extensively.
Yeah, because now we've gone from the...
Mary and Robert, please, both of you could just let us answer the super chat.
We're never going to
debating.
No, it was a question about the references and so on. Let's get a couple, because I wanted to get to one. Is hearsay allowed in Islamic courts, considering chains of narration are hearsay raised to the power of the length of the chain? You know anything about that?
No.
Nope.
No, it's not. Only direct.
And not only that, but you have to have multiple witnesses, and we only have one witness for the Quran, which is Muhammad himself. There's no other witness that it's true, right?
But he's the greatest witness ever. How dare you question the greatest witness ever? Robert, I bought Inside Islam, so excited to read it. God bless.
Thank you. But that book is 22 years old. And,
yeah, he's got brand new stuff, everyone.
There are better ones from later.
Note to self, don't eat food while learning about Islam. Poop in the Hadith. Hello, learning Islam is a new diet fad. Hello, losing weight, not hungry anymore.
So it's just the Shia who say that all imams poop smells like perfume and the earth opens up and swallows it. That's a Shia thing.
I'm screenshotting this because I'm going to make the new learning about Muhammad diet. Just every time you're hungry, read these hadiths, and it will destroy your appetite, and you'll get all shredded. D Wood, have you read the Kama Sutra? Yes, the best book. Robert, don't know if you saw this, but a man in Canada had his throat slashed on a public bus after the Muslim asked him if he was a Muslim. I'm sure you noticed that, Robert.
Yes, indeed.
And we pointed out that's happened a lot over the years in various places. Yeah. This, hey, are you a Muslim? And they're trying to find out. I found one Sahih Hadith start from companion grandma. What?
Hey, she was still alive at the time of Muhammad or something.
I think most mythology is based on actual characters. I know David rejects Heiser's view, but M.L. West's East Face of Helicon and Amr Anas's papers convince me Mo's existence seems even more certain. So so if you want to say, and that ties into what Robert was saying about like Homer, the Iliad, and the Odyssey, and so on. That you had a Trojan War and so on, but an entire mythology develops out of that and so on, and not clear what is reliable. Christians trying to defend Islam, we can't. Lol. Yes, we can. All right. This has come up repeatedly. But Robert, this is the main question on everyone's mind. So
yes.
Let's be clear. If Muhammad, the question is, if Muhammad isn't real, explain the Al-Zut. So if I were to, let me put this differently, Robert, and this would be the ultimate challenge here. Mm-hmm. This would be the ultimate challenge on this entire issue. If Muhammad did not exist, then who were these 30 Al-Zut banging that night? You can't bang a non-existent fake prophet. I mean, just imagine, Robert. So the Al-Zut during this time are like migrant workers from a region of India, and they'd travel around looking for work to do and so on. And they were renowned for their large members and known for their virility and for always being ready. And there was this saying, as Raymond Ibrahim pointed out, that the men of Al-Zut, their penises are never soft. They're always ready to go on a moment's notice. And just imagine these guys being invited out into the desert for a rendezvous with a non-existent man. They get there and they start banging this non-existent man. How are these guys banging something from their own imagination, Robert?
Well, obviously they weren't, but you're setting it up in this way that's, half a joke and half serious. Fact is, stories like this are in the Hadiths because people wanted to do these things. So they wanted to justify them and ascribe them to their prophet, so that I don't know why you're laughing at this.
It's kind of the Al-Zut.
This is the most patently. This is the most patently obvious point that even Muslims themselves acknowledge that this is they fabricated stories to justify whatever behavior they wanted to do, and you think this is ludicrous?
No,
this
Robert,
is
I think
the most
Robert, I think
the most solid point of this entire argument, because you look at Islam today. You've got the polygamy, you've got the child marriage, you've got the terrible stuff at the end in chapter 2 about having to remarry, having to if your husband divorces you, you've got to marry somebody else and have sex with him and be divorced by him before you can go back to your husband, and all these ludicrous provisions that come from the twisted desires of various people who wanted to codify their behavior and standardize it and justify it according to the behavior of this prophet. And so it's the same thing here. This is one of the easiest things at all. This is one of the reasons why the criterion of embarrassment is so weak, because obviously somebody who's going to be passing on this story and keeping it in the traditions is somebody who thinks this is great. And we need to have this, we need to make sure that this kind of thing can continue. And so you look at Afghanistan today, and it's going on. And the American soldiers were actually told, don't bother them when they do this. You have to, and Iraq also. I've heard stories that will curl your hair from people who served over there. And one guy walks in, a colonel is telling me this story about how he walked into the office one morning, and the Iraqi colonel he's working with has this other guy bent over the desk, and it's all happening. Zooted. And then he rushes out and extends his hand and says, "Sir, please come in." And of course, he doesn't want to shake his hand because who knows where that hand is. I wouldn't touch that hand. And it's the same thing here, that you have this a great deal of pagan Arab behavior being sanctified in a certain sense by Muhammad's example, by making him be the guy who's doing all this. And then they can say, look, the prophet did all this. What are you getting upset about? And this is one of the reasons why male homosexuality is winked at and not punished and not thought to be some terrible thing all over the Islamic world. With the female homosexuality, it's a very different thing. But male homosexual behavior, as long as you get married and have babies, people don't generally tend to mind. If you start talking about, well, this is my lifestyle, that's another matter. Then you're going to get stoned to death or thrown off a building or whatever. But if as long as you marry and have children, no problem. And this is something that goes back to these stories.
Yeah, Robert, no one was laughing at your response. We were laughing because one, don't underestimate how hilarious we find the story of Muhammad getting banged by 30 dark-skinned Indian dudes, and this being in their sources. But then, the way I set it up was, and then me saying, well, then who were they banging in the desert? And then everyone started making Al-Zut jokes, which It's
I,
pretty much.
I'm just imagining. Sorry, I was just imagining like you just can't go in the desert at night because everybody's paying the men of Al Zut to do like these chain bangs of people. It's just.
It is creepy stuff. I don't know if
So
you saw my
not laughing at your explanation.
Well,
Laughing at
this
the
is
idea.
exactly the situation with actually the great majority of the Hadith. There is, you can't know. You have no idea really, and there's no way to tell whether these things really happened or not, or who they happened to. If there was somebody who had these things going on or not. But in any case, once they're in the Hadith corpus, then you can be, as a believer, pointing to them to justify your behavior.
And Robert, I don't know if you saw my most recent video on Al Zut, but yeah, the practice continued until Western nations and Christians started kind of convincing Muslim nations to put an end to some of this. But like in Libya, this was going on in the 1950s. This guys passing around their sons to each other to bang each other's sons and stuff like this. And
well, I don't think you have to go to the 1950s. It's going on right now.
Yeah, still, but it's like it was apparently completely normal across the Muslim world until one, Christians started intervening and Western nations started intervening.
And I know that people talk about this, and it's a big deal because a lot of people didn't know about this story and it was just publicized. But actually, there are quite a lot of stories, as you know, David, that are seeming to be approving of male homosexual activity that are all over the Hadith. Mm-hmm. I discussed them in Muhammad, the Critical Biography.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and not surprising since Muhammad, the source of his strength of 30 men was the men of Al Zut inserting their strength into him. Let's say, I love and hate the fact that I now hear David's voice in my head making Al Zut jokes anytime I hear something sus. Thanks for the laughs. Yeah, I have that impact on people. Did Al Zut ride Muhammad in a gish gallop? Maybe, but it's debatable. Israel did the first brain operation through eye socket. Don't know if they were careful with the leather strap. Robert, I know it's Hadith, but it's funny. It's the eyes or the leather strap of the anus.
And actually that points to Muhammad's nocturnal activities with men, because usually when you sleep, you fart when you're roused from sleep, when you're waking up a little bit.
I want to see the scientific study that confirms that.
Loose when you sleep, that is a sign of fecal incontinence, which is usually a sign of having done things with your butt that it's not supposed to do. Just so you know. So even the eyes, the leather strap at the anus, and the idea that you kind of just pass gas without rousing from sleep. Like
all these passages are connected, ladies and gentlemen. The Al Zut, and then Muhammad's talking about the things slipping out when he's sleeping. Poor guy.
It does.
But those are consequences. But that's the price you have to pay if you want to be the most virile man on the planet. You have to get everyone to inject their virility into you. But then there's costs and benefits to everything. I believe that Mahmud exists as Syriac sources called him. Note that later Muhammad was Abbasid creation. Every name Muhammad isn't exist in early Islam.
Yeah, that's interesting about Muhammad being an Abbasid creation, because he was. But the Abbasids accused the Umayyads of irreligion and impiety. And I think it's kind of interesting to think that the Umayyads, who include people who knew Muhammad personally, supposedly, they're irreligious. And later, the Abbasids, who supplant them in the middle of the 8th century, they're the ones who are religious. Well, it makes sense if the religion is starting to take shape by then and didn't exist during the time of the Umayyads. And then they have to explain why the Umayyads didn't do all this stuff. So they say, oh, they were impious, they were irreligious. And now we are getting it together.
Check this out. How would Robert, you already answered this, Robert, so you no need to answer. How would Robert Spencer, I just wanted to point out, this is what came up over and over and over again. One of the reasons we were cracking up. How would Robert explain the embarrassing passages about Momo? Why would anyone make something up like the night of Al Zut up if Momo didn't exist? Robert already answered that. It would appear easier, pragmatic to make an apologetic directly from the Islamic sources rather than appropriating historical criticism.
This is not an either or.
Yeah, you can do both.
Like we were saying earlier, I there's nothing that says if you start to study whether Muhammad has a strong historical foundation that you can't criticize.
Yeah, you have to give up all objections.
The Muslims believe he said and did this stuff,
Mhm.
and so it's the target-rich environment is still there, because as long as there are people who believe it, then we should be firing away on the moral aspects and everything else about what's in the sources. But then it's a separate question as to whether they're historically reliable or not.
Yeah, and that's that's been your approach for years, Robert. You'd say, okay, well,
Yep.
I don't believe Muhammad existed, but according to the sources that people believe in, these are all the messed up things he's done. So if you believe in these things, then I believe Muhammad did exist and has done. But I've said for years, if run the argument that Muhammad didn't exist, because you're crushing confidence in the Muslim sources, and that needs to be pushed as far as it can until they're actually compelled to defend it. And if they can offer some defense at some point for taking all this stuff seriously, then we'll know. But until then, you just got to push it, because they've never done this critical evaluation for themselves. So you kind of have to force them to do the critical evaluation and so on. So it's all good. We can have multiple approaches. I'm saying this because something similar came up at the conference we just had up in Ohio, but someone asked during the Q&A, she said, hey, if we know because of the poll Muhammad Hijab did, that the thing that causes Muslims to doubt their religion most is moral problems with Muhammad, why wouldn't we just focus on that instead of the Islamic dilemma? And it's not a choice. It's not, you have to do one thing and not the other. You can do a bunch of things, and that's why it's good that we have different people who focus on different approaches, and specific people, individuals can use multiple approaches.
Yeah, just have to do it responsibly. But I would say that you have to still pay attention to what the sources are actually saying and what they're communicating, and not project onto them, this must have been written by these people far later. It was not written in the desert, and so it isn't saying what it seems to be saying. Go, no. No matter what, you believe that this came from this dude in this place at this time. And this is what is clearly expressing in this text, and pay very careful attention to what it would express in the context that they believe that it came from. And that can get lost sometimes. People will be inclined to make excuses for, they thought it was corrupt. No. This text very clearly does not think that it's corrupt. It's something that Jews and Christians can judge by, and they will agree with whom? With Muhammad, that he is bringing miraculously, verse by verse, identical things. It is all over the Tafsir that Muhammad was teaching, or whoever wrote it is teaching in the Quran, that what is Quran is the book, which is also with the Jews and Christians. Even the Surah of the Cave is supposed to be in the Torah, the Injil, and the pages of Abraham, wherever that is, right? And it's like, okay, you are responsible now for bringing me the cave in the Torah, because this was a question posed by the Jews. It was a challenge to trick Muhammad and get him to reveal something that's clearly untrue in the sources. They went to Medina, said, hey, we need to test this guy. And they're like, ask him these questions. And he failed all 3 tests. Or at that time, too, there's some issue with the history of the third, but they kept failing the test. And we can drill that and point that out. Hey, look, these Jews said...
Wait, not drill in the Al-Zut sense, right?
Not in the Al-Zut sense.
Okay, that's good.
Let's not do any drilling in the Al-Zut sense. That's bad.
I like Abu Bakr al-Buff Daddy's Islamic dilemma. If Muhammad existed, Islam is false, because Allah severed Muhammad's aorta, as Muhammad stated, if a false prophet. If Momo did not exist, then whose aorta did Allah sever? Islam is false.
Perfect.
Allah didn't have an aorta to sever. And then the follow-up was, Momo not exist? To whom or for whom does Allah pray? I might
There you go.
I might make a video. 10 questions for people who deny Muhammad's existence. 1, if Muhammad didn't exist, who were the Al-Zut banging? 2, if Muhammad didn't exist, then whose aorta did Allah sever? 3, just go down the list. As iron sharpens iron, so one person sharpens another. Yeah, we're almost through these. I just wanted to get through these. Can the whole panel share their favorite thing about Mike Winger? Exactly. You just heard it. That's everyone's favorite thing about Mike Winger.
I like his discernment that he's doing right now, by the way.
I'm cutting that part out. I love and respect you all. Keep up the good fight. I will. It's going to be funny. I am going to post that as a separate clip, Mary, and it's not going to include your answer. I was laughing so hard, even my browser crashed. Let's talk about the Al Zut stuff. Robert had me until he denied the night of Al Zut. That's the bar, Robert. Mishkat Al-Masibi, 2649, starts from Yahya's grandmother to Shuba to Wakito. Oh, really? You were serious, actually. Hadith about... All right, I'm going to check that out. That's actually interesting. All right. We got through the super chats. Everyone ready to... we're almost 2 hours in to our debate review before...
I know! I kept trying to get him to go on.
We're going to be up all night here.
Yeah, maybe we'll limit our pauses to something important. So if you see something important you want to jump in on, go ahead and jump in and say pause this. But maybe we'll play them because I mean it's Mary explaining her points and it's a video of Robert explaining his points. So it will be a good overview for everyone to get all the main arguments on each side down. But yeah, anyone wants to jump in? So the first one will be Mary. She's the affirmative. What was the official debate topic? Was it did Muhammad exist or was it something?
That's it.
Yeah.
Did Muhammad exist? Okay.
Yep.
So Mary was the affirmative on that one and is arguing that Muhammad existed. So yeah, Mary, if there's anything you want to pause on and expand upon, or Robert, if you see something you definitely want to challenge on, we'll pause it. Otherwise, we'll watch it and then we can comment and then we can check out. Robert, what's up? That work?
I just said, okay, sorry.
All right, let's check this out, ladies and gentlemen. So this was Mary's case on the affirmative in her debate whether Muhammad existed. This was her affirmative case. And here we go.
I assert that the sources for Islam have typical levels of historical reliability for the types of sources that they are. It follows that the best approach for early Islam is normative historical methodology that unites all available sources and evaluates their content and context in the usual fashion. I believe it is important to do this first in the interest of truth, but secondly, when people don't recognize when and where this work was produced, they put on interpretive lenses that filter out what the sources are saying and instead allow very modern Islamicist apologetic interpretations to replace the words and meaning found in the Quran, the classical sources, and the post-classical sources. We need to hold Islam responsible for the content of its sources. I am not endorsing unique Islamic methodologies or the acceptance of any material uncritically. I'm endorsing the treatment of the Islamic corpus as we treat any similar body of work, such as the material about Alexander the Great. Just as we recognize that the surviving material about Alexander is based on real prior histories that are referenced but now lost.
Let me pause. Mary, why do you are you smiling at yourself or are you reading comments?
I'm reading comments.
Okay, I just I thought you're one of these people who watches herself and is like, that's great. That's great.
Someone said, now there really is too many berries, and I cracked up.
Okay, that's funny. I thought
it is funny.
Yeah, some people watch themselves and they really, really like. Jack Black said he's like that. He says he watches himself in his movies and he just cracks up laughing the entire time. Anyway,
sorry, a lot of times I'm looking at comments, so my face is like.
Okay,
comments.
You're good. Just wanted to see if you're a narcissist or you're laughing at something else.
Recognize as real the sources that Islamic writers explicitly say they depend on. Using normative historical methods, we will not arrive at the great authentic prophet of a real God Allah, but we will have a largely clear and accurate view of a self-proclaimed prophet with the written form of the name Muhammad. He was from the village of Mecca in the Hijaz. This was the site of one of the few surviving stone idol shrines that had been common among pagans in the Iron Age from Turkey to Yemen. After he was expelled, he moved to Medina in 622 and began the jihad against the world that continues to this day. And he is the primary source of today's Quranic text. Let's start with the name Muhammad and where we find it in Islam in our sources. Where we find it before Islam in our sources. This name is recorded among ordinary pagan Arab men in the pre-Islamic Hijaz. The exact written form is also found in several old South Arabian inscriptions as a variant of some much more common names with the same root. I want to focus on one of these inscriptions. This is a tombstone of a man with the written form of Muhammad's name who is calling on an old South Arabian pagan god to curse anyone who messes with his grave. It's dated to the 4th century or earlier, before the arrival of Judaism in this region. This is a very common type of inscription that we find in the ancient Near East. I included another example here. It must be emphasized how important it is for these inscriptions to write the person's name correctly, because this is how their memory was preserved. While stone inscriptions are the gold standard for evidence for this region at this time, a tombstone would be even more reliable than other kinds of inscriptions. And here we find Muhammad's written name belonging to an ordinary dead pagan man. Before the rise of Islam, we find this name in no other region. It is also never used.
What's that?
I said, if you want to stop for just a second.
Okay.
I just wanted to emphasize this point. A lot of people, and I don't think Robert says this to be clear, but a lot of people are constantly telling me in comments that there's zero attestation of the name Muhammad before the 8th century or something like that, of any person, not just of the purported prophet. And so Mary there had a gravestone. There are other ones as well. So I just ask that people stop making that claim that the name doesn't exist. That doesn't mean it couldn't also be a title, but don't say the name doesn't exist, because it does.
And there is no inscription in the South that has it with a determinative that would allow it to be a title. And it's also used in other grammar. The same root is used in other forms as names of other people, ordinary people. So it's a root that's used in names in Yemen and in those inscriptions. And it is never attested as a name of any person or as a title of any person toward the north.
So name exists in the South as a name.
Yeah.
No,
and that little green area in between,
mm-hmm.
the little Arabic area in between has almost no inscriptions of anybody. So that farther, and it says Aramaic up here, that's the most common language, but there were Arabic speaking people running around in that area making Arabic inscriptions. But that sort of lower portion there that is in this, they don't put diagonals there to show that it's mixed language, because the settlements were Syriac. But in that kind of region of the Hijaz and in the desert, unless you're in an oasis, a major oasis, you just have barely any inscriptions at all. So in the South, you have inscriptions, it has Muhammad. In the North, you have inscriptions, it has no Muhammad. In the central region, you just really don't have hardly any inscriptions to speak of. They haven't even classified the Thamudic languages yet. So, because there's so few writings.
Well, and he's in the uncorrupted Torah and Gospel, according to the Quran.
Mm-hmm.
Of course, as Ahmed, clearly. As a title. To emphasize this point, this written form has no recorded usage as a name or a title among Jews or Christians who spoke any of the North Semitic languages, including Hebrew, Syriac, and Aramaic. It is a regular name. It was first used by pagans, and it appeared only in Arabic and the old South Arabian languages, where we should expect it with a historical Muhammad. Its form is also interesting. The Shada form.
What?
I said that it's used in Arabic because it is recorded in tradition as being the name of regular people in Arabic as well. Of course, this is not written there, but they had to come up with an explanation as to why people were named Muhammad before Muhammad if they're going to say it's special. It's like, well, everybody knew that his name was going to be Muhammad, and other people just named their kid that hoping that they'd be the right Muhammad is what later Islamic sources said, why there were dudes running around with that name and why people thought it was a regular name. They're like, you're just wrong. It's not a regular name. People just expected their kid to also be super special. Written in English with 2 M's suggests that the original language may have been the old South Arabian Minian language. Secular history tells us that the first kingdom to control the Hijaz was the Minian kingdom. Early Islamic sources inadvertently provide evidence that the first god of the Kaaba was a Minian high god Wad. This puts the Kaaba and Muhammad in the Hijaz, or very close to it. In the Islamic sources, we find that Muhammad's grandfather refused him the family name Qatham, maybe even taking it from him. This is spun as Muhammad being too special for such an ordinary name, but we can suss out from the sources that it's because his grandfather believed him to be illegitimate and instead gave him a man's name connected to the other tribes living around Mecca, basically saying, one of those guys is really your father, so I'm giving you one of their names. So Muhammad's name already places him as...
Sorry, that was funny.
Ordinary man in the peninsula of Arabia. It even suggests the Hijaz. We're already seeing a pattern that will only get clearer. The content and context of the sources support a singular Hijazi man who is a self-declared prophet to be the ultimate origin of Islam. Let's evaluate a critical issue that arises when an alternative to historical singular man Muhammad is claimed. How would a mythical Muhammad been created and promoted? And how would people come to believe in him instead of in their own real history?
This is I said this the other day, but this is kind of like the main issue. Like I think the Muslim sources are kind of crap and so on. So you can dial up all kinds of skepticism when it comes to those sources. So the main issue is whether you can construct a plausible alternative that accounts for all the evidence and doesn't start with a Muhammad that actually existed. So I'm interested in this. Let's see.
Muhammad mythicists who reject normative historical methods propose that the Islamic figure Muhammad was a rewriting of history, usually placing this event during the classical period. Robert himself explicitly endorses this view. This rewriting would be for the purposes of forging a national identity. Authorities would have taken up ref legends about multiple figures, folk history, prophetic expectations, and/or fragments from various religious documents and shaped them into something new. The first text for this, the Quran, was necessarily created in or disseminated from a central location in their theory. The same Muhammad mythicists who demand continuous documentation from Muhammad's birth to the Abbasid state, surviving in period manuscripts, will not be able to provide any of this for their own theories, nor are they able to provide the kind of evidence that normative historical methodology demands. Mainstream historians freely acknowledge that the Quran has no knowledge of any Jewish or Christian scripture or other religious text in a written form. It is able to access them only through oral retellings, which is precisely what Muhammad's contemporaries accuse him of in the Quran itself. Yet Muhammad mythicists stipulate that the Quran, as we have it now, was, at minimum, extensively edited into an unrecognizably new text and religion in a literate environment with knowledge of Jewish and Christian writings. To emphasize, this new text would have had to have been approved of in and disseminated from Syria and/or Mesopotamia, the power centers of the classical caliphate. This is a highly literate area where Jewish and Christian religious texts were in constant use. Yet the Quran did not make use of these, even while it claims it matches the canonical texts. And because it doesn't match and claims it does, it falsifies itself in a way that any interested person could discover for themselves. Let's examine several examples of self-falsification, beginning with how the Quran argues.
What?
Before you get into specific examples, I just wanted to say the main point there, that you have two hypotheses, basically. That the Quran developed up north, where there's lots of literate people who can write and have knowledge of what's going on. And then you have the other hypothesis that it developed down in Arabia and the Hijaz, where people don't have this knowledge. And it might sound like an argument from embarrassment, but what it really is which is the most probable explanation for the evidence that this is being produced by a literate society that's familiar with the biblical history, or an illiterate society that is not familiar with the biblical history.
In
so
terms
that's the
of
idea,
familiar in the way in contact with written texts. Let's be explicit. In contact with written texts. And also there's a very interesting way, and I only had suspicions of this until recently, and interestingly enough, thank you, Robert, the debate preparation for you led me to a book that actually confirmed this thing that was in my head for a while that I was very suspicious of, that the very earliest community thought that the book is what? Anytime it's a book, the book in the Quran is what? It's from God, right? Like, that's all it is. It's the book from God. Otherwise, it's a forgery. And the idea that the genre of book is by default either scripture or forgery was something that I was like, I'm really suspicious that this is what these guys think. But I didn't have confirmation until I ran into a later history that documented, pushback from people going, hey, look, we need to have this jurist material that everybody's ruling from. It needs to be codified, and people need to be able to share the same materials in case people are making stuff up in their little corner. We need to have this thing that everybody across the empire can use and agree on. And we're afraid that people are mucking with stuff. So can we have this document? And the pushback was, it was recorded elsewhere that people were afraid of making things that are rivals of the Quran. And in the context of this early debate, it really did clarify that this guy thought that if it's a book, it's from God or it's a forgery. That was like the idea of the community behind the Quran, which is really interesting stuff. And it does narrow down a lot where they are as well. If you're in a place where people are writing books about all kinds of things, you don't think it's either scripture or a forgery. The authenticity of Muhammad. According to the Quran, Muhammad is prophesied in the scriptures of the Jews and Christians, such that they recognize him as a recognized. Jump in at any point and make objections to anything I'm saying here.
Oh yeah, he can. Yeah, I'm going to leave it up to you, Robert. Anytime you want to pause to respond to anything, you can. Or after she's done this, I could give you a chunk of time to just respond to everything all at once. Up to you.
Well, in terms of it being scripture or forgery, that doesn't have to any necessary connection to whether you're in an environment where there are a lot of books or not, because the question is the veracity of the particular book at hand. It's not whether these are the only options because we don't have any books, and so we either have forgeries or scripture. And so the idea is to challenge or to supposedly refute the claim that the Quran or the preaching of this prophet is a forgery. And so they're trying to set up this dichotomy, which is a false dichotomy to start with, but it doesn't tell us anything actually whatsoever about the environment in which these things were formulated.
All right, I'll continue now. Let's see.
Their sons. What does this mean? Ibn Kathir gives the consensus handed down understanding that Allah said the Jews and Christians know, present tense, Muhammad, based on the news and information they have, present tense, from the previous messengers and prophets, that is, in scripture. This includes his physical description. The only element of the description of Muhammad mentioned explicitly in the classical Islamic sources as being in the scriptures of the Jews and Christians is Muhammad's large, hairy mole. The existence of the mole, its appearance, and its location on his back were supposed to be known to Jews and Christians in their scriptures. So where is anything that could plausibly be a prophet with a holy mole in the previous scriptures?
I want to go through all the arguments that are actually in the Muslim sources that Muslims never, ever, ever use. And it's crazy because the main one I brought up in the debate, the main argument they use for Jews and Christians in the Quran is Muhammad's affirming our scriptures, therefore we should affirm Muhammad and the Quran. And then in the Hadith, you find this, what it's talking about when we find Muhammad mentioned in our scriptures, it's about his great mole. Never hear a Muslim arguing this. And so it's like, it's just weird that you've got all these arguments that are like Allah and Muhammad's like main case for why we should believe in him. And Muslims never touch these things because they're so stupid.
Yeah, you have a Jew saying, "Oh yeah, definitely, I recognized his mole. Yep,
right here, Deuteronomy chapter 45, and he shall have this great mole upon his back, and this will be the proof." Amazing
in
stuff.
The Bahira legend, like what he does is he lifts up his shirt in the Bahira legend, in the one that the Muslims were propagating around, saying there was this priest, and he said that Muhammad is a true prophet, and he knows it so because the scripture describes the mole.
Awesome stuff. Powerful. Makes me want to convert.
It doesn't exist.
This is a trivial note.
What?
This is a trivial note, but Robert really seemed to enjoy this portion of the debate. He's probably too small to tell, but at the time he was definitely chuckling.
Yeah, I saw him laughing.
He was cracking up.
We can all agree there's a lot of stupid stuff in the Muslim sources, regardless of whether we think they're historical or not.
Attempts to cite words of Jesus, but invent something new instead of adapting something that exists in Christian scripture. And the confident assertion that the scriptures with the Jews and Christians clearly predict a Gentile or unlettered prophet is also untrue. it follows that a story of a holy mole would be invented by a 7th century self-declared Hijazi prophet
Holy
if he
moly.
really had a mole. It would serve the purpose for this man of changing this mark from the kind of thing people normatively associate with demons to a proof that he really was a prophet. And no 7th century Hijazi Arab had access to Jewish or Christian scriptures and a language they could understand to contradict him. This was such an important part of Muhammad's prophetic claims that there are many lavish descriptions of this mole from his immediate followers that are carried through into the most highly respected Hadith material, repeated with.
Just to be clear, you arguing that this guy's historical because of all this dumb stuff about his dumb mole? And
Well-
wait, hang on. Let me see if I understand. Let me see if I understand. You have all this dumb stuff about the mole, which would make sense in the dumb environment in which you and I think it arose in. But if it was arising in a later environment where they have more access to the script, it would have been way more likely that they would have adapted something specifically from those scriptures that actually fit, rather than make up this really stupid story that would have been easy to test at that time, but would have been difficult to test during Muhammad's time because they didn't know what's in there. Is that the basic point?
And there's also the fact that a mark like a mole on the body is, in many cultures, including Arab culture, like something like that is considered like you've been touched by the jinn by default. Like it's a satanic dark thing.
If he's been touched by the jinn, I think those moles should have been all over his butt.
Yeah,
Anyway, sorry.
But anyway, it even in the womb, like you've been affected by dark forces. That was the belief. And there are these hadith about how shy Muhammad was as a boy, and other people would take off their shirts and he wouldn't. That's like, oh, he's so shy. It's like, no, he has a mole that everybody would say was a jinn mark. His nurse thought he was possessed and ditched him back on his mom. Like, there's something wrong with your kid. I'm not having this kid anymore. Get him out of here. Like, there are all these jinn things that kind of follow him around, and that would be something that would be, people would just go, this guy's jinn touched, look at the mark on his back. But now he's like, hey, no, it's the seal of the prophet. And he came up with this whole thing, and the whole thing started whenever he had the letters. And again, this is how chains of things locked together unintentionally. It's not one coherent story made up by one author, but he's like, I want to send off letters because I'm super important now. And they're like, oh, if you send off letters, important people have this thing. It's called a seal. You need to get a signet ring and have a seal like all these important people. He's like, oh, make me a signet ring. So they make him a signet ring, and then he stamps the red wax and he looks at it, and it's a signet ring with like letters on it. He's like, oh, that kind of reminds me of the texture of the mole I've got. And, people tell me it's kind of purpley red. Oh, I have a seal. And then he started making up all sorts of crazy stuff. Like every prophet has Allah's mark on him someplace. So his was a special seal of the prophet, and he is as a whole is the one who is the bearer of the seal, and he is the seal of the prophets because of this mole on his back. But he also said, like, so-and-so had Allah written on his tongue, and started making up all these things about other prophets. So, like, I connect all these guys. I have a mole, and it has Allah's name on it, and all the little wrinkles or whatever, and you look at it really carefully, it's totally Allah's name. So it totally is. And this guy, he has Allah on his tongue, and this other guy, he had some sort of special something. So he was making up things that verified a human being, but the fact that it would be so suspicious to begin with, to say, hey, you have a mole, and so ludicrous to say that that's totally in the Torah and the Injil. In fact, the first accusations of fabrication that emerge, that, the Christians and Jews have changed their scripture, is that the people around us have deleted references to the physical description of Muhammad, aka the mole. They're accusing us of deleting the mole. And that's the first accusation of corruption that comes out. So it was very important to these folks that, anyone who had seen it was like, I once saw the mole. And I'm sure people were lying and saying, oh, I saw it too. I totally saw it too. But this points to it being a real mole and a real prophet.
Hey, Thaddeus, I understand why all of your live streams with Mary are 5 hours long.
It take long. Yeah.
Yeah.
He likes to talk. Robert likes to talk too, though. In fairness, I did want to say one thing, real quick, Robert. I just want to say one thing about what Mary said. That it is really funny that Muslims today tell us the only part of the Bible that's not corrupted is the prophecies of Muhammad, but the first Muslims are saying the only part that is corrupted is the prophecies of Muhammad.
Hey, mention that to me later, Thaddeus, as well, because that's an important little video. All the That's the parts they corrupted, the parts about Muhammad in the Bible. They removed them. And now Muslims today say the only parts of the Bible that are reliable are the prophecies about Muhammad that we quote. That is interesting.
The emphasis through the end of the 15th century. It is not plausible for powers of the classical caliphate to invest in such a suspicious mole story, or to promote new words for Christ, or to rely on a non-existent prophecy. The caliphate existed in a context where the Jewish and Christian scriptures were readily available to reference, to evaluate truth claims about them. These claims were not only easy to disprove, but made Islam look foolish to anyone with a basic familiarity of either set of scriptures.
All right,
It follows it is not plausible to
stop that there.
What's up?
There's just one thing about this. Assuming that the some authority that's creating this has access to the earlier scriptures, because they must have, because they were the kings of the area, this is not necessarily so in the slightest degree, because you're assuming post-Gutenberg situation. The books in those days had to be written out by hand and were very rare, which also attests to the falsity of the Hadith. For example, that battle where they put the Qurans, everybody's got a mushaf, and they put the Qurans on their swords, and their Ali and Muawiyah are going to fight it out, and they decide that they'll have a truce instead. And I'm thinking they're going to risk these books that had to be copied out by hand, and everybody just happens to be carrying one around. It's in the first place, it's absolutely ridiculous that they had that any of them had it, or that they would have risked its existence by bringing it out to a battlefield. But in any case, the point is that there is no necessity to that they had access to the earlier scriptures. Even if Abdul Malik and Hajjaj ibn Yusuf put the whole of Islam together, which I'm not contending, but even if it were some sort of a centralized project, in other words, they didn't necessarily have access. And I think it's very clear that they did not have access to the earlier written scriptures. And also, you actually provided the I'm sorry, I'm getting very tired here.
So everyone knows, this is around Robert's normal bedtime. The rest of us stay up late.
You provided the explanation for the seal, for the mole, when you said it was a seal, and tell the story about the letters and the wax, because this is exactly what it is. It's the seal that he's a prophet. He is actually signed like a letter from Allah. And as you noted, every prophet is. Now, it's a lot of hogwash, but this is why this kind of story is invented. It sounds ludicrous to us, and you figure, oh, it must be a guy with a big hairy mole, and so he's going around saying he's a prophet, and this is the explanation. Actually, this is one of the clearly legendary elements of the Hadith, that he had this big old mole that is the indication, the sign, and everybody knows, Bahira and everybody knows he was a Christian monk, folks, in case you're not familiar with the story. Bahira sees Muhammad when he's a kid, and he sees the mole. He's, oh, this is the guy that we're all waiting for. You didn't know you were waiting for somebody, Christians, but that's the story. And the point is, the seal is exactly the sign that he's a prophet. And that's exactly why it was invented, the big hairy mole. And the seal of the prophets itself is, incidentally, since I'm not sure people are aware, that the Zainab story, one of the principal stories for the criterion of embarrassment, that he marries such a dirty old man, and he marries his former daughter-in-law because he just can't control himself. And even his son-in-law knows, his adopted son, knows this. This is actually establishing that he is the seal of the prophets, and that the seal, the prophecy does not extend to his children, because he has no sons. All the prophets are related, and if he had had a son, he would have been a prophet. So he has to not have a son, neither natural nor adopted. And that's why 3340 concludes by saying Muhammad is the seal of the prophets, when it's been talking about Zayd and Zainab. It's not just a crazy change of subject. It's actually the culmination of the whole story. And I'm sorry, there's more. Goodness, sorry, but anyway, that's enough for now.
Oh, I got a point. I would lean in Mary's direction on this, but I would also point out that by the time you get to Ibn Ishaq, he's clearly familiar with the Gospel of John. Supposedly, you got converts there and so on. So he's clearly familiar with the Gospel of John, and so, if this is if basically by the time they're writing down the history of Muhammad and so on, if they're familiar with all these texts, if they're familiar, in other words, if Islam is being invented later and they're familiar with the texts, then the question is, why are they inventing these silly stories? But even if either way, by the time they're writing things down, by the time they're writing things down, they're including these stories. So they would be familiar with the Bible, according to Mary's view, by the time they're writing this stuff down. So why did they even include it, or why didn't they rewrite it during this time? So in other words,
because it's an indictment. It's an indictment of the Jews and the Christians.
No. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. I'm saying if Mary's saying that this must have been authentic because if they were inventing it later, they would have been familiar with the Christian sources and they would have wrote better stuff. Mm-hmm. Well, I'm saying by the time we have writings, they're familiar. It's the same time. It's the same time frame, and so they would just be using better stuff, even if.
I don't think that's a given necessarily.
No, I'm agreeing with you, Robert. That's in your favor, Robert. I'm saying so if Mary is saying that by the time they're making up this, according to your theory, that by the time they're making up stories about Muhammad, if they're inventing this religion, well, they would have been more familiar with the Bible by the time they're inventing the religion, and therefore they'd have made their arguments fit the scriptures better. I'm saying that even according to Mary's view, by the time they're actually writing like Ibn Ishaq or the Hadith or something like that, all these various Hadiths, they're familiar. They according to her view, they would have been familiar with that. So even then, since we know they were making stuff up, they would have made up better stuff.
No, that's not my view. That's not my view. My view is that it's mostly static. That at this point they had very little that they had the flexibility to fabricate by the beginning of the 8th century. And I'm not the one who's saying that this was one of the most literate areas in the world at this time. The scholars talk about the literacy and the level of dialogue between Jews and Christians and different sects of Christianity and the usage and prevalence now after Justinian made an enormous effort to spread, make sure all the churches had Bibles and all the priests could read and write and teach people from these, that all of this was widely available. And we find that there is actually a debate between a bishop and an early governor. I think it's a Maronite bishop actually, and an early governor, and the governor who is Muslim, and the 7th century who is asking questions, and he just gets steamrolled. He gets bodied by the bishop, even though the bishop's being really careful because the dude can kill him, right? And he has to run over to the Jews and ask, hey, is it true that your Genesis also says this? And the Jew just kind of refuses to answer, like, oh, I don't know. Because, of course, at this time, they're still monolingual, so they didn't have access to this. So we have evidence of that Islam as such, from this dialogue between a bishop that is recorded in the Christian sources and this governor, that the basic ideas of Islam and their attack against the divinity of Christ, and that he rose and died and rose again, and all of this was already in place. So I'm not just saying, well, I just feel like this is a literate area. I'm basing this on what other scholars say. And I don't have a quote right in front of me because I didn't pull it up ahead of time, but I can find them. The Caliphate is responsible for the contents of the Quran in a significant way, and the contents of later materials like the Hadith and the Sirat literature were also constrained to support historical events that people widely remembered and transmitted. Let's move on to the Quran. Why is it true according to its own main argument? The Quran is supposed to be true because it confirms, verifies, certifies, proves true the scripture that is currently with the Jews and Christians, between their hands, in front of them. In the Quran, the scripture of the Christians and the Jews is called reliable by Allah, who demands that they rely upon it because it will lead them to affirm that they recognize Muhammad and recognize the scripture that he brings as identical to their own. The Quran is supposed to give the same revelation that is in other scriptures, all from the same heavenly book, just in different languages. This is only evidence if it's true, but also if everyone already accepts as true that this book can't plausibly be a human copy or translation. The argument rests on two pillars. One, the inaccessibility of the matching text requiring a miracle for a match to occur, and two, that it really does match. A Muhammad from Mecca would not have access to Jewish and Christian scriptures, and neither would his followers, so he could be confident in not being held accountable for what he claimed about them. Therefore, it worked for him in his context, but it doesn't match what it claims it does, and so it self-falsifies to anyone in a more educated context. The argument that the Quran gives for its authenticity, which later Hadith and Sirah material supports, demonstrates that the classical caliphate state did not create or choose to promote the canonical Quran or Mohammedan accounts. Instead, it was saddled with them. In fact, the clear false claims of the Quran caused serious problems from the lifetime of Muhammad forward. To sidestep these issues, the classical caliphate was forced to forbid Muslims from reading Jewish and Christian scriptures. They were also forced to declare that a non-Muslim who read or studied the Quran was under a death sentence. Non-Muslims could only hope to learn what they might happen to overhear. You had to convert before you found out what was in the Quran, and once you did, you would be killed if you left. This shows that the caliphate knew.
Mm-hmm. I want to actually push back on Mary here. You argue that, yeah, exactly. You're arguing that this would be easily falsified in the North, let's just say the North, and in the South, it wouldn't be. And therefore, it's more likely to come from the South. But whatever, central. Yeah. But on the other hand, wouldn't this be a much more appealing thing in the North than in the central region? So like in Muhammad's region or his purported region, why would people care whether it confirmed the Bible or not? Whereas if you're like,
oh, that's a great question,
giving this argument to Christians, they'd be much more inclined to take this argument. So why would your Muhammad or be making this argument in the first place?
So it's clearly not to Christians in context. It's saying, if you doubt us, go ask the Jews and Christians. They're going to agree. And Christians, when they come along, they need to judge by it. But what is happening in Mecca politically? Ibn Huwayrith, who is, his first name is Uthman, like there are tons of Uthman, so it's confusing. But anyway, he's a cousin of Khadija. There are several other people. There have been religious disputes in Mecca, documented in the sources, about what they should do. They are a Lahab tribe, which means that they do not recognize an overlord. They felt extraordinarily frightened by Abraha's expedition, even though Abraha didn't even know that they were there. But if they start to project their power, they need an important ally. They are squeezed between the Sasanians and Rome, and Sasanian and Roman allies, and they're off by themselves, and they're negotiating this delicate little dance. And there was a large segment in Mecca who were saying, hey, look, we should get on board with this Christianity thing, and then we can be a client of Rome. Rome will support us. We'll be independent. We'll be able to control this route. We'll get rich that way. It'll work for us. And other people are like, what are you talking about? The whole reason that people are coming to our big fair on the route is because it's right before the Hajj. Like, people come and visit and stay at the market before the Hajj, then they do the Hajj, and then we have all of these skins from the Hajj to be able to take to the North. So you have a context also of collapsing polytheism, where tribe after tribe after tribe is converting away from regarding any of the old gods as important. You also have this weird group out here, the Hanifa, and they're called the Banu Hanifa, but Hanifa is not a valid three-letter triliteral root, and the meaning is most likely pagan, so it's most likely referring to the fact that they are these weird culty pseudo-Christian group, because they had a bunch of prophets who popped up from there too. And so you have all of these competing religious things. So what is he doing? He's saying, look, we can keep our own special identity, and you have your own prophet. You don't have to feel inferior to anyone else. We've always been this proud people. We don't subject ourselves to others. And I am on par with these other figures, and I'm the central figure for here, and we'll be able to engage not as, pathetic subjects or whatever, but they'll totally accept me, and we'll be on an equal footing with these Jews and Christians because they know who I am, and we'll be all on the same team, and we won't have to give up anything. So that's really the dialogue that's going on here. There are all sorts of political background to this that go back several decades before Muhammad, even before Muhammad was born, that is preserved and brought out very well by Kister and his materials.
Little side note, Robert, I know, as I pointed out already, and I've known for a long time, your bedtime is significantly earlier than it is for the rest of us. You go to bed at a normal time. We stay up all night and live stream and stuff like that. So it's totally up to you. But I don't know if you actually get tired and you're like, I need to go to bed. What we could do under that option, we could finish Mary. We could finish Mary's thing, and then we could basically let Robert respond to anything he wants to respond to, and then if you want to cut out, you can, and we'll play your we'll go ahead and play your arguments from the debate, and then like Thaddeus and I can defend them against Mary's.
So I will do my best to defend Robert's points if he wants to cut out,
or we can push through as we've been doing. Either way.
David, I got to apologize. I was up most of the night last night and was going to nap today and didn't get to, and so I'm fading fast here. So I have to apologize for I probably should have just not come on, but in any case, that sounds great. Why don't we finish this? Okay. Which one would hope would take not too much more than 8:41.
Yeah.
And then
we will pause it.
Let's
do that. We'll play the 8:40.
I actually have a few things, and then I'll go home, and you all carry on. You can just tear apart everything I'm saying.
I will. No, I will try to defend you, Robert.
We will defend you. We will defend your honor, Robert.
Yeah. And I actually want to articulate some of your arguments really well because that I've heard before.
Some of them are good.
Yeah. Because they need to be addressed, right? I don't want to be like, haha, he has left. I could say whatever, right?
Robert is running from my powerful arguments.
He looks miserable.
I think that there's a whole lot in here, if you don't mind the book plug. Yep. This book, nobody read this book, and
I read it. I think it over here. Hang on.
Adds a great deal to this debate, but in any case,
and I went through it.
I read the original one.
Not stuff that anybody is.
I read the original one. Did Muhammad exist?
I read both of them. Yeah. I read both of them.
David didn't read it.
A whole different approach to how the biography is dealt with. It's not Did Muhammad Exist? It's a separate book.
And we just want to clarify, everyone, we're talking about a book plug, not a zut plug. Two completely different things. One is something from Muhammad.
It is full of annoyed scribblings.
Uh-oh. Very rude. Very rude.
That's good. Yeah. That's
okay.
Good.
So we'll check out the rest of this, and then Robert can respond to everything he wants to respond to, and then he can cut out, and then we'll watch all his arguments. All right, here we go.
That the Quran was not only not persuasive to outsiders, they knew that the Quran also invited Muslims themselves to apostasy if they were permitted to examine its claims. Yet this is the Quran that Muhammad mythicists claim that the caliphate is responsible for the purposes of strengthening the state and providing rhetorical arguments for its new religion. All right. The historical evidence shows that the Quran itself was compiled shortly after Muhammad's death in largely the form we have now. This is proven by the Sanaa manuscript, whose lower text can be confidently dated before 669. This damaged manuscript preserves a fifth of the modern Quran, yet contains no variants that are greater than the length of a phrase. Within its surviving text blocks, there are no extra verses or missing verses, and the verses are in the same order. That doesn't mean there are no variants. In fact, the Sanaa has 61 compared to the Hafs version most popular now, which would work out to about 300 across a complete manuscript. These kinds of variants are not the kind of thing that the classical scholars were unaware of or that they tried to conceal. Rather, we have people like Muqatil trying to systematically document every variant beginning in the 8th century, a project that continued past the classical age. This is evidence that the Quran was originally recorded by various scribes as the dictated words of Muhammad, which he sometimes did not remember exactly the same in different reciting sessions, despite the manuscripts he had to help his memorizing. This is evidence against the idea that the Quranic text was a later concoction. If the text is novel, there should be no phrase-level variants to record. Instead, the scholars should be so lax in their view of what is proper Quran that they wouldn't notice even a substantial change. Furthermore, if they were part of the group who concocted it, then they would not invent minor variants to cast doubt on their own work. It's these word-level and phrase-level variants that were marginalized by the central authority, yet none of them gives us a book that is different in its basic content and message about theology or the state. Before and after standardization, the Quran was, for any historian, the same basic book. The greatest difference in manuscripts concerned 5 short prayers and whether they should be called Quran or something else. Their existence and their divine authenticity were not debated, only their inclusion in a Quran manuscript. The sources that Muhammad mythicists like to depend on to claim that the Quran was a flexible text that existed in many forms instead show that it existed from the outset in slightly different but very rigid versions. People fought hard against giving up their 2 extra prayers. This is the opposite of people who would accept a radically different Quran. Returning to the contents of the sources, they reveal that it must come from the context of a place like the real historical Mecca, which was poor, undeveloped, and had no agriculture or detailed knowledge of how people and civilization lived. This is formative to the ideas of the world expressed in the Islamic sources. We know that early Mecca had no cultivated plants, which the Quran explicitly says is true of the location where his holy temple is that he claimed that Abraham built. In fact, the Quran knows so little about agriculture that Allah claims to have created all food-producing plants in mated pairs, boy wheat and girl wheat, boy date trees and girl date trees. They mate and the girls bear fruit, the same as animals. Thus, the Quran could not have been produced in an agricultural context, which excludes Syria, Mesopotamia, and even oases from being the first context for the content of the book. Furthermore, the Quran and the Hadith attributed to Muhammad have no knowledge of perennial rivers. Instead, the Quran thinks that rivers are underground flows of water that occasionally pop up into oases. Even the rivers of paradise don't flow over the land. This places the Quran among a people who are isolated from areas with knowledge of rivers, which would exclude Mesopotamia and the Levant. Muhammad's paradise promises palaces for its inhabitants, but the floors of these palaces will still be made of dirt. They will be really nice dirt. The dirt will be made out of musk, but they will still be dirt floors. This places the Quran in the context of the mind of a person who couldn't imagine a house that had floors made of anything but dirt. Islamic sources clearly record that Muhammad's fear of toilet demons kept the Muslims from using latrines of the Medinans for years. Instead, he kept to the primitive Bedouin practice of defecating outside that is reported as being practiced at Mecca. This isn't an isolated report, but provides the context for Islamic law to this day. It directly led to Umar manipulating Allah into revealing the verse of the hijab by harassing women who were out defecating by night in the fields. If you have no primitive Meccan toilet habits, you would have no hijab today. All of this because Muhammad was a historical figure from a historical place that fits Mecca. Islam is also permanently shaped by Muhammad getting repeatedly tricked by the Jews of Medina, according to the Islamic sources themselves. These reports belong to a context where Muhammad and his followers don't realize he was tricked. A Jewish woman tricked Muhammad into teaching that people get tortured in the grave, and the primary reason is because of urine. The Jews got him to include the stories of the 7 sleepers of Ephesus and the Alexander romance in the Quran and claim that they're in the Torah too. The Jews got Allah to say that they accurately know things about the ruh, or spirit, that Allah won't tell Muhammad or put in the Quran. They got the Quran to state that people accurately know how long the sleepers slept and how many there are, but the Quran itself is unable to say which report is true. That Muhammad failed, or at least some of these tests, is transparent to anyone with a basic Jewish or Christian education in late antiquity, and it is even suggested by the sources internally themselves. The fact that these events remain intact points to an authentic failure of a charismatic leader who was able to wave it off and deny it to his devoted followers. But this failure is one that they nevertheless recorded and transmitted because it is a true event that they were able to falsely contextualize as a success only because of their location and lack of knowledge. In this time, we have explored just a few pieces in the vast body of evidence that together points to a historical Muhammad. Every piece of evidence, textual or otherwise, consists of its content, and it comes from a specific context. When you instead try to force material into an artificial model, you lose the understanding of it. You erase the man who went around telling people that his mole proves he is a prophet, and the Jewish and Christian scriptures say so. You erase the Quranic author's certainty that it had the same contents as contemporary canonical Jewish and Christian scriptures. If you deny that Muhammad was a form of an ordinary existing name, you endorse the view that something special is at work if a child was given this name and grew up to claim to be a prophet. By discounting Mecca, you erase the Quran's mistakes about agriculture and its ignorance about how rivers work, and you deny that Muslims honor a genuinely pre-existing stone idol at a pagan shrine that is in no way unique among many other Iron Age pagan shrines.
55 seconds.
The content and context of the materials concerning Muhammad do not indicate that they are a product of the 8th to 10th century caliphate. Rather, the materials yield innumerable threads of data that weave together to create a stark tapestry of a 7th century self-proclaimed Arabian prophet who hails from a Hijazi pagan shrine with no first-hand knowledge of the Jewish or Christian scriptures that he invokes in order to validate himself and his supposed holy book. Thank you. Do I say we have everything now?
This continues a little
Do
longer.
I say our sources are better than any other source that ever existed?
There's a couple more points here.
No.
2 minutes worth.
But they are real sources that do need accounting for. They're not perfect. No sources are perfect. People had motives. People had desires. But they're real people existing in a real time. And as a final kind of important point, and I would have liked to have turned this into something that's really more condensed, but it's really hard because there's so much information. The earliest sirah that was exhaustively done and published was actually published by someone who died in about 729. Fragments of this do survive, like physical fragments from the 8th century do survive. We have early tafsir that are compiled and surviving. We also have fragments of people from as early as the 7th century, very small physical fragments of writings that are otherwise lost do survive. And people talk about these writings. They contain about the same things as the fragments do. So this points to the reliability. A large body of theological debate over the sources, the same sources that we have now, had emerged in very early Islam. They emerged by the second fitna in 685. People are already having fights over meanings. And a lot of this is not political. A good portion of it is because Islam was always political, but large portions aren't political. Like, what's Allah? Does he have features? Does he have a body? Does he have attributes at all? Does he not have attributes? Is the Quran created? These are all very early debates. And yes, the flowering of these debates are later, but they're rooted in actual real early historical things. And the mythicists rely on this supposed unknown gap where anything could have happened to allow there anything to happen, of which they have no evidence, no documentation. They can bring forward no positive case, no evidence of what they're saying, no evidence of this construct.
All right, so that's what Thaddeus included in the most relevant clips from Mary. Robert, you can now take as much time, uninterrupted time, as you want to respond to anything, and then we will continue after that.
Yeah, thanks, and thank you to everyone here. Sorry,
Right.
Anyway,
in Robert's defense, I've been there. I've been there.
Man.
Yeah, been there many times.
So anyway, several things in general. I didn't see, maybe I missed it, but I didn't see in that summary video anything about the coins, and I know we talked about the coins before, but I still haven't heard any adequate explanation of why there would be coins produced with a Muhammad and a cross. You talk about the Christians wouldn't have stood for it if it didn't have a cross. Well, then why did they have Muhammad on it also? If you just have Christian coins, you don't need Muhammad on it. And if they are Mohammedan coins, you don't need a cross on it. So you got coins that have Muhammad and a cross, you got a problem for the historical narrative of the idea that the people who produced these coins are people who knew Muhammad and heard him say, Jesus will come back and break the cross and so on. Why would they dare to put this hated symbol on their coins? Mecca, of course, Patricia Crona has written extensively and documented that there was no Mecca at the time of Muhammad, which destroys the whole historical basis for the Hadith. To say that it corresponds to some of the aspects of what the Quran describes ignores the fact that it doesn't correspond to some of them. As you yourself were just saying, that it undercuts the geographical errors that the Quran makes. Well, the Quran makes the geographical errors because it wasn't referring to Mecca, which didn't exist at that time. And so there's a great deal of evidence for that. Also, we talked about the title before, so I don't have anything else to add on that. But I have a general question that I didn't ask during the debate, which is that if you understand and accept the massive amount of forgery that was done, that Muslims, as we have discussed here tonight, that Muslims themselves admit, and the science of Hadith was designed to solve the problem created by. If you understand and accept the tremendous historical problems revolved around the Hadith, then actually on what basis do you accept that Muhammad is a historical character? You don't accept that the Isnad chains are reliable. And so why pick those stories and not other stories out of the voluminous Hadith collections that tell all kinds of different stories that are glossed over in the standard Islamic narrative? Like, I did talk about Kutam in the debate and Seraphel, the angel, and so on, that these stories indicate a lack of standardization to the narrative. And so on what basis do you decide that the standard Islamic narrative actually is in the main reliable, since the Muslims themselves accept it on the basis of criteria that you don't accept? That is the reliability of the Isnad chain and so on. And finally, another problem about this, another question about this that has nothing to do with this at all, except it does. And that is that I first wrote Did Muhammad Exist in 2010, and I revised it about 10 years after that, and then wrote Muhammad, A Critical Biography, that one in 2024. And I thought there might be some Muslims who would debate it, and David and I debated Omar Bakri and Anjem Chowdhury about it way back.
They did a crap
before
job.
either of you were. Yeah, they did a crap job. They said the Quran says it, so therefore he existed. That was really the base, the beginning and end of their argument. It was ludicrous. But
just one second, Robert. I just wanted to tell people about that. I think they could still find it. But yeah, so that was that was me and Robert in a 2-on-2 debate versus a Muslim sheikh and Anjem Chowdhury, who eventually went to prison for being a terrorist. But I said at the beginning of the debate, I said, hey, I actually believe that Muhammad existed, but I don't believe you guys can defend it using the methods that you have at your disposal, because your methods are crap, basically. And they couldn't. At the end of the day, it was just, but we believe in the Quran. We believe in the Quran. It was terrible. So there is a valid point there about the terrible historical method that Muslims have, and fortunately, it's now coming to the surface thanks to Sheikh Yasser Qadhi. But sorry, just want to give people the background.
Anyway,
of what you're saying.
Yeah, I appreciate that, because I know that I'm leaving all kinds of gaps in this tonight. But in any case, the point being I expected to be debating Muslims about it, although no Muslim has ever wanted to
Don't want to
debate
touch
it,
it.
actually, because I think that that's because they know they can't win. They can, do all they have their tried and tested dawa about how, it fools people who don't know anything about Islam that the violent passages of the Quran are all about the 7th century and don't apply now, and Aisha was 30 or whatever. You've heard it all before, and they have all those that they can trot out in debates, but they don't have any answer to this stuff, and so they avoid it. But I'm not even talking about them. The reason why I'm mentioning this is because I never expected in all these years to be debating this with people who are also criticizing Islam. Now, David and I did it, and I always thought David was half serious because David is half serious about everything, but also because David argued the other side, as he noted, with Chowdhury and Bakri and me. And David, I've seen one time we were at I think this was at breakfast in Phoenix when we were filming Islamicize Me, and we had breakfast with Vocab Malone and some other people, and Vocab, I don't know why, but he was on a tear that morning. He was really wanting to debate about Orthodoxy versus Protestantism. And me being an Orthodox Christian, he started peppering me with questions and challenging me. And I was thinking, man, I just want some bacon and eggs, man. But anyway, we started arguing these questions, and David starts arguing orthodoxy. And I thought, David is just this mad genius who can argue anything. And I respect that. I admire that a great deal. I wish I could do that. But the point is, I don't understand why this is such a big deal among Christian apologists and critics of Islam. I don't see why we can't just let 100 flowers bloom, and you do your thing and I'll do my thing and somebody else will do his thing, and we don't be sniping at each other about it. I don't get that. And I
Before you
guess
go, can I at least
and
answer
I'm not
that
making
piece?
Well,
any
no, I'll
accusations
answer that,
of
Mary. Go
anybody
ahead.
here.
Mhm.
But the thing is, I think that, one concern that I've heard people say, and I'll just stop after this, is that the same methodology, if you are too radical about it, will destroy Christianity. I think, well, if it will, then it oughta. That's my response to that. If Christianity can't stand up to historical scrutiny, then we shouldn't be Christians. If Christianity is not based on actual historical fact, it's a historical religion. And so the idea that we can't pursue historical criticism of Islam because it will lead to criticism of Christianity, I think that's a very dangerous idea, actually, that we should be saying, on the contrary, I welcome if Muslims want to take the methodology I used in Did Muhammad Exist and Muhammad, a Critical Biography, and write about Jesus or debate about it. I'm actually debating Hikikaju about this, and I hate debating Hikikaju because he's a big liar and he's a creep.
Biggest.
But I
even according to his fellow Muslims.
Yeah, and I decided to go ahead, though, because I believe, as a Christian, that the historical basis for Christianity is actually much stronger than the historical basis for Islam. And yet I heard somebody arguing and saying we got to be careful about this because there's actually more attestation of Muhammad in the early texts than there is for Jesus. I think that's not actually true. And so I'm going to endeavor to show that in the Hikikaju debate in November. And in the meantime, I just am issuing a general call. Can't we all just get along and live in peace with one another, because we are ultimately all working on the same side for the same goals. That's all.
Yeah, and to those kind of two issues you brought up, Robert. As far as we already mentioned this. I've been saying for years, run both arguments, and we don't need to have just one approach for that applies to everyone and so on. So as far as debating the issue, I love the debate just because I just get to focus on the principle of embarrassment, and I love debates where Islam loses no matter who wins. I would love that. I would love any debate like that where no matter who wins,
Yeah,
Islam loses.
and we did that last year at what
Earlier
do you
this year.
call it? DebateCon.
Yeah, it was earlier this
Was it
year.
earlier?
Yeah, it was like
Yeah.
January or February or something
Yeah.
like that. Yeah. So I know.
So
Yeah. So that's one purpose of debating the issue is if Muslims aren't going to debate it, fine, we can debate it, but Muslims aren't going to like the way we debate it. So I love the debate for that, from that perspective. But as far as why it's becoming kind of an issue is there are people on your side, not followers of you, but they have the position that Muhammad didn't exist, and they're becoming a serious nuisance. Not you, and not anyone who's following you that I'm aware of. But basically, anytime we're in a discussion with someone, they kind of derail the discussion with, "Oh, but Muhammad never existed." In other words, if I'm on Twitter right now, and a Muslim's talking about Muhammad being the great moral example, and I bring up Muhammad and Aisha, and the Muslim says, "No, Aisha was 18," and I start saying, "No, she wasn't. Look at these sources," and so on. They'll come in and start derailing. But Muhammad never existed, David. Why aren't you arguing this and stuff? And
yeah,
then it
they've
sidetracks
been
it.
doing that to me for 15 years. I think it's nuts, as you know. It's just as I explained. Muhammad says and does certain things according to books Muslims believe. And consequently, we have to attack those books mercilessly and show how they're not only false, but they're evil. And they
And
lead people to take evil for good. And consequently, there's no problem with that. But it's a separate issue as to whether these books have historical value or not.
And the other issue is that people are saying things that are so transparently untrue that what happens is that Muslims run off to a Muslim discussion board, and the Muslim discussion board gives them 15 sources that prove that the statement that was said was untrue. That is a second issue.
Well,
Yeah,
there are
so-
going to be bad debaters everywhere. I mean, look at Nadir
It's not
Ahmed.
a bad
They're-
debaters.
they're-
It's teaching people to say things that are untrue.
Yeah, so
Like,
Robert, that's and
everyone-
as far as I know, that has nothing to do with you either, Robert. It's
No,
but
no, it has
there
nothing
are
to do with
there are people who are spreading bad arguments, and Christians are absorbing some bad arguments and then running with the bad arguments. And we're like, if some of these arguments become popular and Christians start using certain arguments that are just they do not stand up to scrutiny, then it's going to be, if it becomes popular for Christians to attack Islam in that way, and it's a bad argument, then it's going to be like a holes in the narrative situation where people finally respond to it, and then they go, look at what these Christians are arguing. So those are the kind of concerns. One, we don't want bad arguments. We don't want any bad arguments that are based on just shoddy material or shoddy research or something like that. And then I agree with you completely. As long as we're on the same page, hey. These guys are attacking the Muslim sources and really showing how none of it stands up to scrutiny, and these guys are blasting away at what the sources actually say. Totally fine with all that, and I'd be happy to continue that forever. On kind of the other issue that you mentioned, that there are people who, well, hey, if you're examining Islam critically, then what happens if people do that to Christianity? Well, people have been doing that to Christianity for a long time.
Yeah,
I think
several hundred years.
I think the concern is that if people are concerned that that the people who are defending the claim that Muhammad didn't exist, if they're relying on sort of a hyper skepticism, which I don't think you would say you did, but from the view of some people, if you're relying on kind of hyper skepticism where you just try to explain away anything or any reference or stuff and say it can't be trusted or we can doubt this or something like that, then if you apply this sort of hyper skeptical approach to Christianity, you already have people denying the existence of Jesus. They're not respected at all. In fact, Bart Ehrman mocked the stuff out of them.
Yeah.
But I think people are saying that if your level of skepticism is too extreme, and then you apply that elsewhere, you could basically deny the existence of all kinds of stuff through history. But I don't think you'd think
sure.
that that's what you're doing.
Well, that's exactly the whole idea of this debate coming up, and I hope that I have time to do it justice, because he came at me, Hikikaju, with this idea, with this claim that the Hadith are more reliable historically than the New Testament,
That's
which
ridiculous.
is just so howlingly false.
Um,
And so I'm going to show, and I hope definitively, or at least a reference people can use for a while, that this is not something that's even close to true.
Mhm.
And I don't fear historical criticism. I was very consumed by it. As a matter of fact, in college and graduate school when I first encountered it, and I think the best thing that Christians can do is actually do what I did and read a whole lot of it. And then you after a while you start to see what makes sense and what's just asserted without evidence. And there's a lot of that you should guard against. And how there's so much contradiction in it and so on. And that the New Testament is actually on much more solid footing than most people give it credit for. But the inquiry itself should not be shied away from. It's something that will end up strengthening your faith and not weakening it if you pursue it.
And I would say we're going to be looking forward to that debate. All right. Anything else, Robert, before you cut out?
No, I appreciate it, and I have to apologize to all of you for tonight because I'm just not at my best. But,
No problem. We've already
in
been
any
going
case-
for,
Hey, I just
for
wanted
3
to
hours.
thank you, Robert, for doing this. I
Yeah.
think it was very valuable to show that we can disagree on topics and discuss topics without like being mad at each other. And
Yeah, well, this is very important. I've been concerned about these things going on lately, and it's just handing ammunition to the opposition to do this. And it's perfectly reasonable for us to pursue different tracks and even have different points of view as to whether something is even wise to pursue or not. If somebody's doing something unwise, well, that's not my business, really. There's plenty of people out there, and I can't stop them.
And I have to say, it's important to continue having the friendly debates. Maybe we have to revisit our debate each year, Robert, because there's always new research coming out and stuff. And like, I didn't even argue about the men of Al Zut. I wouldn't mind basing my entire opening statement just on the men of Al Zut, and you can.
Well, everybody would love that. It's all they talk about now everywhere.
That would be funny.
I don't know if Mary and Thaddeus, if you know this, but David and I do this week in Jihad every week, and all the probably 75-80% of the comments are Azut, Azut, Azut all the time. Everything is them, and it's kind of wild because, like I said before, it's not like this is really anything new. We knew that this was in there. And it's just, well, I guess these people didn't know it was in there, and so they're just having fun.
Well, it's just funny. I know a lot of these little stories in the Muslim sources, and I know I could really popularize them because some of them sound bad, and I'm more interested in other things. It's when Muslims keep crossing lines and keep lying that I'm like, okay, you crossed a line, and now I'm going to popularize something, and it's going to get thrown in your face for the rest of your life, and see how you like that.
Yes. Well, anyway, I love you all, and thank you. I'm sorry for fading tonight, but anyway, we'll keep talking about all this, I suppose. And I am going to sign off.
All right.
So God bless.
All right, brother.
God bless.
Catch you next time.
Okay.
And I will
So,
address the Queen's first.
Mary, I wanted to say one thing before I take Robert mode, because
Okay.
I'm going to try to defend him as best I can the rest of the way. But
Maybe
I did want to
humiliated.
answer his question about why Muslims are unwilling to debate this topic. And he is, in a sense, correct that it's because they're afraid of the topic, but not for the reasons of they can't defeat the topic. It's because the way they would have to address it would reveal a bunch of issues that they don't want Muslims to be aware of.
Mm-hmm.
So part of it is that they just don't take it as a serious argument. And part of it is that they don't want to look at early Islamic history. They don't want to discuss these difficult issues, not because they would prove Muhammad didn't exist, but because they would bring up all kinds of embarrassment that, Muslims think that there's just one Islam from the time of the Prophet up to the current time. No differences whatsoever in anyone's understanding of Islam. Maybe those Shias are some weirdos over there, but we don't talk about them, right? So Yasser Qadi, among many other embarrassing things he said that there is no value whatsoever for any Muslim to study early Islamic history. And it's because it reveals that there was always disagreement. There was always bickering. There was always people with different doctrinal ideas. There was never this one Islam that they really need. So it's not that they're afraid of Muhammad not existing. It's that they don't want to talk about early Islamic history for unrelated reasons.
Yeah, and so that actually ties into what we've seen from Islam for a long time. They don't want to bring up issues in debate that the average audience member is going to be unfamiliar with, because the average audience member didn't know it was an issue until they see it brought up. So like Muhammad and Aisha, they eventually were willing to face some of this in debate. Certain Muslim debaters were, but it was because Muslims started catching on and wanting answers. And then, okay, now Muslims in general are catching on to this, so we have to try and answer it. Until then, they understand, hey, if I step on stage and this Christian says a bunch of stuff and these Muslims have never heard it before, all of a sudden now these Muslims are familiar with the issue. And even if I give some response, now they're aware of all these issues that they didn't know. And so it's better to just not engage. And so that's kind of their method. Don't step on stage for something unless Muslims are already really worried about it. Then you can try to defend it. But until then, you're just helping the unbelievers fill the Muslim heads with doubts and so on. Kind of shows you what they really think about their religion, that they're not willing to touch any of this stuff.
And basically, no one's worried about it because they bring one specific argument, like, oh, the Quran isn't from the 7th century. And people are like, well, there's this text, this text, this text, this text, this text. They're all dated to that. This is the overwhelming agreement of everybody except for this weird Inara school out in Germany. And then people are like, oh, I don't have to worry about that. I don't have to worry about anything that is then said toward that. So we need to be very careful to only use very accurate statements about that can be reasonably defended, because, the Inara school, it grew up before all this carbon dating was done, the vast majority of which was done in the last 20 years. Vast majority. And so you could plausibly make these claims previously and go, well, there's disagreement on the paleography, because there wasn't anything to make it correspond to. The way you normally do paleography is that you have a text that's definitely from a date and it's in this style, so that text is to this date. Well, if you don't have that, how do you do your paleography? Well, you make guesswork, and then that's corrected or not by repeated over across many manuscripts, repeated testings of carbon dating and other things that would support one thing or another. And if you looked into it 10 years ago, 15 years ago, whatever, you might still say that, but today we shouldn't be saying that anymore, because it's just the overwhelming evidence. Just like when you go to Oleg's article about coins, he just leaves out a bunch of coins, and he leaves out the Christian testimonies. Robert Spencer asked, well, why do they have crosses? Well, at the exact same time, just as early, from the beginning, they had Zoroastrian symbols. Oleg is claiming something about these coins, but we have these other coins that would contradict his thesis immediately, and Oleg just doesn't show them, and Robert is accepting that Oleg is telling him the truth when Oleg is not. And then we have the Christian testimony that says they hate the cross but cannot remove it. They want to remove it and they can't. And
don't worry, Mary, that comes up in Robert's portion.
Yeah.
So we'll get more chances to discuss it.
And I didn't address it at the beginning because I wanted him to bring it up during his part. That's why it wasn't part of my beginning, because that's his positive statement, not mine.
All right, so we good?
Yep.
Ready to jump into Robert's points? 1 second. We got a couple super chats here. Viper. Nope, no comment there. Let's see. Oh, I can put this back down here. Avengers, zoot up. Yep, time to zoot up or shut up. That's my new. David, you're living in my head, too rent-free, too with the Al-Zut senses. No, not in the Al-Zut sense, lol. Yeah, that's true. Could a middle ground exist, i.e. Muhammad existed as a pervert, warlord, false prophet, but he was Aramaic, further north, e.g. Petra, Mecca seems sus.
Not Aramaic, but everything else you can try to make a case for. You really can't make a case for Aramaic. Nothing is Aramaic. That has been.
You just heard it. Mary made the claim that nothing is Aramaic.
Ha. Okay, fine. There are
and she's the one saying don't make false claims.
But there are no Aramaic sentences in the Quran, and there is no Aramaic proto source of anything. You can't go, this document in Aramaic was the source of this. There are no such correspondences. So people keep saying it, and they never bring up a source because it doesn't exist.
Just to answer the question, that's the exact position of Dan Gibson, for example, that Muhammad was a real historical person, started Islam, a lot of the stories about him, but
stuff has changed. Was Muhammad one of the mole people? Yes. It's embarrassing. Christians can explain the history of Islam better than the Dawa bros. Yeah, that was an interesting thing about like the debate with Daniel Kikachu, and I was like, yeah, the surah, at least like the first 60 verses or so of Surah 3 are about the Christians of Najran. He's like, what? Bring me a sword. Dude, open up any commentary. Like, how do you not know this basic stuff? And then saying Surah 2 verse 85 was about the Jews of the past. Like, dude, it's about the tribes that are there. Oh, prove it. Prove. It's like, how do you not? Anyway, how are you debating if you don't know this stuff?
How do you not know your religion? Yep.
Is the Quran an Ebionite, Arian, or Nestorian book?
It is against the Arians, an Arian idea of Jesus explicitly, but I don't think he was in contact with any actual Arians. There were no Arians that were running around at that time as such, but his misunderstanding of Jesus ends up being an attack against a created Jesus. But his Jesus comes into being when? At the conception of Jesus. Even the Arians had a form of incarnation, but the Quran has no idea of it. So that's why it says in John of Damascus that Muhammad must have talked to an Arian monk to come up with his ideas. Not that he agreed with them, but in his attack on Christianity, he thinks that Jesus is a creation. But even then, he doesn't understand incarnation even. Nothing to do with Nestorianism, really nothing to do with Ebionites. They were long extinct by this point.
So what is true and what is not? Oh, I get it. It's a joke.
Nice.
What's true and what's not?
Good job.
Question for Robert. Okay. Guys.
Okay, I got it.
One second. Yeah, and you could both answer as Robert would. I have to jump up real quick and make sure a nurse showed up at 10. Otherwise, my kid will be down there watching. But it's a question for Robert. Do you not think a more coherent, legible work than the Quran would have resulted from this wholesale fabrication you posit? It seems to have been random tirades put into a blender. I'll be right back. And then you guys can argue that from Robert's perspective. And then, of course, Mary can respond as well.
Yeah, so one of the things that Robert would definitely point out is that that's not necessarily his position, that he's saying that we don't know, right? We don't necessarily know how it came about. We just know that it was the product of fabrication. So it could be legendary development over time. It could be unintentional error from people's bad memories, a variety of different ways, such that the historical core, or in this case, the original text of the Quran, has been so corrupted, we just can't determine what is original Quran and what is not. And then he'd also say, what makes you say it's incoherent, right? It would probably seem perfectly reasonable to the original audience. You're projecting your modern perspective on it, and you're saying, to me, these things make no sense, but they may have made perfect sense in the mind of the original people who wrote this. I think is basically how he would respond.
Yeah, and currently he is forcibly declaring that it is not a centrally organized system or religion. I don't think that the argument actually works for the development of a Quranic text as such, that it can't be an accretion the way he says. But his overall argument is that this is some sort of what's the word I'm looking for? Organic sort of thing with people going back and forth, and then this is what results. I just don't think that is at all plausible, especially considering the enormous number of big chunks of text that our Quran from the
Right. Yeah.
from
So
the
that's actually a very good point there. So you're kind of assuming a central authority with this question. And while Robert has at least implied that in the past, his current position seems to be that it is an amalgamation of a bunch of different texts. So, like he's saying, well, you have 20% of the Quran, but I don't know if that was Quran. That could have just been one of the texts that they took and copied and pasted into the Quran. So I
Yeah.
think actually, if you're doing that, right, now, why someone would do that, I'm not quite sure. But if you're doing that and you're just taking a bunch of text and you're copying and pasting and putting together, you would actually expect the story to be incoherent, that you've just taken a bunch of different texts and put them together. What I
Yeah.
don't understand is why he thinks that that's a plausible idea, right? Because
It's and
uh,
it really is not, considering how much of it that we have, that it has markers like verse divisions, for example, that belong to Quran as genre. So this is genre Quran. If you say, well, there were a bunch of things that were genre Quran, why does every scrap of everything that is genre Quran actually fit into the Quran and the exact same verses with differences in wording, sometimes differences in word here and there, but it is the same text? That's like saying that, well, we found the Gospel of John over here and we found the Gospel of Mark over here, but you don't know that those were part of scripture or part of a Bible because they aren't found in a completed Bible. And I I
yeah. So
don't think that
I
he has
think, Mary,
looked
actually,
at the sources and
I
stuff.
think, right. So what Robert would probably say is something like, Surah 2 was an independent work, right? So it's not that the
Oh, that's
individual
right.
parts of Surah 2, right? So Surah 2 is an independent work, Surah 4 was an independent work, and then they were put together into the Quran. So that's why you can't be sure that these manuscripts are actually Quran, because it existed as
Yeah.
independent books first and then they were brought together.
But the problem is that we find them together with other things that are Quran in recorded orders that people put them in. We have one book that is still in a different order that mostly matches an Ubay / Ibn Masud book. That's the Sanaa palimpsest. The reason they erased it was not because there were lots of differences in the text, but because they wanted to reorder everything and they decided that erasing it and redoing it. There's another one where they just took out the pages that glued to surahs together and then rewrote them in like crabby writing to like reorder stuff more easily. But that's why that happened. It's still Quran. We have found nothing that is genre Quran that doesn't end up in it. Everything that ends up in it is recognizable. It's not changed in any way. And there is a huge amount of confusion about the word book. There just is. A codex or a mushaf, right, is a completed written document, typically bound. If it's in parchment, it's bound, right? A mushaf would be bound if it's parchment. If it's a leaf book text, it would be strung together. But it's a completed manuscript, a full thing, and inside of it are sections, and sections are called, in Greek and Roman, they're called books. Like you have St. Augustine's City of God, which has a bunch of different books in it. You say book 9 of City of God, book this of City of God. The Bible has different books in it, and even the book of Psalms has 5 books within the book of Psalms, like they're text divisions. And so he is imputing to the Greek sources, when they say book, they mean codex, they mean mushaf, that they have all these different codices. But we actually find that, the Surah of the Camel doesn't exist. Well, we find early 7th century codices that have one of their surahs actually titled the Camel of God. Like, one of the surahs did have that title. These are conventional titles, not sacred titles. So we fully account for those kinds of differences. And I do agree. That it was not, the whole thing wasn't called Quran. It was usually called Furqan. And then somebody probably went, oh, darn, the same book calls that Torah that, so let's call it something different. And so they went for Quran. But internally in the Quran, a singular recitation is a Quran. So they changed their preferred terminology later on. But that doesn't keep it from being the same book. Like, the Bible wasn't called the Bible, even in Greek, until the Hellenistic era, right? It was called the Law and the Prophets and the Writings, but still the same thing.
Wrong.
There we go.
Wrong.
The problem with the Sanam manuscript is that it has 2 layers. The older is missing diacritical marks. That's the palimpsest part.
both are.
So many words. Oh, both the upper layer is missing the
Yeah.
diacritical marks as well. Okay, interesting.
It's Hijazi too, so it's a very early script as well. They're both very early.
So many words can be read with completely different meanings. The upper layer is more recent. Yeah, that would normally be the case with the upper layers.
Sure, but
Yeah,
guess
and
what? Also
this
doesn't
is
have
the problem
diacritical
with
marks.
Allah, right? Allah chooses a language to reveal his perfect word, and that's ambiguous without the diacritical marks.
It is weird, the skeletal,
And-
the rasm.
And do keep in mind that they have clarifying. It's called a mater lectionis, a mother of reading. You use certain letters that are often consonants in place of vowels in certain places. They could be vowels, like the wa is also a vowel, as well as a w sound. There's also the use of ya for an eh sound to reflect the Hijazi dialect, which was actually what it does. And so these are not super ambiguous texts. People were writing and reading and communicating in these. The South Arabian languages were written without vowels. Hebrew was written without vowels. Aramaic, for much of its history, was written without vowels. Even Akkadian, which was written in cuneiform, only sometimes had vowels in it, and certain syllables sometimes didn't. Look that up recently just to find out whether or not cuneiform had vowels. So this isn't like this weird, it doesn't have vowels. We have no idea. No, lots of people wrote that way.
Hey,
And there are a few verses of the Hebrew that are ambiguous, but Arabic's worse because without the diacritical marks, you don't even know what some of the consonants are. But it is unambiguous enough that a native speaker can usually determine with certainty the meaning of a particular sentence.
We have Mary, where'd you get your scarf? I want it. Too bad that was the only one in your face.
Well, this actually, I thought this was Amazon, but I think this one is actually I may have gotten in China, so I may not be able to. You may not be able to get it.
Yeah, good luck if you're ever in China. Then
Sorry.
you can find it, maybe, if you're in the exact same spot of China. Hey, check this out. I think we found a J fan here, because you can tell by the way they talk. Samad is an Aramaic word. You are saying it is not Aramaic word, but Arabic has meaning to that word. It is Aramaic word. Mary, you are scam.
Well, nobody says realistically that it's an Aramaic word. The argument is that it was a word that passed into Arabic from Ugaritic, which is, and I just confirmed it is from China, which is a title, or it's an attribute given to Baal, and the Samad is the one who has the club, but it's also attested to an old South Arabian writing, so it's an early loanword. I'm not saying that the language is pure Arabic. They never imported or borrowed any words. Some words are borrowed from Akkadian. Some words are borrowed from Greek. The word for spouse was borrowed so recently that all the wives are actually in the male form because it isn't yet given a male form. So, yeah, I'm not saying that there are no borrowed words, but Samad is believed to be from Ugaritic, believed to be of Baal, and then Muhammad didn't know what it was, so he attributed the meaning of solid to it, which is a literal meaning in Arabic. It has a meaning, it's solid. And he made up the story about Allah not pooping. I guess this, again, ties to butt sex, doesn't it? Again, Allah doesn't have butt sex because he has no anus. But that's what the meaning that Muhammad gives it is. Like, it's a foreign word. He doesn't know what it means, so he makes something up, and he's like, oh, it means that Allah is solid and doesn't have a digestive tract and doesn't have a butthole. I'm sorry.
We have here, Al-Zut says, can someone make an AI video about Al-Zut? I wanted to bring that up because Thaddeus showed a sample of him doing that with AI, and then he was like, "Oh, it was too lame to use," and we were like cracking up laughing at this video because they were like diving on him. They were like diving on him, diving on Muhammad and so on. But no, now that Al-Zut here brought it up, this would be a funny one for like the Lego. Remember the Lego stop motion animations? That seems like one that you could do very easily. Get a bunch of Lego figures and then have Muhammad in there and so on, and that would work out pretty well. Here you have a follow-up.
I probably will release. So I did actually generate after David. The first one I was just doing to experiment with the AI, and then David and others were like, "You should do it. You should actually do that." So I did actually generate some better ones, and I probably will release that at some point. I think I'll do it like who zooted it best type thing, like just with a couple words of introduction, and then just have like 5 different AI
Zootopia
videos.
Yeah, and then people can
And
clip it and
go
use
for
it.
your favorite. Vote for your favorite. Will be so. Vote for your favorite in the comments. It'll be a short. We'll see.
Are you saying the Sanam manuscript lower text isn't different words? Sorry if I misunderstood. You definitely have different words under.
If you can bring up my thing really fast, I'll just let people see what's read on it. There are differences. They're not huge differences. So Hafs is on the right, Sanaa is on the left. So you guys can slow it down later. Ain't reading it, but the differences are not enormous. It's still very, very recognizably Quran. So the differences are not huge. It is Quran. They're, sometimes it's different synonyms, sometimes a missing phrase, sometimes different words, but with generally the same meaning. Sometimes, after guidance has come to you versus clear signs, that's a theological difference. Can you slip if you're guided according to Islam now? Ooh, that'd be a hard thing to say, right?
Mm-hmm.
But the Sanaa says that if you slip after guidance has come to you, and this is you can slip, it's possible. So this is shining doubt upon the surety of Allah's guidance versus the edited version. I really think that this one is an edit. After the clear signs, can you slip after you have signs? Absolutely, but you shouldn't be able to slip after you have guidance. So there are things that actually matter. So anyway, that's just the kind of differences there.
All right, we're ready to jump into this video.
Yep.
All right. Now we have Robert Spencer laying out his arguments for why Muhammad did not exist. And Mary, you can jump in if you really want to respond to something. Thaddeus will take the responsibility of crushing and humiliating you.
I'll try.
Here we go.
God. Thank you very much, Mary. Very interesting presentation. The claim, however, that the Hadith and Sirah is generally historically reliable about Muhammad's life does not explain some very important anomalies. For example, just a few of them here. If Muhammad was named Muhammad, as the standard narrative tells us, then why would anyone make up a story about his originally being named Qutam, as Ibn Sa'd records? Ibn Sa'd at the same time denies this and says nobody really takes this seriously, and yet it is something in the tradition. Now, it makes no sense if you have a boy born and he's named Muhammad and he grows up and he's all known as Muhammad throughout his life, that somebody would invent such a story of him originally having another name. If, on the other hand, there were stories about a Qutam that were eventually folded into the Muhammad myth as it was being constructed, it would make sense to...
I'm an idiot. Every time he says the name, I think crouton, and then I think futon.
It's actually a TH. It's Qutham.
Yeah.
Qutham. It's just written with a line underneath it. But and the issue is that Abdul Muttalib. Oh my goodness, Abdul Muttalib's had a son called this name, so it was a family name, and the issue would arise like, why doesn't he have a name that any other Qurayshi has? Tons of other people around have this name, and it's attested that other people have this name. Why isn't it a tribal name? Why is he giving this foreigner's name? So they make up this, well, his own grandfather saw that he was so special that he gave him this name knowing that he'd be a special person, and that's why he wouldn't give him the family name, because he gave him an even more special one. It's the excuse that they use. But if you look at the sources, this is the same grandfather who would have let him die rather than give his mom money to breastfeed him. Muhammad's mother, Amina, would not breastfeed the child and was going to let him die until Abu Lahab sent his nurse the wet nurse in his family over to feed the child because he believed that he could be Abdullah's son. This is the same guy who went and did the paternity test in front of the idol Hubal. And right before saying that he brought him before Hubal, like the paragraph before, Ibn Ishaq is like, and we went to Hubal for paternity tests. And then all of a sudden you have him going in front of him with this baby, after which he still won't pay Amina, still won't give her any money, and instead gives a Bedouin woman money. So what is happening is that something that's disgraceful is being turned into evidence of his specialness. Because there was a memory of the disgrace, that's why you have these things in there. So that would be my argument.
So I simply mentioned the word crouton, and then Mary.
Sorry.
Yeah, I know she did all that. But that's a very interesting story, Mary. The problem is that that's all just your speculation. What we have here is we have a direct source where a different name is being ascribed to Muhammad. Direct evidence that multiple different people's stories are being brought together to form this new Muhammad.
So you're one piece of evidence. Now I can be mean because it's Thaddeus. So you're one piece of evidence.
Yeah, you can be mean as you.
My main piece of evidence. Sorry. I can be mean to Thaddeus.
You can. You can kick the crap out of Thaddeus.
Yeah,
Thaddeus isn't one of the OGs. You got to respect. You got to respect the OGs who were doing it before everyone else was. So.
Right.
But Thaddeus.
Let me throw out the dog. He's crying.
We'll check this out.
Also fabricate an explanation.
I guess we're good at playing it, right? Because Mary's seen this before.
Yeah, she's heard it before.
Accounting for the persistence.
Matter of fact, I have proof she was right there.
Of this other name in some of the circulating literature. The same thing can be said for Saraphel, the angel, who originally appears to Muhammad according to other traditions that Ibn Sa'd also records. And he says he was replaced by Gabriel after 3 years. And yet you go to the standard madrasa and get the standard story about Muhammad today. Gabriel is the one who appears to him all the way through. Why would anybody make up this story of Saraphel unless perhaps there were stories about somebody getting prophecies from an angel Saraphel that were included in the Muhammad myth? Also, second, coins minted by the Arabs in their new empire. And
Go ahead. Yeah,
so
that's
Mary
his
actually
main
didn't
point.
respond to that at all directly in the debate. So I would actually be very curious to see what she has to say about that.
So the earliest, I did briefly. The earliest material on Muhammad when he is in Mecca is the most garbled. And we even have a contradiction because he's supposed to receive the Quran itself in the cave, right? That's what he's supposed to do. He's supposed to get this particular message was supposed to be given then. But like the second thing that's revealed already has him going, arise and warn and all this stuff. Colin of Islam Critiqued, right. He has brought out that, that's his channel. He has brought out some really great sources on the fact that Muhammad appeared to be engaging in Merkaba mysticism and was actually trying to get visions of God in there. And I think that he did not have any kind of clear idea who he was, what he believed in, what his purpose was, that he was, and a warner was not a messenger at first. A warner was not synonymous with a messenger. A warner was a person he was only a warner and not even a prophet, much less a messenger. And that became wrapped into each other later on. There are all of this evidence that Muhammad's message took a while to get to the point where he was even teaching Quran at all. Several years where he was kind of changing his mind, and there are traces of this stuff. You don't find in the sources any clear recording that he only called his God Al-Rab at first, even though when you're careful with the Quran and you pay attention to the fact that Muhammad's saying that you guys do not worship what I worship, period. You don't worship my God, was his earliest accusation. It was only association later on. He syncretized Allah and Al-Rab later on. Yeah, I agree. This is very, very, very common in cult leaders. They take a while to develop their message. even later on in Mecca, for a long time, he taught the theology of expulsion, that each prophet, people would want to expel him from his hometown, and they would fail, and Allah would come and strike down all the people trying to throw him out. Well, guess what happened? He got thrown out. He recast it as this fabulous migration. But what actually happened after spending years saying, you will not throw me out, they tried to throw Lot out. The Pharaoh tried to throw out Moses, is actually in the Quran, is that you're trying to expel each other. All of this expulsion. He gets expelled, and he rewrites his theology to allow himself to get expelled. So yeah, absolutely, there's going to be contradictions because he was a real false prophet, because he was a real cult leader. And you don't find these kinds of differences in legendary material. Typically, you have very close associated sources, like stuff on, guy called the Buddha. He's always a prince. Different things happen that make him realize the transience of life, et cetera, et cetera. But all this is late legendary stuff. But it's this clear kind of trajectory versus this high level of muddiness early on. Didn't pray bowing to the Kaaba. Didn't pray around the Kaaba for a really long time. And it's like, oh, well, they were scared. They were scared, so they wouldn't pray there. After Umar joined, they are still running out into the wadis to pray or hanging out in this dude's house. They're not praying at the Kaaba for a long time. And the Islamic sources pretend they like sweep it all under the rug. So yeah, I absolutely agree. There's all this contradiction.
Okay. So you gave several examples of theological contradiction and whatnot. And yeah, I agree. A cult leader could change their theology, but what we have here isn't really a theological detail. It's just the name of an angel. So why would Muhammad randomly decide to change the name of the angel that he got his revelation from, as opposed? And you said like this isn't a mark of legendary development, but that's not the hypothesis in this particular case. The hypothesis is that there's two unrelated things originally, and they get folded into one. So one guy was claiming to get revelations from Gabriel, one guy was claiming to get revelations from Seraphil, and these two legends got combined, or maybe they're even historical figures. They got combined into this one figure of Muhammad created later. So why would the name specifically be changed by a historical?
So Muhammad made up the name Seraphil because he didn't know the name of any angel previously. And then and he does talk about, there are some things that are like, Seraphil looks like this, and Jibril looks like that, and this other angel looks like this. Like he talks about other angels, but his personal angel later on, he wanted him to be Jibril because Jibril, Gabriel is important. Who the heck is Seraphil? He made up the name. That would be why.
I'll just point out one glaring problem. Mary said that it's a characteristic of cult leaders that their messages change and evolve over time. If so, how do you explain the perfectly uniform message of Joseph Smith? Burn.
Ha! We covered his changing story, and his changing theology earlier.
Here we go.
Having to do with women, but the rest with like what he thought was Trinitarianism and everything else too. Yeah.
And 650s feature the word Muhammad with a cross. Now, you said in your opener that there was no evidence of this name being used as a title. Actually, that's not the case, because in Yemen in 518 AD, in the Yemeni city of Najran, there was an inscription that the Jewish king Yusuf Asar Yatar put there after he defeated Christian forces in the area of Najran. And he wrote, carved into the rock, O Lord of the Jews, by the praiseworthy one, which is Rabhad bin Mahmud, that is Muhammad, the praiseworthy one. And obviously it's not referring to the prophet of Islam or to any ordinary man, but actually is a title being used for
just
God.
As a quick,
in any case,
point
the coins mint.
There's no the there. There's no determinative. It's still literally a name. They have determinatives in Sabaic. But there's no, it's just Muhammad. By praised one. You cannot say the praised one. You can only say by praised one. And again, by is used for signing things. So this insistence that's a title, there is not one instance where it has a determinative in any usage.
In the
If you
Arab
could
Empire.
let-
Well,
I
Go
was
ahead.
just going to say, if you could let the play to the end of the coins
Okay.
argument, and then we can discuss
sorry.
the inscription
Yeah,
and the
before
coins, but you'd
rudely
already
interrupting.
start playing it by the time I start speaking.
In the 640s and 650s, that is, according to the standard story, during the caliphates of Umar and Uthman, who were both Sahaba, both companions of Muhammad, they have the word Muhammad along with a cross. Now, this is very strange because Umar and Uthman are supposed to be companions of Muhammad. They're supposed to have been with him for much of his public ministry as a prophet. And consequently, they may have even been present when he got the revelation of chapter 4, verse 157. They did not kill or crucify him, but it appeared so to them. And they may have been present when he got the revelation about how Jesus will return at the last day and break the cross, kill the pigs, and abolish the jizya. If they weren't present, then they almost certainly heard these stories from other people who were present at the time. And then we're supposed to believe that 10 or 20 years later, they put crosses on their coins with the great name of the prophet. Now, this strains credulity. It actually only makes sense if the stories about the cross, Jesus not having been crucified, the crucifixion being an insult to Allah's power, and Jesus coming back and breaking the cross, if those stories had not been invented yet, then it would make sense. One Islamic apologist that I was talking about this with once said that, no, this was actually because the Arab conquerors had a very light touch. They were gentle and conciliatory toward the Christians they had conquered. And so as an outreach gesture to them, they put the cross on the coins. But of course, we know that throughout history, the Islamic empires have never behaved in such a manner. They have always been, as the Quran directs them in chapter 48, verse 29, ruthless to the unbelievers and merciful to one another. So it's much more likely that the Umar and Uthman put crosses.
What'd you say? Did I pause?
I said, if you want to pause there, that was pretty much the end of the coins argument. So Mary's going to push back and say that there are Zoroastrian coins, but it doesn't have the same. It doesn't have the same impact, right, to the Muslim mind. A Zoroastrian religious system symbol. They might not even know what that is, right? They might just say, "Oh, look, there's a fancy little thingy on there," but. Yeah. The cross, right? The cross specifically, not just Christian symbols, but the cross specifically is supposed to be extremely offensive to the Muslims if we believe the standard narrative. So, and it's not just that they allowed coins that had crosses, it's also that they're adding Muhammad's name, supposedly, to these crosses. Why are they putting their beloved prophet's name next to a cross? Would that offend Muhammad? Why would they put his name next to a cross, Mary?
Because they are trying to get rid of the cross and they can't, according to Christian testimony. This is one of my big issues with this position, is because we have Christians giving testimony that they hate crosses, that they rip them down, that they seize some churches and take them over and do not let the Christians use them. And he's saying, no, they don't hate crosses. They have no problem with crosses. Otherwise, they wouldn't be on there. Why do we have all the Christians saying that they're destroying the crosses, they blaspheme Christ? He's like, no, they don't, because it's on the coin. Well, we have explicit explanations of why it's on the coin. Because they don't dare to take it off. Because they don't have the power to remove the coin or the image of the emperor. Do they recognize the emperor? Do they recognize the Zoroastrian emperor? The Zoroastrian emperor is also there. And if you'll share really quickly, I want to show you where they put Muhammad's name and what they replace it with. So the supposed coins that have, the huge Christian symbols on it, whenever they replace.
You want your screen share?
Yeah, screen share real fast. Down there, that mint mark, they replace the city where something is minted with Muhammad's name. They're not actually even erasing any Christian words by sticking Muhammad's name there. They're replacing the mint mark. And they're keeping all the other Christian symbology for then. But we have, and you can get rid of that again, we have other coins where they tried to mutilate the crosses slowly and change things and move over to that. And you had constant Christian resistance up until the point that they could crush the Christians. They could kill anyone who resisted. So this narrative that, they were embracing the cross is nowhere in evidence, except that people are projecting that onto this physical object when we have other objects that tell other stories and testimony that tells other stories.
But isn't you saying that they just removed the city name or the mint market? Doesn't that like actually support the idea that they're not bothered by the images of the cross and whatnot?
Why would they
That
need to have the
they're
mint mark
saying,
on it?
well, I'm saying that they're removing the least offensive thing possible, right? That they're not, if they
That's
can
going to
remove
get
one
the
thing,
least
that's the
backlash.
cross.
Yeah. Yeah, they remove the thing that will get the least backlash to remove versus the thing that every time they try to remove it, everybody goes, we're not using the stupid coinage, and they have to give in. We have multiple de-Christianized coins from before this point that were made in very few numbers because people would just go, that doesn't, even if they like make the cross slightly wonky, people be like, I'm not using that, I'm not using that, I'm not using that, up until the point where they could force them to use it. So here, this was like a thumbing your nose at the Christians. Well, we'll keep your stupid cross, but now we have the power to put that in. And that was before Muawiyah, by the way. It was not Muawiyah's coin introduction, but, actually Robert Spencer knows that it is before then, and he says explicitly that's before then. And the issue was, on the other side, you'd still have the kings. And occasionally, the funny thing is, occasionally
I
you'd
don't
have
care about
like
the image of the king. Only the image of the cross is what is offensive to the Muslims. Come
well,
on.
they kind of both are, because by having the king there, you're basically saying that he has the real power or real spiritual authority, at least, even if you're making these coins, even if you rule now, kind of thing. And that might be why they chose some dead kings before, because it'd be harder to argue that on that kind of thing.
I have kind of a different issue with the cross on the coins thing. Namely, I'm not convinced that was the earliest Muslim position. We know that it became one fairly quickly, but our earliest reference to Muslims not believing Jesus died on the cross and that he was replaced actually comes from a Christian, John of Damascus. That's our earliest reference. It's been pointed out there's always been a Muslim minority who don't interpret 4:157 to 158 the way that became standard in Islam. It's been pointed out Surah 3 verse 55 uses straightforward Arabic language saying that Jesus died and then Allah raised him up. And so you've always had a Muslim minority who view 4:157 to 158 as saying something completely different from the way most Muslims understand it. So you've had people viewing it as so basically the entire passage is condemning Jews for various things, and what's being condemned by the Jew about the Jews there is that they boasted that they had exposed Jesus as a false prophet and a false Messiah by killing and crucifying and killing him. And the response is, but you didn't do that. And so you've had a number of different ways Muslims have interpreted that in a way that doesn't conflict with belief in Jesus' death by crucifixion. And one of the ways is when the Quran says, do not say of those who have died in the way of Allah that they are dead, because they are alive. And so don't say, hey, this guy killed that guy. This guy killed your Muslim friend. Don't say that. He's alive. So no, he didn't kill him. What are you talking about? I put a sword right through his. What are you talking about? He's not. I didn't kill him. You didn't kill him because Allah he's with Allah. He's totally safe. So some viewed it as saying that. Others viewed it as Allah saying that this was all part of his plan. You guys didn't do it. You were his mere instruments, because you have passages like that where Allah tells Muslims who are bragging about the people they killed on the day of in the Battle of Badr, and he's saying, you didn't kill them, I killed them. And so don't you stop saying that you killed these guys. I was killing them by using you and stuff. So you shouldn't be bragging about the people you killed and so on. So you've always, so in other words, if there were nothing else, if you didn't even have like the references Mary's talking about where Christians are saying, hey, these guys are trying to take the cross off. If you had none of that and you just said, they had crosses on their coins, I would say, well, obviously they didn't have a problem with the cross then. And the Muslim minority position is correct that they didn't have a problem with Jesus' crucifixion. There's a later Muslim development and interpretation. So kind of have multiple things you can point out as far as that not being the huge issue, especially if that's like the main objection that people are using. What about the coins? It's the coins. Yeah. How do we know Muhammad didn't exist? Because of the coins.
Well, they are, and the early sources, basically call call out Christians sometimes for kissing crosses as if it's like idol worship. So they do treat kissing a cross in remembrance of Christ, not that the cross physically has any sort of power, as being something that they didn't like. And Saint Sophronius from 634 shows their hostility towards crosses. But you're right that it didn't necessarily represent a hostility toward the crucifixion yet at this time, because the Christ-hating, cross-hating can be read while still not yet being together on an agreement that Christ wasn't crucified. In fact, there is not one hadith, and this is one reason that I think that a lot of the hadith are reliable. There is not one hadith that traces back to Muhammad that said what happened on the cross other than Jesus dying. It's other people saying that, well, we think that this happened. Well, we think that that happened. This is Ibn Abbas's idea. This is this guy's idea. That's this guy's idea about what happened.
Yeah.
Now it goes back
another
to
issue is, you can go to, it's one of the situations where you go to 10 different commentaries and get 10 different explanations. They have like wildly different explanations, which means tons of people tons of the commentators over time were making up explanations for this, because they give like vast majority of them give some version of substitution theory, but they are all over the place with who it was and how it happened and so on.
Yeah. But notice that none of them trace back to Muhammad, though.
Yeah, no.
Muhammad isn't attributed with this. His different followers made up their ideas without saying Muhammad ever said it, which is interesting, because they were just left in the dark, because I don't think Muhammad ever taught that he wasn't crucified.
Right. Back to Robert.
Along with Muhammad on the coins, simply because they had no awareness of any prohibition on the cross. The standard narrative would require that the Quran was complete by the year 632 and collected together into more or less its form today by 653. And that's the Uthmanic recension that you mentioned. Yet John of Damascus in the 730s writes the name of the Islamic prophet in Greek as Mamed, instead of the usual Greek form that is in use today, Ma'amet, suggesting that by that time, the figure of Muhammad, the prophet of Islam, was actually not yet fully formed. He also says that this Mamed wrote many ridiculous books, to each one of which he set a title. And he says, for example, there's this book on women. That's Surah 4, of course. He also names the book of the cow, which is Surah 2. And he says, then there is the book, the Camel of Allah, which of course is not in the Quran. And he gives no indication of it having a different status from the others. And he also suggests very strongly, seems to assume, that these are separate books, not chapters of a single book. And those who object, of course, at this point that the...
What's that?
So we did deal with much of this. And again, I want to emphasize, we have early manuscripts that called a certain chapter the Camel of God, like a certain surah, which we would call a chapter.
Yeah,
AKA
but I need to push back on that, Mary. I need to push back, because isn't it like Surah 70 something, I believe?
I think so.
Doesn't seem to be compatible with the other things that John of Damascus is describing, because it's Surah 2, Surah 4, and Surah 5. And then you got a really short Surah that's supposedly the camel.
Well, it's called that multiple times.
It feels like it should be the same, right? It should be a very substantial portion of text.
I don't think that it should be substantial so much as that it should have an important story. This is one of the prophets that they're like, this is totally a prophet. And that they would say, haha, this proves that there can be these other prophets outside of, before the Jews, there were these other prophets who existed. And so now we're returning to this this previous tradition of these extra Jewish prophets with Muhammad. Like, this would be part of their argument for allowing Muhammad to be a prophet. And by the way, the name is spelled a whole bunch of different ways, including Ma'amet, which would be in Greek, which would normally be read with an H in it, because you don't have the gemination of vowels in Greek. That's a transcription of something with an H that they don't feel like is strong enough to be a chai. So that's also not the best point. I mean, you can say that, well, if he's super important, shouldn't they all be transcribed the same way? But it's just not what we end up with in actual history.
Bible is many books. They also were indeed separate books and were collected together. That's actually what the word biblia means, books, plural. But the Quran, according to the standard narrative, was always one book. The perfect copy of the eternal mother of the book in paradise is mentioned in chapters 1339 and 43:4 of the Quran. And it's not only St. John of Damascus who thinks of the Islamic literature as separate books. The first reference to the Quran by a non-Muslim occurred in the year 710, which is 80 years after the book was supposedly completed and 60 years after it was supposedly collected and distributed. And during a debate with an Arab nobleman, this Christian monk of the monastery of Beth Hale, and there are two of those, one of them's in northern Iraq and the other's in Arabia. We don't know which one this guy was in. But in any case, he refers to the Quran by name, first time. And the monk says, I think that for you too, not all of your laws and commandments are in the Quran, which Muhammad taught you. Rather, there are some which he taught you from the Quran, and there are some in Surah al-Baqarah, and in Injil and in Torah, that is the Gospel and the Torah. Now, Surah al-Baqarah, of course, is chapter 2 of the Quran. Why would he refer to it as distinct from the Quran if it's right there in the beginning of the Quran, right after the Fatiha? The only explanation, of course, is that it wasn't in the Quran at that time.
You want to pause?
Now,
I would definitely be interested in a response from Mary on this as well. I don't think that this came up or was addressed in the debate. I think the camel was. I don't remember for sure, but I'm pretty sure this part was. So.
Yeah, it was too. The ordinary name for the entire thing was Furqan in the earliest sources. The first references to it are Furqan in foreign sources. And so that's what you'd call the entire thing. And today, guess what? You have a surah called Al-Furqan. So you could say, well, no, it was only that book, but clearly it was not only that book. It's referring to the whole holy text. I think that my guess would be that.
Yeah, exactly, Mary. That's actually the point. That this guy said he's intending to refer to the whole Quran. And he's saying outside of the Quran comes your laws in the Hadith, but then also Surah 2, right?
Well, and that may be his confusion about what Quran is, because it may have originally been a title of a surah, but especially Yusuf is very likely to have been called Al-Quran because of the way it's written. And that is just ridiculous, Paul.
Paul says, I think we found another J fan because they all act the same way. There is no independent academic research on Islam. It's all bought and paid for. Yes, every single person who studies Islam, it's all been bought and paid for by Qatar and Saudi Arabia. If you study Islam in an academic, the check comes in the mail and it says, here's the standard narrative. You'd better defend this. And by golly, Mary is she's taken her. She don't even have the check from these guys, but she's buying into all this research that's been bought and paid for, guys.
Very silly.
Yep.
It's very silly. But anyway, he misunderstood it, because at this time, Furqan and Quran were probably being used in like these. Well, if you had something that was previously called, only one surah was called Quran, you'd have this in your mind, and then you'd be like, well, there's Al-Baqarah, and it's not the same thing as a surah. And so when you're talking to someone and there's an ambiguity about the name, but think about how confused the Quran itself is about the Torah. The Torah is supposed to be everything that the Jews have. It really is. And Injil is supposed to be everything that the Christians have, to be clear. And so the issues of part to whole, whole to part, just in terminology, is that just blowing up that they have anything at all. It's just not really. It's not really arguable, especially in the context of someone who is not allowed to read the material and not allowed to handle it. You cannot have a codex in your hand of the Muslims without being killed as a Christian at this time. So they're going after what they've heard about.
Mary, Robert would probably actually know the answer, but I don't. So I'll just have to phrase it as a question from me instead of what Robert would say. He said this was a dialogue. So doesn't the other side respond? And
the other side,
it is not a real dialogue.
Yeah,
but
the other
it's
side,
a pseudo dialogue, right? So the other side should respond. What do they say in response to not all your laws come from the Quran?
Well,
if you don't know, you don't
they
know.
Respond to they respond to it on the basis of the issues at hand, rather than the particular assertions that it comes from the Injil. Like, nothing comes from the Injil, for heaven's sake. It just doesn't. But no, we have our stuff, and it's fine. But of course, this is the Christian writing it down, so they always win in the ones that they write.
Well, yeah, I mean, it's not a real dialogue, right? So
Yeah.
they're going to make their side look bad. I was just curious what their response was.
I can't remember it, but it was nothing like it was not.
What are you talking about?
It was on the big argument. It was not on the details of the argument. But
okay.
again, it probably wasn't a true dialogue at all. It's probably something written by this
I know.
Christian,
I got that.
so
Mary.
he wouldn't refute it, right?
The layman here says, so are we going with 30 men of Al-Zut as standard? He has the strength of 30 men. I'm just making this official. Yeah, I mentioned this in the video. Just wanted to clarify. It's always possible that, it was like, maybe it was 15 men at one time, and then like, they're counting D.L. Kalbi and others along the way, and it all adds up to 30. So that's a possibility. But, they had a pretty specific number. This guy has the strength of 30 men. Sounds like they knew what happened with those 30 guys on that night. So, yeah, we will stick with that. We can't prove it, so we have to be open to further evidence. But we'll stick with 30 until they prove otherwise. I did want to just glance back at this stupid comment, like insanely stupid, and point out like how really stupid it is. There is no independent academic research on Islam. It's all bought and paid for. If Mary is aligning herself with this crowd, it is a bad sign. So this, again, these are the J fans. Everything's a conspiracy, except for the couple guys, the couple people who are concluding that Muhammad didn't exist. Everyone else is paid for. Like if you're an apologist and you believe Muhammad, if you're a Christian and you believe Muhammad existed, it's because of money. And if you're an academic and you believe that Muhammad existed and so on, then you've been paid for. I just wanted to point out, we started off by watching a clip from Sheikh Yasser Qadi, and he's pointing out no one at the academic level takes Hadith methodology seriously. We looked at some quotes from Joshua Little, who did his dissertation at Oxford. He blasts the Hadith as a total, complete joke. So my question, Paul, would be, which devout Muslims are paying non-Muslim academics to completely destroy basic Orthodox Islam? Like which ones? So who's paying for these academics who are completely obliterating? And even before that, with Sheikh Yasser Qadi, with the holes in the narrative, you go back a few years to the holes in the narrative. What was the basis of that? He was pointing out that all the things we say to each other about Muslims praising the preservation of the Quran and saying we've got this stuff figured out. So the academics don't buy any of this, and they're destroying us. We try to interact with these guys and they destroy us. And he says, and we know they're right because they're quoting our own sources to us, destroying our beliefs. So who's funding this? Which Muslims are funding the complete destruction of Islam that's taking place in the academic world? And if someone is funding the complete destruction of Orthodox Islam at the academic level, why would we be against that? Like they're exposing lies about the preservation of the Quran. They're exposing lies about the reliability of Islamic belief. They're exposing everything. They're exposing the entire Hadith methodology. And you're sitting here, it's all being paid for by Qatar to promote Islam, and Mary's aligning herself. Do you not realize what a freaking idiot you sound like? It makes no sense. And you guys run around just saying this over and over again because you heard it. Oh, if you're not one of the people who denies the existence of Muhammad, you're paid for. You're being paid, and you're aligning yourself with the Qatari and Saudi money who's spreading Islam. Don't align with that. Just believe us. That's freaking idiotic, Paul. Stop doing it. You're embarrassing yourself. But keep doing it.
Clearly, I'm in line with the Qatari because I say that Allah is so dumb, he doesn't know what rivers are or how they work. Even the river Nile, it turns into an ocean because he's so confused, and thinks that they're underground flows of water, so you don't even get proper rivers in paradise. All your rivers are flowing underground, and I'm not sure why that's supposed to be good. I'm not sure what good it's supposed to do you if they're all flowing underground and only occasionally popping up. But, clearly that's something that the bought and paid for work wants to spread. The fact that Allah is too dumb to know about rivers. Mm-hmm. There we go.
Right, look at this. Pure Devotional says, David, academic level propaganda funding does happen. Yeah, so
No one
yeah,
said
it does. We know that, and we see it. Qatar will fund a bunch of money to universities who then start siding with Hamas. People start writing papers defending Hamas and condemning Israel and stuff like that, and that sort of thing happens. I'm saying, who is funding what's going on at the academic level, destroying Islamic claims about the Quran and destroying claims about the Hadith being reliable? Who's funding that? So which propaganda funding machine is doing that? Pure Devotional. I want to know. Tell me who. Is Qatar doing it? If so, I would celebrate them. If they're funding the obliteration of Islam, why would I be opposed to it? If Saudi Arabia is funding the complete obliteration of basic Muslim beliefs about the Quran and the Hadith and basic Islamic doctrine, why would I have a problem with it? So tell me, who is it? Who's funding it? What's your guys' theory? I want to know, because I hear it all the time. But all this stuff is just being paid for because everyone who believes Muhammad existed, which is all academics across the board, they're all just being paid. Okay, these are the same guys who are destroying basic other Islamic beliefs. So what are you saying? They're just being paid to cling to the belief. They're being paid to preserve belief in Muhammad, but wreck everything else that's essential to Islam.
Dude,
is that your theory? I want to know who.
Yeah, my favorite historian for looking into not language, but like the early political milieu of Mecca and pre-Islamic Arabia. There are other people currently doing good work too. But my favorite one, who's cranked out a ton of like absolute mind-blowing gold, is named Kister. He was a Jew from Israel, an Israeli Jew. Do you think that the Israeli Jews are here to defend the wonderfulness of Islam?
Yeah, here you have it. Nobody is funding the obliteration. The left is funding its preservation. So
the Israeli Jews at Israeli universities, he was a professor at an Israeli university, is interested in affirming that there was a dude named Muhammad from Mecca.
Yeah, so Pure Devotional says nobody is funding. Okay, you just said people are funding all the propaganda, but you're saying nobody is funding the obliteration. The left is funding its preservation. So the academics, this is the claim, the academics, the academic level, they still believe in Muhammad. And so the idea is, so now it's the left. The left are preserving belief in Muhammad, but they're completely destroying basic Muslim beliefs about the Quran and the Hadith. That's your theory. Yeah. Do you not... I don't even want to respond. I'm going to start just blocking of you if you're a freaking idiot who just spouting idiotic nonsense every second of every day because you heard something from Jay. Gosh, we seriously don't have time for this stupidity, guys. Anyone who comes up to you, I mean, you know what it reminds me of? It reminds me of like people say, the Jews are bringing in all these Muslims to take over. It's like, okay, so the Jews are bringing in all the Muslims to take over all these Western countries which have nuclear bombs so then they can destroy Israel. Great. And you're simultaneously you're saying Jews are these masterminds who are controlling the world, and they're such masterminds that they're arming the people who hate them most and want to completely exterminate them, and making sure that these guys take over nations to take over nuclear bombs and complete. Okay, if you want to say the Jews are doing this, you can't say they're masterminds because that would be suicidally idiotic. Or if you want to say they are masterminds and you can't say both, but you'll have people saying both. You'll have people who tell me Jews are the masterminds who are bringing all the Muslims to take over Western nations, and that they're these super geniuses who are controlling the world just for their own benefit. And it's just, your theories don't fit, man. The left, yes, they're funding the preservation of what? Of belief that Muhammad existed. That's it. Everything else they're destroying. But that belief in Muhammad, so what are they preserving there? Is that preserving Islam? Is that helping us? Do you help Islam by saying Muhammad existed as a person, but basically all of Muslim beliefs that defend their religion are a bunch of idiotic nonsense? Is that how you defend? What are you defending? Mm-hmm. This is stupid, guys. Stop with the stupid idiot. I don't know. You guys are a cult, man. I'm just going to say it. You guys have become a stupid cult that no matter what is said to you, you'll defend it no matter how insanely stupid your claims have to be. And you'll just keep doing. Look at this. I did not say anything about Jews, David, did I? I said it reminds me of what people say. You come up with a completely incoherent, stupid theory, right? So the comparison, the parallel is, I will have someone tell me, David, the Jew, you have a problem with bringing in so many Muslims who are trying to take over, but it's the Jews who are behind it. The Jews are doing this. And then I'll say, tell me what the Jews are doing. The Jews are taking over the world and doing everything for Israel to bring all of the world under the control of Israel. And your theory about how they're doing this is they're helping Muslims take over the entire rest of the world and being nuclear armed. That's your theory? I'm saying that is so insanely idiotic that you have to have something else in mind. You're not being rational when you say these things, because it makes zero sense. I'm saying that sounds like you guys, you J fans, saying, Mary, oh my goodness, she's defending the existence of Muhammad. She's supporting the people who are being funded to fund the narrative so that Islam could take over the world and blah, 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 blah. Why are you helping them? And you say, okay, who's doing this? And the normal explanation is, Qatar and Saudi Arabia, they're all pushing their propaganda in universities, and they're paying. Everyone is bought and paid for. Remember, that was the original claim. All of academia is bought and paid for. Okay, by who? The normal response is Qatar and Saudi Arabia. Okay, academics are the ones who are destroying Islam right now. It's just people don't always know what's going on in the academic world. You have Muslims who aren't familiar with it. Then occasionally you get someone like Yasser Qadi who tells people what's going on at the academic world, and Muslims are horrified. Oh my goodness, this is destroying our faith. Really? What's going on at the academic level destroys your faith in Islam, and you declare war on anyone who will even tell you what's going on at the academic level. But Saudi Arabia and Qatar are paying for all that, right? They're paying for the destruction of Islam at the academic level so that it eventually sinks into the popular level and destroys confidence in Islam. That's the common theory. But then you changed it. You said, no, it's the leftists. So now the leftists are doing this. The leftists are saying, you know what? So this is the plan of the leftists, according to you. The plan of the leftists is, you know what? Let's destroy their beliefs about the Quran. We'll destroy their beliefs about the Hadith. We'll show them that the entire Hadith methodology is one big, fat, stupid joke, that they can't trust almost anything they know about Muhammad, but we'll defend the existence of Muhammad. Yeah, that's how we'll promote Islam to the world. Muhammad existed, but you can't know pretty much anything about him, and all of Islamic dawah is a bunch of nonsense, and Orthodox Islam is it cannot be defended. Are you so incredibly stupid that you think that is a coherent theory? Are you that far gone? This is why I'm saying you are like a cult. You are like a cult. You have something that you have to cling to, and because your leader said it, and you can't deviate from what your leader says, even if it's false. And so you have to defend it. And then to defend it, you'll start making stuff up, but it's completely incoherent what you make up in order to defend it. I'm saying stop doing that, man. Post another freaking stupid comment like that. Just going to do it. Just wait. I want to see him post another stupid comment like that.
So he just said, I don't think Muhammad existed, unrelated to literally everything you said. And I never said that they are paid. I said paid actors exist in general, okay? So he's trying to back
And then
off.
he responds, Harvard, UCLA, etc. are left supported. Okay. And if what they're supporting is the complete obliteration of all of Islam except the belief that Muhammad existed, why would we have a problem with that? But I told you, post another stupid comment.
Yes, please continue to pay people for that.
Yeah, goodbye. Yes, please. Hey, you leftists out there, if you guys are just sending out the cash to all these universities to defend belief in the mere existence of Muhammad, but the absolute obliteration of everybody else, tell me how I can contribute to this fund. I will contribute to this scholarship fund to fund more scholars who are going to completely destroy all of Islam except for the mere belief that Muhammad existed as a person. My goodness. Oh, what do you do with these guys? All right, back.
There are several other things that I anticipated you're saying, but you didn't say. So I'll save those for later in case you say them. Now, in terms of the mole and all that, I don't see how that's an argument for Muhammad's veracity as a historical figure at all. And I do have to emphasize that I am talking about the existence of Muhammad, the Prophet of Islam. There's no way to determine the existence or non-existence of any human being. There may have been some guy who did some of the things that Muhammad did. He may even have had this name. It's possible. But the figure of Muhammad, the Prophet of Islam, as delineated in the Hadith and Sirah literature, there's no historical evidence for him. Now, this mole story, we only have it, we should remember, not from 7th century literature, but from 9th century literature. And nobody seemed to be embarrassed by it or find it absurd that there was no story of a prophet with a mole on his back who was coming in either the Jewish or the Christian scriptures when it began circulating in the 9th century. And so it's hard to see how that establishes that this is something that the leaders of the caliphate, the Umayyad Caliphate, were stuck with, since it really didn't cause them any trouble. This is actually the origin of the claim that persists to this day, as we know, and has been quite a controversy lately, that the Jews and Christians actually corrupted their scriptures. And so whatever prophecies that the Hadith or Sirah literature want to adduce about their prophet and claim that these are things that the Jews and Christians know and they have in their scriptures, they're really just an indictment of the Jews and Christians, even in the fact that they don't have them in their scriptures, that they actually dared to change their scriptures. And so this is, there's no problem there in regard, nothing there establishes the existence of Muhammad as a genuine individual. The Sanaa manuscript, likewise, it may indeed date from 669, although actually...
Just one quick, let's see. The layman here said, that's what I don't get, Robert. Did he exist, or did the Islamic version of him exist? I'm so frustrated. Robert just said Muhammad didn't exist. He said, but someone may have existed. The point, Robert, correct me if I'm wrong, is we just don't know. There's not enough to go on. Mm-hmm. Could have been completely made up. Could have been pieced together from different individuals. Could have been some guy named Muhammad, and so on. It's just there's not enough to go on, and so there's not even enough to conclude that Muhammad. It's possible, but
yeah.
Robert retreated from his position in this book, in this debate.
Thaddeus, crush her for saying that.
Yeah. So you actually asked that exact question to Robert on your promotion stream for his new book, and he kind of said both, that he does say that there is solid evidence that Muhammad didn't exist. It's not just a we don't know case. But the fallback position, if he were disproven, would be that we don't know. So he actually goes beyond saying that we don't know. But he says that would be where he would fall back to. And he does at times fall back on that position. So it is confusing, but he is arguing for both, actually.
Yeah, and I didn't read the new book, but I read Did Muhammad Exist? And that was his position in Muhammad Exist. Did Muhammad exist? Was there a Muhammad? There may have been, but there's just not enough to go on, so we can't even really know that he existed. So yeah, looks like he will defend the claim that Muhammad didn't exist and defend that as the best explanation. But if you're saying, hey, well, maybe there was a guy, yeah, but that's not getting you anywhere. Something like that.
So someone did ask if Robert has a new book on this, new as of last fall. Muhammad, a critical biography.
Got that somewhere around here.
Yeah, it didn't seem a huge amount different from the other one. It had some details different, but I don't know.
But that would be his most recent and updated version. So yeah. if you want to read Robert's book, get the most recent one, Muhammad, a Critical Biography.
And those were unrelated stickies that transferred from a different book on the front. But yeah, so the issue with the mole is that it would be understood in the cultural context is the mark of a demon. So I'm really baffled as to why you would invent a demonic mark and then say that it's a mark of God. And especially only attribute it to some of the late sources and not have it be this continuous thing. If like you have the Bahira legend, which is when he's a child, right? But I would agree that's made up. most of the child material and a lot of the Meccan material is incredibly uncertain. There are very few sources on it. And why was Muhammad suddenly impressed by this mark, that the signet stamp at the moment that he was? Why is this Muhammad's discovery of what a seal is in the Sirah, if he needs to have used this as his main argument for his prophethood continuously up until that point? Would be a big major argument against it. You can say, oh, well, it's disorganized. It's like, well, why is there nothing about his mole from these earlier years? Why is there this one myth and then it disappears completely, and then Muhammad has to discover what a seal is and then suddenly starts teaching about it? It's really kind of this interesting phenomenon. Always, whenever you can put things in order, the results are often quite enlightening.
I was going to ignore this part since you and Robert already discussed it
Yeah.
for real, but since you chose to discuss it again, I have to
Sorry.
give the pushback of Robert that the reason this was invented was precisely because of what you just described, that it was to give this idea, the mole is invented to give this idea that Muhammad has this physical mark on his body resembling a seal, because they need to come up with a way to make Muhammad the seal of the prophets, so that so to explain why there are no biological descendants that can claim the throne, right? Who can claim
that would be...
the seal, the prophethood, because it was actually a belief at the time that prophethood was inherited. So if he had male sons, they would inherit the gift, and then they'd be the new leaders. So they had to come up with an explanation for why there was no descendants of Muhammad that could be found today. Of course, the real reason was Muhammad didn't exist, but they had to come up with a reason why there was no male descendants coming down from Muhammad, despite him having all these wives, right?
Yeah, find that in the classical sources. It says that that's the meaning of seal of the prophets. They explicitly deny that means that he's the last of the prophet, specifically because Jesus is coming back, and so Jesus will be the last prophet on earth. You do not have the seal of the prophet, meaning the last prophet, in the classical sources. These are all later inventions. So you have something that's made up for a purpose that it's not even employed for hundreds of years. So
most people date it from somewhat later, but it's also not established in any of the content of it that it's actually the Quran itself. But it could be some proto-Quran. Since it's not complete, we don't know what else it was connected to. We don't know what book it was, or if it was the...
But we know what Al-Zut were connected to.
Quran at all. There was an interesting thing that happened some years ago.
The night of Al-Zut.
I wrote Did Muhammad Exist in 2010, if my memory serves me well. And then a lot of things happened in the intervening 10 years, 15 years now, to make me think about 5 years ago that I needed to revise and expand the book. And one of the things that happened was that there was a fragment of the Quran that was discovered, and it was dated from between 570 and 645, carbon dating. And so a lot of Muslims started emailing me and saying, you see, this was, and because a lot of the media reports about this early manuscript of the Quran were actually saying this could have been Muhammad's personal copy of the Quran, which of course was just completely fanciful and based on no evidence at all, just total wishful thinking. But the people who wrote me were saying, oh, you have to withdraw your book now and apologize, because this makes it clear that the Quran is very early. And actually, I thought, well, I do need to revise the book. And I did ultimately do that and include discussion of this manuscript and other matters that had not yet come up at the time of the first edition, because the carbon dating was giving the possibility of the manuscript actually dating from before Islam. That if it said between 570 and 645. So if the manuscript actually dated from between 570 and 610, then it comes from before the story, the standard narrative tells us that Muhammad started receiving revelations.
okay.
If that's possible, then it wasn't Quran at all.
There, Yeah.
And
So
I
in that
misunderstood
debate,
this.
Mary misunderstood.
Yeah,
Yeah,
go
Mary
ahead.
misunderstood this as being a reference to the sauna. It's actually a reference to the
The
Birmingham
Birmingham,
manuscript.
So
And
which is
I
like
want to
2
actually
pages or
strengthen
something,
Robert's
right?
points there. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, Mary can respond to that, but I want to strengthen the point there actually, because he said that it's possible that it comes from before the time of Islam, but a better claim, in my opinion, would be that the median date is before the end of the time of Muhammad, which is why the media reports, despite being sensational and nonsense, the media reports were saying maybe this was Muhammad's personal Quran, because the median date is actually before 632, which is
yeah,
very odd in an
the
understanding of the development of the Quran.
the issue is that, first of all, there's only been one testing, and again, testing is about probabilities. Just saying it might be from before this date, therefore we can't say that it is after this date is not a way to like deal with the information. Yes, we do need more labs to test it. Probably won't. It would be nice. Probably won't get that, because for an academic, they would go, no, this is good enough data to show that it is a very early Quran. And if you'll show
And you have to destroy parts of it.
Yep.
yeah, you have to destroy
For
parts of
carbon
it every
dating,
time
yeah.
you do it. And the
one
places that
second.
give you
1 second.
Yeah.
I just wanted to also point out, when you're doing the carbon dating, you're dating the date you're getting is when the animal died. If you're dating parchment, you're
Right.
dating that is giving you the date that the animal died. That
But
doesn't mean it was written right then. So
Right.
anyway, just wanted to point that out.
but pretty much from all other carbon dating that is done on parchment, it's such a valuable material, especially if you have large sheets. They're usually basically purpose ordered for that. So the animals died pretty recently to that. No one who does manuscript work professionally thinks that it's realistic to say that parchment is even like 10 years old. It's killed within a reasonable period of time to the manuscript. If you'll show this, I'll show you how many manuscripts we actually have that have been carbon dated to 2 sigma confidence levels within reasonable dates, and saying that it could be, because it could be before it is before. Well, no, you have not just one piece of evidence, you have many pieces of evidence with many surat. So saying that, oh, it could be something other than Quran. Well, we actually have like 8 different surat attested in this between the Birmingham in England and other pages that got bound up into another text that are from the same original manuscript that are in Paris. We have 8 surat, not just the small portions that are usually talked about. Those particular ones haven't been carbon dated because the French library, National Library, doesn't like carbon dating anything. We have the Sanaa. It's 38
Just to be clear, Mary,
yeah.
I just wanted to jump in here, because people might interpret that as like some kind of cover up, but that's actually normal. It's actually very unusual to carbon date manuscripts, because the academic, the normal academic idea is we don't want to destroy even a blank corner of this ancient valuable manuscript, so we're not going to carbon date it, because we believe that paleographic dating is just as reliable as carbon dating anyway.
Right, and the reason
So
why
I just want to point out that's not unusual or weird.
Correct. And the reason why it has been done so much to these is because we have less data about these early points. So we actually have a crazy amount. For the entire manuscript, the one that did a bunch of pages and then calculated the likelihood had 606 to 649 for their 2 sigma confidence interval for the original. We have other ones from Yemen. One has 70 pages with 45 surat represented. Another one has 21. Another one has 14. Another one has 25. One has 2. Another one has 2. Another has 29 represented.
Hold up. Is this why Jay Smith doesn't want to debate you on whether there's a 7th century Quran?
Because he will be crushed.
Oh, hey, you Jay fans, you just heard it here.
This is why he will not debate me, because he knows whenever he goes, oh, they only have fragments. And I don't think that Robert Spencer has looked at these or what is in them. I think he just went to the 2 folios and wanted to like find a reason to dismiss that. But you have to find a reason to dismiss all of these. This one has 72 pages Another one was 72. Another one has 67 surat, although it's lower confidence. I admit, lower confidence. It's 72.8% within the earlier window. But I'm not even including all the things that are dated using paleography to 650 to 750. I'm just leaving those out. And those are dozens more. I'm only taking the earlier paleography dates. So it's just not sustainable to come up with reasons. And DeRoche, who used to say that this is 8th century and has always been a late dater, he, in 16 years ago, he revised his earlier opinion, went, fine, okay, all right, I have to put it in the last quarter of the 7th century. I can no longer support my preferred theory that's 8th century. He got argued out of that. So it is...
Or paid out of it, according to Jay's fans, probably.
But he's still like a critic and wants to make everything late. He's always, going, no, this should be late, that should be late for various reasons. So he's a late dude. So if you throw out anything that's not carbon dated, and you throw out anything that has a wider carbon date that isn't in italics, you end up with 88 surat, and they have the kind of variance you expect them to have. It is a problem for Islam. It is a problem for both theology and for Sharia law. It is not a problem for the historian who thinks that there was a dude running around there claiming to be a prophet. If you include them all, you get 94. And the only ones that are missing are really short ones. So it is the evidence is just overwhelming that this was Quran and it isn't anything else.
I just have to point out, notice Mary brings all of this up after Robert leaves. Coincidence?
And I would like him to hear it, and he's totally not going to watch this because he doesn't watch videos, which is kind of sad.
Maybe I'll download the transcript and send it to him.
But then he won't see the list.
But then you have this powerful objection from a J fan. In Mary's head, all the fragments belong together and make a complete Quran. That's exactly what she just said, right?
That's absolutely not what I said. What I said is we have different manuscripts that have different representations of different portions of the Quran. What your theory is that whenever we find a book of John where other things are rotted away, and we find a book of Mark, and we find Hebrews, and we find the Pauline epistles together, and we don't find other things, those are not Bible. They aren't. That's what you say. They're not Bible.
Look here.
That's
a lot of this is wishful thinking. Imagine saying, "Hey, you didn't have the Quran in the 7th century, and you put a multi-page list of partial Quran manuscripts from the 7th century. It's just wishful thinking. This is a cult, ladies and gentlemen. It is the cult of the Nomo cult. The Nomo cult. And keep in mind, Robert is not the Nomo cult. He is not exhibiting cult-like behavior. There are certain people who are exhibiting cult-like behavior to human beings who are telling them things and must not be questioned at any cost. And here's what's funny. Why are we responding to this? Responding to this because of the cult. The cult is expanding. It's like Mormonism starting and then Mormonism expanding, and eventually people catch on. We got to deal with this. We got to deal with this Mormonism thing because it's spreading. That's what you guys are like. As long as it was, hey guys, we're going to push this theory and we're going to push this argument. We're going to make sure we're basing our arguments on careful research and stuff. I had zero objections. Then you guys became this bunch of lunatic. Oh, this is wishful thinking. We don't care anything you say. You could show us 100 trillion first Islamic century manuscripts of the Quran, and we will still not believe it because it's not what we're told to believe by our leader. That's what you guys sound like.
And if you can pull up David Alpheus, who says, "Isn't one of the reasons we don't trust dating of the parchment that parchment can be reused and washed and reused?" Okay, so This
but
is
you
just
can tell.
something that is being
You
saying
can tell.
recently.
You can tell when it's
Yeah.
been washed and reused.
It's not just washed and it's not no harm done. This is being said recently. It's completely false. You have to wash it and then you have to rub it over and scrape off things. You can't continuously reuse it, and you can see what was underneath. It will be visible. Most of the time,
Yeah,
it's
David.
turned 90 degrees. In fact, Hatun today put up this video where she talked about how usually it's rotated 90 degrees, but this one wasn't, so it's unusual. It's rotated 90 degrees so that the ghosting of the writing underneath doesn't distract you when you're trying to read it, because you will see it. It can't just be washed, reuse, wash, reuse, or wash, reuse. That's just made up. It's quite a pain in the backside to get rid of most of it, and you won't get rid of all of it.
Yeah, David, that's what a palimpsest is, because when someone washes off one layer, scrapes it off or something, and then reuses it, you can use some awesome technology that we have today to look at the indentations from the original writing and then read what was written underneath. This is pretty this is pretty common, and basically anytime someone is reusing some parchment, you can see the indentations and use some technology to try and figure out what's written underneath. But that's the point. You can, if it's not been reused or something like that, then the carbon dating is giving you an idea of when of the era that this is from. So stop dismissing all this stuff as if it's irrelevant. And if people are saying, oh, just, they can reuse parchment, so don't trust any of this stuff, and don't believe, even we have a bunch of manuscripts that have been dated to the 7th Islamic century. The 7th century. Don't believe any of it because it doesn't fit the narrative we're trying to tell. Okay.
People are talking about the scraping off of semen. Palimpsest means scraped again. It does mean that. But yes, we are not talking about semen scraping where you can scrape and wash it away entirely and not see any evidence anymore. Ink washing is considerably more difficult. Oh my goodness.
Scraped, but not in the Aisha sense.
Yeah, scraped off, but not in the Aisha scraping off Dihya al-Kalbi's semen from Muhammad sense. Just wanted to be clear on that. Now you all know. All right, back to Robert here.
It was some book that was used to create the Quran and to fashion it into the things that the Quran says today. And so you really the old manuscripts, they don't establish anything either. Now, another big problem that you have is that none of the material that we know about Muhammad, none of it comes from the 7th century. None of it comes from the 8th century. The first biography that we have of Muhammad, of course, famously everybody knows, was written by Ibn Ishaq, who died in the 770s. So it must date from 750s, 760s. That already is 125 years or more from the date that Muhammad is supposed to have lived. But we don't have Ibn Ishaq either. When Alfred Guillaume published his famous book that everybody studied in college, that is purported to be Ibn Ishaq's Sirat Rasulullah, the life of Muhammad, it is actually not Ibn Ishaq at all, which is lost. We only have Ibn Ishaq in the recension of Ibn Hisham, who died in 833. We only have the biographical material in the Hadith from around the middle of the 9th century as well, because that's when Bukhari and Muslim and the other people were supposed to have been writing. We don't even have that, however. We don't have 9th century manuscripts of those writings. We only have them from several hundred years even after that. And consequently, there's a tremendous possibility, and indeed a certainty, 100% certainty of legendary elaboration. And why do I say 100% certainty? Because we see it. If you compare stories that appear in both Ibn Hisham and Waqidi, who wrote just right around the same time as Ibn Hisham, or a trifle later, you see that Waqidi has a great deal more detail, and he knows a whole lot more about what happened than Ibn Hisham does. And you got to wonder, how is it that he came to this knowledge that Ibn Hisham does not have?
Oh yeah, I just wanted to point out. I just wanted to point out, correct there, and that this has been understood as a problem in Islam for a long time. It's the further you get away from Muhammad, the more people know. It's just a weird situation.
Only, yeah. It's only to a certain point, and the things don't flex nearly as much as you think. Part of the issue is that he's assuming that what is published and circulated is like the biggest thing that people have at that time, that it's everything compiled, that's a compilation of all material. Instead, what we get are shorter compilations from extant material from early sources, followed by later ones. And it's kind of interesting what he says about Ibn Ishaq, because first of all, it's not even true that this is the only early extant biography that we have. Ma'mar ibn Rashid's is also equally earlier, slightly earlier. Other people wrote biographical material before then. We have physical fragments, even from the 7th century, very small ones, of some of this material, which was incorporated into other things. When you go to reconstruct Ibn Ishaq, the original, what you do is you find fragments of Ibn Ishaq, which does exist in various places. You find quotations of Ibn Ishaq. You take Ibn Hisham's recension, and then you take Al-Tabari's recension, and you put them all in parallel, and everything there, huge amounts of it line up. And it is true that some of the pieces that don't line up are some of the juiciest bits. Guess who takes out old granddad holding Muhammad in front of the Hubal idol and talking to Hubal? Well, that would be Ibn Hisham, because he's like, oh my goodness, we can't have this. So it's not true that it this is just what he claims that they said. No, Al-Tabari also had Ibn Ishaq. These other people had Ibn Ishaq. They weren't taking from Ibn Hisham. They were taking from other documents. And so when things both line up and don't line up, we can ask, why doesn't it line up? Did somebody alter something? And we can determine a lot of times exactly why they were altered. So,
same guy who took out the satanic verses.
Yeah. Oh, weird that he took out the satanic verses, which are so well attested other places.
I mean, he tells you right in his introduction, right, that he took out the parts that were embarrassing and considered unfit for a prophet.
Right. He took out all the stuff that's considered unfit for a prophet. But we still have it because other people physically had Ibn Ishaq, and they wrote quotes from it.
But Mary, he took out those parts. So this is a demonstration that they feel free to alter their tradition, that they are changing their tradition, that they are making up stories, removing stories, rearranging things, creating a new Muhammad. Generation after generation, they're recreating new Muhammads.
He's using the Matan method, where it doesn't matter what the isnad is, you throw it out. Remember that Ibn Ishaq was written before the full standardization of the isnad and stuff. So that gave people more freedom to just throw out things that are there in his text if they don't like them. But I have learned that what Al-Tabari has in his recension, usually if Ibn Hisham has taken it out, I need to pay close attention to those things, because a lot of times it's hiding some really juicy stuff that, again, points to historicity. Because even at the time of Ibn Hisham, it is perceived by everyone as embarrassing, and it can't be true because it is embarrassing.
Here we have Paul points out, everything is early as far as Mary goes. How convenient. Another powerful objection.
Everything is late as far as Paul goes. How convenient.
Yes.
I mean, come on, that's a real argument.
Even if it's all been carbon dated, it's still late.
And you can look at my presentation right here again. Al-Zuri and Urwa both wrote things, are very, very well known to write a lot of things. And Al-Zuri, people like to make a point that, he's working up here in the Caliphate's place. He didn't leave Medina until after all of his teachers were dead, and then he left Medina. But both of these folks wrote things, and Ibn Ishaq and Ma'mar ibn Rashid took from him. What a fuss.
Yeah, and actually, Robert actually conceded this. He said that there's stories about people writing earlier, and I have no doubt that they did.
Mm-hmm.
What his pushback was, not that what this guy in the chat is saying, but Robert's pushback is that we don't have those things, or maybe we have small fragments, but we don't have them incomplete. So we don't really know what those sources said. Just because we know they existed doesn't mean they're saying the same things as later. And we do have different layers of stories about Muhammad completely extant, and we can see that the legend of Muhammad is developing over time. So why wouldn't we assume that that was also happening in the at least somewhat more gray period, where you'd think if anything it'd be easier for the legend to develop, right? Because there's less Muslims, right? It's less entrenched. It's easier for things to develop. So why are you so confident?
It's also closer to the people who are there. The closer you get to Muhammad, the closer you get to the people who were there, and the farther away you get, both temporally and geographically. You know what I mean? If all of a sudden you're 800 miles away, and a century and a half later, I'd say it's much easier to invent things in that situation.
You just said a really important thing. You said geographically. So there were individuals who were known for being travelers to go to all the centers to which Muhammad's companions spread and established themselves as big old jurist, super important person. His companions established schools in Mecca and Medina, Damascus, Kufa, Cairo, all of these places. So what you have in Medina is only a small portion of the total what people may have remembered. And Medina and Mecca was pretty much, they're so close that they have very, very close to identical material. But if you want to have what other companions of Muhammad have recorded about Muhammad and have been saying about Muhammad, you need to go to different places. And people like al-Bukhari, what he did is he was a traveler. And the reason why his compilation was known, and of course 600,000 hadith is just a ridiculous made up number to show how diligent he was and how careful he was. I do not at all endorse the idea that there were just huge numbers of hadith that were fabricated all over the place. I think that he actually went to the schools in each place and took pretty much everything that the schools at each place considered to be authentic and just accepted it, because we don't have things that massively contradict Bukhari appearing in other compilations before or after. Like Muqatil, we don't have Muqatil's citations like not fitting with this, not being repeated in this. We don't have these conflicts that you would expect to have. So yeah, his was accepted most commonly because he was the exhaustive traveler who wanted to document. His purpose was to make the be all and end all of compilations. Nobody else after me will have to do this. But he missed some stuff. He left stuff out. And some people were like, well, no, we think that this ought to be included. So they did their own afterwards. And that's really where it comes from. And just assuming that, like, you have a limited amount of time, you have a limited amount of pages, you have a limited amount, every copy costs a certain amount. And one person's interest in documenting something might be different than another's. Like Ibn Ishaq, for example, he was not creating a jurist's manual the way Bukhari was. Bukhari was creating this huge thing that if you have a question about jurisprudence, you should look here. So go tell him that.
Jay Smith would bury this lady on this topic.
Tell him to debate me on the 7th century Quran.
Yeah.
Because he says he can debate it.
Yeah, 3 lucky dog. You're starting to sound like the Dawa guys where you're like, oh, Zakir Naik would destroy you on this. And it's like every Christian debater out there has challenged Zakir Naik. He won't face any Christian debater on this stuff. So yeah. You're starting to sound like that stuff.
Why is he running from me? That's the question.
Yeah, I'll go ahead and say it. In spite of various things Jay has said about my friends and so on, Jay, you can have the debate right here. You could have it on Modern Day Debate. You could have it anywhere you want. You could have it on Hatoon's channel, wherever you want. Mary has agreed to debate you on a topic you said you're willing to debate.
that you're super ready to debate. That
said
you
you're
can't,
super ready.
After 30 years, you are not yet ready to debate, did Muhammad exist? But you are ready to debate is, did the Quran exist in the 7th century? I will happily debate that topic.
Okay, so guys, if no debate is taking place and Jay could just bury Mary, why is that not happening? All right.
As Robert, I endorse that debate happening.
Yeah, I'd like to
so that people
see
stop
that one.
complaining about me debating Mary.
I think that he did as best of a job as a person could do defending this.
Yeah,
Not
I
being
just
familiar with my points as much as he's not my brain. So
I just wanted to point out. So guys, when I debate people on the existence of Muhammad, I pretty much go just principle of embarrassment as my main argument. I agree. So I'm semi-joking in that I'm not giving the most powerful case I could. I'm giving a case that I want to give as far as spreading information about Muhammad. But I believe in the principle of embarrassment, and it's a situation where if it was one thing, you could say, why would, even if you could come up with no explanation for why someone would make something up, you could still say, okay, maybe there's a reason I don't know. But the thing is, those things multiply, right? The improbabilities multiply. So if you say, okay, maybe there's a 20% chance that someone could come up with some reason for making this up, and I just have no idea what it is. And so it's a 0.2 chance or something like that. But then you have another one that's like, okay, maybe 10% chance that someone would make this up. Then you're thinking, okay, maybe like a 1% chance that someone would make this up. And then you put it all together, it all becomes like massively improbable that someone's trying to invent a prophet. Even like going with any version of the story you want, that they're taking various stories or that they're justifying weird practices of current rulers or something like that. It's just none of those explanations are certain. So they're all a probability. And some of them seem like very low probabilities. But when you combine all those, the probabilities multiply. So it's like 0.2 times 0.1 times 0.01. And so you get like, it seems massively improbable that all of this is just made up about this one guy when you're trying to invent a figure that people could believe in. So it's an argument I take seriously, but at the end of the day, like you're talking about what Mary was talking about in these, sources that we no longer have, first century sources that later guys are quoting that we don't have anymore. But like, just take the satanic verses as an example. So I've got 50 sources on the satanic verses. 10 of those go back to Ibn Abbas, right? 10 of those are traced back to Ibn Abbas. Now, keep in mind, we don't have Ibn Abbas. We don't have what Ibn Abbas says about this as far as like a document and, I have written this. I am Ibn Abbas. You don't have that sort of thing. What you have are 10 stories that people are attributing to Ibn Abbas. What is that? That's multiple independent testimony that this is what Ibn Abbas was saying. Why? Because a bunch of his students were sharing this where they went, and they're all sharing the story about the satanic verses. So you think, if someone's making this up, then this guy who's teaching over here, who says he got it from so-and-so, he says he got it from so-and-so, who got it from Ibn Abbas, and this guy over here in a different city, and he's saying he got it from so-and-so, got it from so-and-so, got it from so-and-so, got it from Ibn Abbas, and this guy over here, he's got it from so-and-so, got it from so-and-so, got it from so-and-so, got it from Ibn Abbas. That's a lot of confirmation that Ibn Abbas, Muhammad's cousin, is sharing this story. And if you're just going to say, but we don't have the documents, let's just say we're doing history differently. I'll just say that. But let's go back to this. So anyway, I understand all the problems with the Muslim sources and all that stuff, and I think there are lots of legitimate concerns and so on. As far as me thinking that a lot of this is actually historical material, it's things like that. It's like, okay, you're saying all these stories on all these embarrassing things are invented. Because keep in mind, according to what Jay, like, did Ibn Abbas exist? No, there was no Ibn Abbas. And so all these people in all these different parts are all making up stories, tracing them back to the guy who didn't exist. And they're lining up pretty darn well. And it doesn't seem like the most probable explanation as far as I can tell.
As they go on, when Ibn Hisham tells a story, Waqidi tells a story, and then Tabari tells the same story. Maybe Ibn Kathir tells the story a few centuries later in his tafsir. they all know more than the last guy. They all have greater detail than the last guy. And this is a clear indication. It's not a situation where they were in a position to interview eyewitnesses. They're hundreds of years removed from what happened. And so it's very clear that what we're talking about is legendary elaboration. And that indicates that the legendary elaboration is virtually certain.
What the heck is this? Paul Anker. Mary's. Yes, it was a serious question. I expect complete manuscript because we have partial manuscripts from the 7th century, supposedly. Otherwise, I'm skeptical as... Paul, are you an idiot?
Yeah, I asked him if he was retarded, and this was his answer. He's like, I said, is this a serious question? Are you retarded? I would take the yes as an answer to both. The vast majority of manuscripts that exist from the 7th century are partial because they rot. Anyone who told you that it's usual to have a complete manuscript from the 7th century is delusional. The earliest manuscript that is complete of the Iliad is from later than our earliest complete Quran. Well, that means that the Iliad never existed before then. Like, come on. This is like the level of intelligence that you have. We should not expect a full manuscript on it was parchment, not vellum. And no, we should not expect one. That is stupid. That is stupid, Paul. Quit being stupid.
Quit being a deranged cultist, Paul. You're embarrassing yourself, but keep doing it.
To have also happened in the gap between 632 and 200 years later when these stories start appearing. Now, granted, you could say that we're talking about oral...
One second. Gosh, I can't believe people are so dumb. So-called principle, you didn't even spell principle right. So-called principle of embarrassment is foolish, largely based on ethnocentricity and lacking knowledge. Mo back then wasn't seen as important as the various caliphs who were in charge. What do you mean he wasn't seen as important as the caliphs? I thought he didn't exist. The heck are you talking about? Anyway, as far as the principle of embarrassment, the story of the satanic verses was extremely embarrassing. They recorded it because they knew it happened, but each generation watered down the story. They watered down the story until they eventually just scrub it from their sources. So that by the time you get to Ibn Hisham, he scrubbed it out of his version, he scrubbed it out of the version, not the way Aisha was scrubbing, Muhammad's clothes, but scrubbing it out of his version of Ibn Ishaq. It's a story about Muhammad being tricked by Satan, Muhammad not being able to tell the difference between a revelation from God and a revelation from Satan. A story about Muhammad committing shirk, convincing his followers to commit shirk, and promoting the beliefs of the pagans. And you have 10 versions that go back to Ibn Abbas, Muhammad's cousin. You have 40 more versions of the story, and you can see how they keep trying to change the story to make it less embarrassing. If you're saying it's foolish, to say, this looks like something that people wouldn't make up, and therefore it increases the probability that it's actually authentic. Dude, just get off my channel, man. You sound like an idiot. You sound like an idiot. I mean, this is the principle of embarrassment is used everywhere, right? Like for people defending the historicity of the resurrection, they point out, as far as the empty tomb, who discovered the empty tomb? According to the Bible, women. Women's testimony was not viewed as particularly reliable. It was viewed as pretty unreliable back then. So if you were making up a story, and you feel free to make up a story. We're going to make up a story about Jesus' tomb being found empty. Why are you making women the witnesses? Why? Why would you do that? So a historian says, there doesn't seem like if you're just making stuff up, you'll make a story about all the apostles going there and they all see this and they see Jesus coming out of the tomb and stuff like that. Why wouldn't you make up something like that? You can make up whatever you want. Why are you making women your first witnesses of the empty tomb and the ones who are fearless enough to go there and the apostles are hiding and so on? Why? Why are you doing that? Everyone uses this. This is used in court all the time. It's used in court. It's used in history. When people, it's just a stupid principle. What you really mean is I'm in a cult. I'm glued to this theory, and the principle of embarrassment points away from my theory, and therefore I just have to attack the principle, even though the principle is used by everyone everywhere. Go away, dude. Go away. Gosh. More and more. Just freaking cult.
Cultures here. We're talking about people with prodigious memories that was taken for granted. And that's true. You know, people memorize Homer's Iliad and Odyssey that are very lengthy poems. And so why couldn't they memorize huge expanses of Muhammad's teachings and transmit them over 200 years? The problem is that the chain, as it gets longer and longer, as the Isnad chains, the chains of transmission extends to more and more people. You have the...
One quick point. Coco Loco says, aren't the satanic verses literal shirk? Yes. You're saying Muhammad committed the worst possible sin. Not only did he commit it, he convinced all of his companions to commit the worst possible sin, and the entire ummah bowed down and honored revelation, saying we can all pray to pagan bird goddesses.
Yep. And Noldake noted that Muhammad's gods was originally Al-Rab and was not called Allah. So this would mark the point where they suddenly started saying that the Kaaba had something to do with their religion, where they suddenly started saying that, oh, our God, Al-Rab, is the same as Allah. And then they're like, oh, but what about the goddesses? What about the goddesses? And he gave in on those too. And then his own followers had such backlash, like, how is this any different from what we've always believed? That he backed up on one piece of it. He backed off on the goddesses and then kept all the rest of the pagan accommodation because they were okay enough with that. Very telling. Very telling.
What is this? Lol, David, bro, this logic can be used to verify every story ever written. No, it can't.
No, it can't.
Gosh, I don't know what to do with these guys. They're like they're dumber than Dawa guys with this stupid stuff they're saying. How would you verify? Is every story ever written? And I want you to defend this because, guys, I'm so sick of this. Now I'm just going to start blocking you for wasting my time with this idiotic nonsense. Is every story ever written meant to defend and promote belief in some religious figure that you're trying to convince people to believe in, and then you write the most embarrassing stories you can possibly invent that make him look like the most unreliable person who's ever existed and a guy who commits the worst sin possible? Are you saying that? Go ahead. Give me that. Give me a defense of what you just said. I'm blocking. I'm so sick of this. I'm so sick of this idiotic stuff.
Yes, I got to come out of Robert character for a second here and say, but notice that the inverse is true, right? That this logic the Nomo logic could be used to dismiss every story ever written, because you come up with a piece of evidence. You say, well, I'm not convinced by that one piece of evidence, and I think that they're right. I actually do think that they're right when they say, this one piece of evidence is not definitive. The problem is, you don't get to dismiss each piece of evidence individually. You have to take the whole body of evidence collectively, right? So one might be 80% certain, one might be 30% certain as a piece of evidence. But you take all the evidence together and you say, what's the most probable explanation for all the data? And that's the reasonable conclusion to make. Not, can I come up with an explanation for this piece of data that fits my theory? Say, well, some of the things are hard to explain in my theory. Some are easy to explain in my theory. What theory gives the best explanation to the largest amount of data?
Yeah. No, I agree with all that. There's principal embarrassment is not like the ultimate deciding factor in anything. It's if you're examining history, it's probabilistic. It's probabilistic. If you're saying my theory is that we invented this guy to be the centerpiece of our new religion, we all want to believe in this because we want a religious figure to revolve around. Okay, now what are the stories we're going to invent about this guy? Let's invent a story about him not being able to tell the difference between a revelation from God and a revelation from Satan, and committing the worst possible sin and duping the entire community into all committing the worst possible sin, and saying that this guy committed the unforgivable sin and that his followers were so stupid they just mindlessly and instantly committed the worst possible sin because he told them to, even though they had learned Islam, pure monotheism from this guy. They were so mindlessly under the control of his cult that as soon as he said, let's pray to pagan bird goddesses, they all said, okay, and bowed down in honor of it. And then let's make up tons of versions of this story and all trace them back. Okay, why do that? They all do the same thing. They defend, well, it's possible for some, okay, Possible does not mean that is the best explanation. It's possible that I'm dreaming right now. I don't take that as the best explanation of what's going on. It's possible that we were all created by God 5 minutes ago with false memories of our entire histories. That does not mean that's something we should believe. You're going for the best explanation. If I have 50 sources all going back, all tracing the story of the satanic verses back to a guy, and no one can present any reason for inventing this story, I say probably the best explanation is that it happened, and the reason they told it is because they knew it happened, and the reason they kept watering down the story and changing it is because it was embarrassing to them. That seems like the best possible explanation for the data. And if your response is, I haven't even read it yet, but I pulled it up because I know it's going to be stupid. If I was a caliph back then and I wanted Muslims to listen more to me than Mo, would actually create stories to put Mo down while making myself seem like the big kahuna. So this is the new theory of Jay's fans, everyone, that a later caliph is, you know what? I want people to trust me, so I'm going to make up the worst stories imaginable about the religion, about the guy who's the centerpiece of our religion, and everyone's going to be on board with this. This is what the J fans are doing in order to defend this idiotic claim. All right, dude, you're gone, man. Seriously, gosh, it is a cult. It is again. I'm not talking about Robert and Robert's fan. They're not like this. These are Jay's fans who are like this. It's becoming absolutely insane. But guys, think about this. I already mentioned there are massive problems with the Muslim historical methodology and stuff. That's granted. It's obvious. You still have to account for the evidence we have. How do you do that? What's your explanation? Look at the absurdity of the explanations they're coming up with to justify that. Maybe a later caliph's like, you know what? I want myself to look as if I'm more important than Muhammad, and therefore I'm going to make up all these stories.
And I want to point out that in the time of Ibn Hisham, people were not fabricating new ahadith from whole cloth. It was not happening because no one fabricated new ahadith that said, this did not happen or something like that. The only ahadith we have about that, they could have fabricated why this evil group decided to spread this false rumor, but this never happened, Ibn Abbas. And they didn't. We don't have things like that in the sources. Any fabrication that occurred early. And sorry, but Robert is mistaken that like there was just fabrication everywhere and people didn't know. Rather, people were accusing specific groups of fabricating things. So if the Hajarites had a tradition, all of their traditions were excluded. So if it came from them and they were the only people saying it, no one would take it. And that's how they did it. They would not take any tradition that only the Sunni or the Shia were saying if they were Sunnis. If this only comes from Shia, we throw it away. If it only comes from Hajarites, we throw it away. If it only comes from the Shu'ubiyya, we throw it away. And then when it comes from within the school, and then the specific isnads later were all brushed up or messed with, but it basically went school by school. If the school is saying this and they aren't part of these people, they aren't the Qadariya or any of these people that we reject, if we find it in other places, we'll take it. But we don't take it from people that we regard as heretics because we're accusing them of doing all the fabricating.
Bye, Paul. Bye, Roland. Bye, Osmodius. Sick to death of you guys. You know, it's funny because they're J fans. They'll run over. They couldn't handle our powerful argumentation, so he blocked me. I block people when I believe they are actually too completely brainwashed to have an intelligent conversation with. Keep in mind, you can have intelligent conversations with Robert all day long. You guys in the chat, you are so freaking stupid and insanely stupid with the things you're saying. That's, my goodness. Gosh.
Oh, and I want to point out that the vast majority of people were the ones who were not thrown out. So you would have people all the way up in Merv who had moved there, and you'd have people in Kufa, you'd have people in Baghdad, you'd have people in Damascus, you'd have people in Medina, you'd have people in Cairo. And all of these people, the generality of what they said agreed. Even though they had spread out from very early on and had established their schools, what was written down almost certainly in the end of the 7th century, if not the beginning of the 8th century, were all in agreement with one another. We don't have highly divergent things. Like, and we also have personalities that come through from the first recorder, which is kind of interesting too. Like, this is the type of person this person was in his own hadith, and in his personality often shows up in other people's stuff. And that's significant.
Increasing likelihood that somebody's memory is not going to be as great. You have the famous game of telephone, where in fifth grade, the person in front row whispers something to the next person, and it goes all the way through to the person on the other side of the room in the back row, and it's a completely different thing by the time it gets there. And
it was written
a game, there's no doubt. But people with the best of intentions a policeman will tell you that policemen and lawyers, when people are testifying on the stand, even people with very good memories with the best of intentions can get facts wrong or even tell the same story differently a couple of different times. The Hadith contain numerous examples of that kind of legendary elaboration. There is the famous story of Muhammad laughing so hard when one of his soldiers shoots with an arrow one of the Quraysh warriors who's making fun of them.
55 seconds.
Muhammad loves that kind of thing, and he laughs. And this is something that is people, without giving us the context or the details of the story, tell us Muhammad was such a wonderful, human, warm personality, and he laughed heartily at things. And they don't tell them that he was laughing at the suffering and death of this individual. But in any case, in various versions, the Hadith put that story at the Battle of the Trench. Others put it at Uhud. The identity of the Quraysh warrior changes, and these are just small examples of how these things are changed so much that while there may be some historical kernel to them, you cannot know what it is at this vantage point, and thus cannot be sure that any of this is historical at all. Thank you.
Yeah, see, Mary, we got good reason.
This is in the late 630s.
To doubt.
Yeah.
But we got good reason to doubt how reliable these things are, because we have many different versions with many different details. We don't need to get into the specifics of the details. I think that'd be a waste of time. But the point is, we have many versions of similar stories, but none of the details match in any of these stories. So this is clear evidence that people are being careless at minimum with their stories. So how can you say that the main details are correct? They could be correct, but how can you say that you're confident they're correct when the details are constantly varying from every version?
And by the way, I wasn't irritated in the debate. I was trying to keep a neutral expression because I was wanting to smile because I really wanted to bring up this point. So someone's like, I look irritated at Robert. I'm like, no, I was trying to keep a poker face on because I really wanted to bring up this argument. Because there's actually two things here that aren't quite true. First of all, the ahadith appear again and again and again in different collections, word for word the same, which shows that they were transmitted scribally. And in some cases, when they have differences, they're scribal errors because this was written down really early and was largely transmitted through writing. Now, among people, whenever you have a case of giving testimony, a good indication of testimony being authentic and being a true testimony is if different people have small differences in the way they give an account. If it's identical from different people actually giving the account and they describe it exactly the same, that's a point of their testimony not being reliable eyewitness testimony. Even if literally everything is true, and it might not be because people remember things wrong, right? They see things wrong necessarily. You would consider this better eyewitness testimony. And his literal favorite example is a perfect example of how clearly this truly is eyewitness testimony, because the entire event that he describes that's supposed to be so implausible, and it was embroidered or made up, he goes between versions, like that it was embroidered by different people, so there was a core story and people added to it. But why would they have made up conflicting details if they were embroidering it? Or people independently came up with this description that's almost exactly the same event, but it has conflicting details. Neither one of these really fit together. What fits is that these are independent attestations of a real event through oral testimony, and it includes several details. First of all, Muhammad's nurse, not his breastfeeding nurse, but his caretaking nurse, was tending the wounded at Uhud, and someone shot at her skirt and may have actually injured her in some of the accounts and embarrassed her. And Muhammad, and then was saying nasty things to them like, aha, I shot your mom, or something nasty like that. We don't know what he said. It's just that he was taunting them. And then one of Muhammad's followers was like, hey, would you want me to shoot him? And Muhammad's like, yeah. And Muhammad shot him such that it hit him and caused him to fall and expose his genitals. And in some of them, that's more explicit than others. And then Muhammad laughed until his teeth showed. In some of them, they removed the embarrassing detail that it was the nurse, because that would be an embarrassment to Muhammad's family, to the nurse, that she had this thing happen to her that was embarrassing. Whereas in others, they emphasized that he was taunting instead of mentioning the nurse. And when they forgot the nurse, one guy assigned it to the Battle of the Trench instead, that she wasn't at, because he didn't know when it was. It's easy to remember if you fought a lot of battles where you hear from your dad tells you something, Battle of the Bulge, but it was actually a different battle on the same front. You might not remember exactly which battle it is. That's a detail that especially the second generation would get wrong. But altogether, this paints the picture of a historic event that has the purpose of going, it's one of the most important events in his life that he made Muhammad laugh. So he's recording it. That's why he's telling it. I made him laugh. I made him happy. And here's the context for that. It serves no purpose religiously. It serves no purpose rhetorically, really. There's no other purpose to the story except to the guy who's really telling it, in fact. So that would be one of the ones where I'd go, there's a 95% plus chance that this really happened.
And you mentioned the Battle of the Bulge. Muhammad had the Battle of 30 Bulges on the night of Al-Zut. No, but what you were saying, just like things. So on the, like with the story of the Satanic verses, so we say, okay, what explanation is there? What possible explanation is there? And what did the J fans come up with? Maybe a later caliphate wanted to draw more attention to himself and portray him as greater than Muhammad, and so he made up this story. Okay, suppose you grant the possibility of that. What you're saying is, not only did this later caliph invent the story, he invented 50 versions of the story and made sure that people in completely different parts of the Islamic world are all inventing the same story. And not just inventing the story, they're inventing all the watered down version. They're inventing all the levels of the story. So he's saying, hey, let's go say that the original generation, they were telling it this way. And the next generation, they watered it down this way. And the generation after that, they watered it down more. And let's do that. And it's like, you guys, that's what you will believe. You will believe something like that in order to just say, okay, it looks like it happened. Why? Because you have unquestioning allegiance to what someone has claimed, and you've taken him as your supreme leader. And evidence for anything doesn't matter. And you'll do any sort of mental gymnastics in order to cling to what he told you, even if he admits he was wrong. You'll still cling to it. What is this religion? What is this religion, man? You guys come up with this is like Dawah. This is the Christian version of Dawah. I was hoping we would never have Dawah, but there's one group that has gone full Dawah.
Yeah. And the Arabs have overwhelmed the Christians, the Roman Christians, and conquered Jerusalem. Sophronius is the de facto ruler of the area because the Roman Empire really was too weak at that time, after a number of exhausting wars with Persia, to exert its authority over the area. And Sophronius is very preoccupied with the conquest. And as you noted, he refers to their reviling the cross and destroying churches and so on. I found it odd, though, that you would adduce that in connection with the coins, because I didn't make up that they minted coins with a cross on them. They did that. And so that has to coexist with the reality of the fact that Sophronius said they reviled the cross, and that nonetheless they published coins, they minted coins rather, that had the cross on them.
So
these
right
things
here,
both
by the
are
way,
facts.
They're both facts. So whose explanation of the coins are you going to take? You're saying it is a fact that Sophronius said they reviled the cross. It is a fact that they minted coins with a cross on it is a fact that other Christians said that they hated the cross and couldn't get rid of it. And he's saying that I will take these facts and I will throw away the testimony of all the Christians, every written explanation, and I will impose upon it what I believe that it says. And this drives me insane because that's not what you should be doing with history. You can't throw away all the pieces that disagree with you and then create a rationale for what you want to keep. It's not even a rationale that's ever written anywhere. There is no testimony in any place that these guys were cool with crosses. It's just the what is said about the evidence of there being a cross.
Yeah, check this out. Watching Trains Go By says, let's not forget they lived through different times. If they questioned the lie, they could be brutally tortured or murdered. So in other words, if someone comes up with a lie, you know what? We're going to make up a story about our prophet that we believe in and love that we've already made up. We've made up the prophet. We've invented the prophet, and we want people to believe in him as the centerpiece of our religion. But you know what? I'm just going to make up a story about Muhammad delivering revelations from Satan and being too stupid to tell the difference between a revelation from God and a revelation from Satan. He's committing the worst possible sin in Islam and convincing all his followers to commit the worst possible sin in Islam, making him and all the entire ummah a bunch of mushriks. We're going to make that story up, and we're going to sentence anyone to death. We're going to torture and kill you if you do not go around saying this. And then we're going to invent 50 versions of the story and trace them all back to, trace a bunch of them back to the first Islamic century and so on, trace a bunch of them back to a companion of Muhammad and so on.
By the way, those are Christian Prince. Christian Prince said that if anyone who says that them putting crosses on
Mary,
there,
that was a joke, just so
Yeah.
you know. He's
okay.
making fun of Christian Prince. But
Okay, so he actually does know what he really said because it's very funny. Christian Prince says that anybody who says that putting a cross on a coin makes them Christian, that they were Christian, is like an idiot and called them all kinds of names because he didn't know what my position was. But he was doing that to defend Jay Smith, which was funny.
Yeah, but we got to get through Robert here. We got to get through Robert. We don't care what Christian Prince
Not the
says.
way Al-Zut got through Muhammad. But goodbye, goodbye. Watching Trains Go By. I don't know what else. If you're saying like the dumbest things I've ever heard in my entire life, we've been going almost 5.5 hours now. I do not have the patience to deal with these stupidest things I've ever heard in my entire life. Guys, take the dumbest Dawa guy and his dumbest fan. That's what you guys sound like with all these posts. I'm not even attacking your position. You want to argue Muhammad didn't exist? The stories are all screwed up. Anyone can make up anything. Fine. If you're saying stupid stuff like that, I do not have time for this anymore, guys. Hang on. Check this out. Now, this is a good one. My Fairy Tale Life says it's Jawa. Jay's Dawa. That could be our new term, Jawa. Go. We call it Jawa. Jay's Dawa. All right, here we go. Back to Robert.
So we have to find an explanation that accounts for both. And the explanation is actually this. Sophronius, interestingly enough, in voluminous writings about the theological meaning of the conquest, about how God could have abandoned his people or appeared to have done so, or is he punishing the Christians for their sins, or Sophronius is casting about for an explanation, and he's anguished by this conquest. And in all his discussions of the Arabs and the depredations that they have brought to the area, he never mentions Muhammad, the Quran, or Islam. Now that is extraordinary. It's not an ordinary argument from silence, because Sophronius is actually dealing with the problem presented by the conquest of the Arabs themselves. And so you got to wonder that why is it that not only Sophronius, but also everybody else who encounters these people as they sweep across half of the known world at the time and conquer.
What's that?
So Mary seemed to have, maybe she was just itching her head.
I
but
know,
she seemed to have a strong reaction to that, which I Thaddeus find interesting, because I actually thought that this was a reasonably good point.
You said I Thaddeus.
Robert.
I Thaddeus, not I Robert.
Yeah. Well, I have to clarify whether I'm speaking for Robert or myself, but I actually did think this was a very good point by Robert, that you, Mary, invoked Sophronius as a piece of evidence. His pushback on the coins, whatever. But his other pushback that Sophronius is writing extensively,
He's
looking for an
not.
explanation as to what, well, that can be your pushback.
Sorry.
But
Yeah.
from what Robert says, it does sound like a really good response, that he's writing quite a bit, looking for a reason why God has done this, and doesn't mention that, these are heathens who believe some fake God and have some fake prophet.
Well, so what we have surviving from him in total are a collection of or a number of homilies. It's not like a big book or whatever. We have a few homilies from him on various topics at various times. This is near his death. He died like the next year after the conquest. Okay, so he's there, there is one homily he gives during Christmas time about how we are shut up in Jerusalem and can't make our traditional travel from Bethlehem into Jerusalem for Christmas like we usually do. There's one other one that is at the time of holy baptism, which means it's almost certainly going to be at Easter time, right before, like right around the end of the siege. And then there's one letter that he wrote to someone. That one's only found in a Georgian translation. There's this little letter left of him. He's talking to his flock. He's not giving an explanation of who these people are and absolutely everything they're doing. He is giving a homily. He's preaching to them. Why are so many wars being fought among us? Why do barbarians raids abound? Preaching. Why are the troops of the Saracens attacking? Destruction and plunder, incessant outpourings of human blood, birds of the sky devouring human bodies. Why have the churches been pulled down? Why is the cross mocked? Why is Christ, who is dispenser of good things and provider of this joyousness of ours, blasphemed by pagan mouths, the people who are besieging them, so that he justly cries out, because of you, my name is blasphemed among the pagans. And this is the worst of all the terrible things that are happening to us. This is why the vengeful and God-hating Saracens, the abomination of desolation clearly foretold to us by the prophets, overwhelm the places that are not allowed to them, plunder cities, devastate fields, burn down village, set on fire the holy churches, overturn the sacred monasteries, oppose the Byzantine armies arrayed against them, and in fighting raise up the trophies of war and add victory to victory. Moreover, they are raised up more and more against us and increase their blasphemy of Christ and the church and utter wicked blasphemies against God. Those God fighters boast of prevailing over us all, assiduously and unrestrainedly imitating their leader, who is the devil, and emulating his vanity, because of which he has been expelled from heaven and has been assigned to the gloomy shades. So they're saying that they are being led by Satan himself, and that they're against Christ and against the church and blaspheme God. So he's doing this in the context of a homily. He is giving a homily, telling people that if you want God to save you, you need to treat baptism more seriously, treat the sacraments more seriously, refrain from sin, if you are holy enough, then God will rescue us. And it's only because, we haven't been as good a Christians that we should have been, that God is being blasphemed by these pagan mouths. And you can say, well, I want it to be a treatise on on everything that the Muslims believe.
Before you go further, Mary.
Yeah.
So, I mean, the part that I found compelling was that, like, he's searching for an explanation, according to Robert. I wouldn't have gotten that impression from you reading the text, but what I found compelling was saying, like, he's searching for an explanation, but then he doesn't give one, that they're following a false prophet or whatever, but you just read that he's Satan himself or whatever. So
yeah, they're following Satan himself in various forms, and he's not searching for what they're doing or why they're doing it. He's searching for, why has God allowed these pagans, these blasphemers, these people who hate Christ and the cross? And his answer is our sins. On both of his homilies, he talks about we have been sinful, and he's casting back even to the Persians and everything they had done to Jerusalem, because Jerusalem has been under horrific suffering for decades now. This is just another awful thing that's happening to them. And he's like, it's because we are not good enough Christians that God is allowing these things to happen to us. It is because of our sins. That's his answer. He gives an answer, and he talks about them as blasphemers and all of these pagans, and they hate Christ and they hate the cross. And Robert Spencer is saying, well, he has no idea why they're there, what they're doing or whatever. No. He knows what they're doing.
Yeah, I mean, that's what it sounded like.
Yeah.
That's what it sounded like, which is why I thought it was a good argument.
And then the one letter
All right, you can
says,
continue the video.
yeah,
Mary pushed back. You pushed back sufficiently. We can continue the video.
Yep, sorry.
Just wanted to point something out real quick. Joe says, but the reasoning from Spencer makes sense. The desert people pour all their fetishes into the stories, so they are justified to do the craziest things. Joe, you could explain some things like this. The more things you have to explain, and the more things that don't even fit, they're being fetishes. What's the fetish with receiving revelations from Satan and promoting shirk? And what's the fetish?
What's a fetish for saying that the prophet is too shy to tell you not to bother him when he's with his wife, but Allah is not shy? A caliph doesn't need permission to tell people to get out, and it doesn't apply to a caliph.
Yeah, I mean, think of this. They're saying simultaneously, the caliph could just step out and say any story, no matter what, and he just torture you and sentence you to death if you disagreed with the story he's making up. Okay, why do you need to make up stories in order to justify what you're doing then? Why do you need to make up stories about Muhammad in order to justify your own perversion? Why? You guys you guys do not come up with a coherent story, right? So if you wanted to say, so notice, you can say, you know what? There was a later caliph and he said, hey, you know what I like? I'd really like to go out into the desert and get banged by a bunch of dudes from Al-Zut. So let me just go ahead and make up a story about Muhammad doing that so I'll look good. Okay, is that possible? Yeah. Is that the best explanation for the story? No. And then, so what do you have to do? Then you have to say, okay, a later caliph wanted to get banged by his boy toy. And so they make up a story about Diha al-Kalbi and so on. What's crazy is you have this in the Sunni and Shia sources. So this somehow goes back to before the Sunni Shia split and so on. And then, okay, let's suppose there's a caliph who wants to walk around covered in semen. So, okay, let's make up a story about Muhammad covered in semen. Okay, is that the best explanation, that a caliph is invented that? It's like when you have to invent hundreds of things, when you have to invent hundreds and hundreds of things and dozens of versions of the story, and some of them you could say some weird fetish, but others it makes absolutely no sense. How do you look at all of it and say, yep, the best explanation is all of it was invented? That sounds really, really, really improbable to us. So to look at all that and go, the best explanation for all the evidence we have is that it was all made up by weird perverts, even though a bunch of the stuff makes no sense coming from anyone, let alone from weird perverts. And you combine all this with what you actually see in the sources, namely, they're watering things down and throwing out, getting rid of embarrassing material as time goes on. And what you guys are saying is they're making up more and more embarrassing material as time goes on. It's the opposite of what we actually see. You're saying the exact opposite of what the evidence shows, and you're coming up with the most improbable speculation we've ever seen to explain everything using that method. There was someone earlier said, but David, you could defend any story like this. No, let me say, using your methodology, you could throw out any story about any historical person. Guess what? You want to throw out Abraham Lincoln? Fine. Everything was made up. There was some leader who said, you know what? I like beards. Let me make up a story about a guy with a beard. And there was another guy who said, you know what? I like stovepipe hats. I'm gonna make up a story about the guy who had that. And another guy said, hey, let's make up a story about a guy who led the nation during the Civil War. Let's make up. You can explain anything if you're just gonna say maybe this, maybe that, maybe this, maybe that, and you come up with a trillion maybes, and you say maybe this whole thing's made up. Fine, you can explain away anyone but like that. And you're saying that's how we should evaluate Muhammad. Why? Just because you were told Muhammad didn't exist. What is this, man? What is this cult?
All right, I'm officially back in Robert mode. I believe the rest of this clip is about sources, so you can probably play it until the next break, if I remember correctly.
Everywhere. Nobody ever says, hey, these people call themselves Muslims. This word never appears. And there are a few scattered mentions of Mahmet, but nothing giving us any hint of Muhammad, the Prophet of Islam. And no mention, if the Quran really is the Sana manuscript and dates from 669, it's also exceedingly strange that not only does nobody quote it, but nobody even refers to its existence until decades after that.
Just very quickly, I just wanted to point out with Robert's sort of fallback view that maybe there's a guy named Muhammad, and maybe but we don't know. He's just the stories have been so mutated and so on. We can't really know a whole lot about this guy. That I would think you can actually defend. There was one guy, and maybe he did all sorts of creepy stuff, and maybe later there was other stuff that's invented about him, and you kind of can't tell what's what, and it's just kind of vague because we don't have a ton of stuff to go on as far as very early reliable material, stuff like that. That I don't regard you as insane or something for defending, but guys, you have to come up with you got to come up with better explanations of stuff of. Maybe later Caliph wanted to look good by comparison. So in this time when they're killing people, I mean, think you've got in the Sharia manual. If anyone says Muhammad is black, kill him. I mean, they will kill you for saying something for saying something they regard as negative about Muhammad. And you're just saying no, maybe people are just making up all this stuff. And again, it's not this guy made up a story, and we have no idea why he would make up a story about Muhammad committing the worst possible sin. It's this guy makes up versions, and he's like, we have to make this look really good, guys. So we're going to make up 50 different versions of it and trace them back in all these different ways. We're going to make a complex network of stories about the satanic verses. And we're going to say, again, we're going to show the evolution of the story. We're going to make up Ibn Abbas because he's not real. We're just making him up. And we're saying, this is Ibn Abbas's story. And then the next generation, they water it down. So we're going to make up that story. And then the next generation, we're making up that story, and it's different. And we're making up this story, and we're spreading this all over. It's like, guys, if you're willing to believe that, there's nothing you could know from history at all, ever. Like, what can you know from history? If you're willing to say that, tell me anything that happened 1,000 years ago that I can't use that and say it's all made up. That's let me put it this way. If the methodology you're using can be used to throw out all of history, you probably need a better methodology.
And so you got to wonder, why is it if they had this book, did they not care to refer to it if it was so important to them?
Yeah, so Robert's point there, we don't have any mentions of the Quran.
It's the specific
we don't have
word
any
Quran
quotes from the Quran. We don't have. We have a couple mentions of Muhammad or MHMD, but we don't have like any clear descriptions of him. So the idea is that this is kind of odd, right? If the Quran is the most important thing to Muslims, why are they not talking about it? Why are they not using it? Why does the term Muslim not appear? Why does the term Islam not appear?
How much writing do we actually have from Muslims in the 7th century, from those people who will later be called Muslims? How much writing other than Quran, other than all of those, do we have that survives? Practically nothing. We do have inscriptions that do have quotes out in the desert from the Quran, and we know the Quran is extant. A lot of his argument is based upon the word Muslim. Muslim just means submitter or surrenderer, and now I'm annoyed and don't want to use the word surrenderer because people are weird about it. In the text, it doesn't mean like anything more than that. In fact, when the Najrani Christians come, they go, we have been truly submitting to God from long before you. Like, why do you call yourselves this? So the other people called them by generally ethnic or group names rather than affirming to them what they called themselves. Mohammedan was massively preferred in the West until very recently, where people are like, oh, it's a slur, you should call them by their own names. And in fact, what we find is that mu'min is the most common word, believer, rather than Muslim in the Quran. Constantly, it's those who believe, those who believe, those who believe, those who believe, those who reject, those who reject, those who reject, those who reject. So that's what they'd call themselves amongst themselves. And everybody else would be like, we're not calling you the people who believe. You guys are pagans. You guys are blasphemers. You guys are followers of the beast. And it's not just Sophronius who says this. That's a constant refrain that they're followers of the beast. The abomination of desolation is attached to these people. And so if this is so, if abomination of desolation is attached to these people, why on earth would they be sitting there calling them believers? They rarely, in the Western sources, you will rarely find Muslim ever used rather than Mohammedan for philosophical reasons. You do whenever the other people reject believers so forcefully that they're forced to identify themselves basically uniquely using a different term that other people didn't use very often, they did choose Muslim. But the fact that it wasn't the common term used before, because it's an ordinary word in the Quran, it's not like a super special word, is not something to be shocked at. They may have even called themselves Hanifa more often at first, because Muhammad makes a big point. Oh, we are the Hanifa. So the followers of Christ for a couple of decades did not call themselves Christians. They got labeled that, and then they went, oh, that's a great name for us. We are little Christ. We will use that word for ourselves, right? So that's like saying, well, there were no Christians until the first time we know that it's used. That's just not a valid way of identifying a group. There were followers of the way. Those aren't Christians. You can't do that. That's not cool.
All I wanted to say is goodbye, Andrew. You catch me at the wrong time. All day, every day, for the last several days, a bunch of cultists. David, I can't believe you're being paid to say that Muhammad existed. Don't you know this is the truth? Oh my goodness, this is the proof. And then you ask them to defend anything they say, and they're giving the most insanely, take the dumbest Dawa guy and his dumbest fans, and that's what some of these guys sound like. And they're all coming from one person, and this is what they're being caused. We are watching the emergence of a freaking cult using nothing but Dawa tactics, and just lashing out at everyone. And you're saying, oh, it's not that serious. If you're talking about the issue, no, I've never regarded the debate on Muhammad's existence as serious. Don't know if you've ever followed me, but I've been treating it as a kind of fun joke, to kind of a fun topic that allows a lot of jokes and so on. You've got people all of a sudden who are obsessed with it, and everyone has to be on the same page. And anyone who is not on the same page is being paid to not be on the same page. And so everyone who isn't on the same page is evil because they have diabolical motives. What is this? This sounds exactly like Muhammad. The Jews know I'm in their book, but they're denying it. Well, why would they? Because they're evil, and that's why they have to be exterminated. And now you guys are using the exact same tactics that Muhammad and Dawa guys use. It's disgusting. It's disgusting. It is a serious issue. So goodbye forever.
A story in Islamic tradition where you have an old man saying, we never read the Quran in the mosques until the time of Hajjaj ibn Yusuf. Why would they not read the Quran in mosques when they had it, supposedly, for 50 years before Hajjaj ibn Yusuf? Why is it that the worship centered around other things, and only at the time of Hajjaj, at the end of the 7th century and beginning of the 8th, do you have Quran? There are a few mentions of Muhammad or Mahmed in the 7th century. And what's noteworthy about them is that not a single one of them, zero, none, contain any details about Muhammad, the Prophet of Islam. Every last one of them says something about him that he doesn't actually do, according to Islamic tradition. And so you got to wonder, are they talking about the same guy? Or are they talking about somebody else altogether? It could be that some of these people that they are.
Little side note: this is some of the stuff I agree on. That is like you can plausibly say, hey, this stuff isn't lining up. Who knows what? Who knows who's called what, and this and that and stuff. Who knows if details are changed or things are moved around or geography's changed and so on. Things are exaggerated and stuff. Fine with all that stuff. Fine with all that stuff.
There's going to be several specific examples, but basically the argument is that everyone supposedly writing about Muhammad from these non-Muslim Christian writers, they all get at least one detail wrong, or one detail different than the standard Islamic narrative.
And that is what they're saying, is that they ought to have exactly correct information on him, which is not what you would find in any historical source. If you'll pull up my thing, we do have people who say that Muhammad was a prophet, like using his words. And this one actually is, this is a Coptic source, so it would actually be almost certainly fully Muhammad here. You do have that guy. You have other people saying that there was a prophet and an apostle. You have a bunch of people referring to Muhammad using various transcriptions. Keep in mind that people wrote people's names in different ways. Essentially, in the book that Robert had, he basically said, well, these were a whole bunch of people who happen to have almost identical names, but because they aren't transcribed identically, they could be a bunch of different people. And all the things that are said that his followers are doing are like different groups, but there is no evidence of this in any source. In fact, we end up getting eventually multiple chronologies that do specifically put, this is when Muhammad lived, this is when Abu Bakr lived, this is when Umar lived, this is when Uthman lived, this is when Abu Turab or Muawiyah lived, because sometimes they only recognize Muawiyah if they're from the West, because he was actually the only ruler and he never acknowledged Ali in reality. And so you have these sources, and oh my goodness, they got the dates of Abu Bakr wrong. Why would they do that? Well, because it was happening far away. They got the dates of the people who died, who conquered them and died where they knew about them correct, which is what you'd expect. Trying to demand of sources that are in no way trying to give a history of Muhammad, that they are not giving a history of Muhammad. They care about themselves, their own people, what's happening around them. They have different concerns, and each writing expresses the concern of that author. They're not writing for us now. They're not writing for a modern audience. They're not doing a documentary history of things. And so it's just not reasonable to expect them to have a theological whatever. But the vast majority of these, and there are a few that I actually should have marked that I didn't, talk about the negative things, their position against Christianity and Christ in some way. Like Allah is a demon kind of thing. They worship a demon, right? Kind of clear that these folks did not believe that these guys are Christians. That is even more common than anything else he did. So.
Yeah, and after the specifics, but I do have some more pushback for Mary.
No, I just wanted to point out, it's like with not getting the details. No, I think it is fair for Robert to point out, hey, a lot of this stuff is not lining up with what you'd expect. But I mean, think an army comes up to your town and is babbling something about Muhammad, and they conquer you, and you're not allowed to read their book and so on because it's a war manual and they don't want you to know their plans. And like, how much are you expected to get right about their beliefs and practices and so on? I wouldn't expect tremendous knowledge about. I mean, this isn't the 21st century and so on, where you have social media and you can look up anything really quickly. An army comes up and conquers you or something like that, conquers your town, and then tells you have to pay them, and then they move on to the next town and stuff. Like, what are you expecting these guys to know about the history of Muhammad and his life and get all these details right? I wouldn't expect them to know a whole lot. And so if they're saying anything, that's something. With that said, if stuff's not lining up, it's fair to bring up. It's all fair to bring up and raise questions, because keep in mind, what you're actually doing, ladies and gentlemen, is what you're looking for is the best explanation of the evidence. So what happens? You keep bringing out more and more evidence. Any evidence that you think is relevant to the discussion, you keep bringing out more evidence, because the best theory is going to have to account for all of this. So totally relevant to bring up anything that's a potential problem for any, whatever the narrative is and so on. Just don't see how the best explanation is non-existence of Muhammad.
And one point is that the only one of these that is actually making any attempt to say anything specific about the religion of these guys, other than that they hate Christ, the only thing that's trying to say any of that is the John of Sedra conversation, and that conversation with the governor, who's called an immigrant, is exactly how you would expect a conversation between a Muslim and a Christian bishop to go, with the kinds of objections that they have.
Yeah, Mary, those details are going to be in the last clip. I think we just have one clip left probably, but they're going to be in that last one. So maybe wait till after the audience has heard it to respond to it.
Oh, I didn't realize that.
Yeah, and Destiny here pointed out, sounds exactly like Candace Owens when you say someone with a different opinion must be paid off. Yeah, again, I'll just say it because there's always people who come in late and maybe haven't heard anything that went before it and so on. The issue is not arguing the theory. I think the theory should be argued because if you take like the possibilities, right? Like on one end, you've got the entire Muslim narrative is authentic. The Muslim narrative about Muhammad is authentic. Most of us do not believe that. Most of us do not believe that, right? And the other end of the spectrum, Muhammad didn't even exist. It's all made up, right? Okay, the truth lies between those positions somewhere, right? The truth is somewhere between there.
Yep.
We don't believe in that, but guess what? We don't. Those of us who are here, we don't believe in the alternative either, except when Thaddeus is in Robert mode and so on. But guess what? You kind of have to. It's good to push the most extreme version of this, so that, you know, as time goes on and more evidence is entered into the discussion, you get closer to what the truth is and so on. And so it's good to kind of push it and argue for it. It's good to try and explain as many things as you can. It's when you guys start acting like, there's a perfect example, starting to sound like the Candace Owens group. When your group starts sounding like the worst people we can think of, the most manipulative people we can think of, you've gone down a dangerous road, and now we got to call you out, and now you got to be called out. And so that's life, ladies and gentlemen. And that's why we keep pointing out, this is not, we disagree with Robert. We like Robert. You can have very intelligent discussions with Robert and so on. Some of the other guys who are becoming representatives of this position sound like complete lunatics and drones and Candace Owens drones and wow, this is becoming toxic, guys. It's becoming toxic. Did you say play the next clip?
Yeah, I think it might be the last one. He's going to go to some of the specific problems of the sources.
Okay.
Yep.
There are problems. Good.
Referring to had their stories folded into the Muhammad myth, but it cannot be taken as a slam dunk that these various references are referring to the Muhammad of Islam when none of them correspond to the Muhammad of Islam. For example, the Doctrina Jacobi from the 630s, right after Muhammad is supposed to have died, and he said he's got this dialogue. He's talking about, what can you tell me about the prophet who appeared with the Saracens? He replied, he is false, for the prophets do not come armed with a sword. Okay, so far so good. That's why people think it's Muhammad, who he doesn't name, by the way. This prophet doesn't name. But he also has him saying that he is preaching the advent of the anointed one, the Christ who is to come. Now, that is not a part of Muhammad's teaching in any significant way in Islamic tradition. He has the hadiths about the return of Jesus, but to get the idea that this is the central aspect of his message, the only one that merits mention, well, you got to wonder, are they talking about the same guy? Then you have, where is he? Thomas the Presbyter, who refers to a battle between the Romans and the Tayyeye de Mahmet in 634. And the Tayyeye are nomads, the word means. And the thing about Mahmet is that Syriac, in which this is written, it does distinguish between a T and a D. So maybe this is the guy, and maybe it isn't. But here again, we have no details whatsoever about who he is or what he's all about. And so
we just
cannot
pause here?
assume that this is even the...
So we can make sure. So first of all, what was Muhammad called before the 20th century, most commonly in English? Muhammad. Do we have a distinguishing between the T and the D? Then why do we call him with a T? Because of the way that the most common dialect, the dialects of Arabic, say a D sounds like a T to a lot of people of different languages. So a lot of people in other languages, sometimes I heard a D, sometimes I heard a T. And that is that even true for Aramaic, because the Muhammad, it was not voiced very clearly. And they didn't recognize the name, so they wrote it as a T. It could not have possibly been a name that they recognized, or else they would have spelled it correctly. Because even if you say a name that it's with a slightly different accent. If it's something I recognize, I would put it the same. And Tayaya are explicitly said by one of the Syriacs to be a synonym for Arab. Just Arabs generally. Saracen
just to
is
be
a
clear, Robert
synonym
didn't
for Arab.
argue against that specific term.
He did say that it means like Bedouins, but it doesn't. It's what they use for Arab, period. Whenever you go to the Doctrina Jacobi, one thing that he says in his book, both his books actually, he makes a big deal about how, talks about him having the keys of heaven. That doesn't sound like Muhammad. Well, actually it does, because Muhammad borrows the term keys from the Syriac as a special technical word, finally from Greek, Greek, Syriac to Arabic, talking about having the keys of the unseen. And that's one of the things that, like, he was given authority under. And Muhammad was an apocalyptic prophet. He was saying that the end time was coming any moment. He kept telling people that the wall that Alexander the Great built is breaking down. It's breaking apart, and the people are coming through. It's the space of this big. The end times are here, and what's going to happen right after me? Well, in my time, Jesus is coming. The Messiah will come. Now, the Jews took that to mean a different Messiah, because again, who the heck is Isa, right? What do they call him? They call him Isa. So why would they even know that that's the same person unless they heard lots of details? This is a rumor of a war coming up through populations in a place where none of these people have reached yet, and someone reporting on it, and somebody else reporting what someone else has reported, and then a third person reporting on what someone reported that someone else reported. Like, this is truly a chain of narration that does not have tons of detailed, accurate information, but it still fits with what we think of as him. Well, why doesn't the Thomas the Presbyter have more? Thomas the Presbyter has teeny tiny writings in the margins of stuff. What he really cares about is that they murdered his brother. They care that these Arabs are coming and they're fighting people and killing people, and they murdered my brother. That's what he writes about. Like, they're writing about what they care about, what's interesting to them in their situation and to the audience that they're writing it for.
Yeah. So in this section, the point isn't that, they don't mention things, right? We discussed that earlier. Robert made that point earlier, but in this section, the point is that they bring up things that aren't what we would expect, right?
I would expect them to say that
either
they're the Arab,
flat out incorrect. Yeah. I know you addressed that. I know you addressed that. So there's two arguments. You addressed them both. One was the T instead of the D, and then the other was that Doctrina says that they're looking for the Christ who is to come, and it's like, Muhammad didn't teach about the Christ to come. And you addressed both of them, but I just wanted to make it clear that in this section, it's not about what they don't say; it's about what they do say.
And any of their flaws, I would not find unusual in the kinds of historical sources these are. They're not, these are weird. Historians would not say that this does not fit Muhammad as historians. It's just not what you could say.
Neither of the ones that were just given, I personally find very strong. Actually, Doctrina gives credence to it being extremely early and legitimate, because Muhammad was teaching the coming apocalypse. He was teaching Christ returning immediately, and then that could drop from Islam over time. But the ones that come, I do think they require some explanation as to how they got these ideas, just to be clear.
Sure. Let's hear the next ones.
Same person, since the name isn't even the same. Then you have various others. John the First, the Patriarch of Antioch, in 639, has a discussion with Amr ibn al-As, the conqueror of Egypt. Now, you would think that when he's talking to the conqueror of Egypt, that he would get some explanation as to who these people are and what they're about. And yet here again, you have the reference is to the Hagarians, the descendants of Hagar, the concubine of Abraham. No one in either side of the discussion makes any reference to the Quran, Islam, and Muhammad. What's noteworthy about this is that we only have it in a manuscript that survives from the...
What did you say?
As soon as he's done with this point, let's adjust this one.
874. So even if we assume that it comes from the 7th century, it could have been heavily altered And yet, even then, it has no mention whatsoever of Muhammad, Islam, or the Quran. And that's exactly the place where you would expect it, where you have a Christian leader and he's asking a putatively Muslim leader, what on earth are you people about? What are you doing? Why have you come? Why are you laying waste to our lands and conquering us? And it never comes up. It is never think to mention Muhammad or Islam. In the same way, the Patriarch of Seleucia is so.
There we go. So what is
before you respond, Mary? Before you respond, so the idea here, and Mary was shaking her head. She doesn't agree. But the idea, at least as presented, sounds pretty solid. That this is a conversation between a Christian and their conqueror, explaining themselves, and they don't give any explanation that seems to describe Islam. That's not an accurate representation.
That is
of the text,
wildly inaccurate representation.
I find it as presented to be something that requires explanation.
Yeah, because it's not what happened. What happened was this guy who's like, "Aha! I shall defeat these stupid people who believe that Jesus is the Son of God, and I shall call them up and drag the bishop before me, and I shall defeat him with my arguments." So he was not in any position to ask him questions. He was being essentially quizzed and put on the spot about Christian beliefs, being demanded to explain why is it that we believe that Jesus is God and this Trinitarianism, and that we believe that the Son, and it shows all the misunderstandings we expect the stupid Muslims, because of their stupid God and their stupid prophet, who think that Jesus came into being through at the time that he was born from Mary, and that the Son of God, that's just a confusion, and Christians must believe that they're having intercourse. And he corrects that, says, no, in the Old Testament, we believe that he's pre-existent, and here is plurals in the Old Testament, and all of these things that show it. So it was not, John never gets a chance to ask a question of him. He is on the defensive the entire time. He defeats him handily and flabbergasts him because he has no idea of the incarnation. He has no idea of the actual beliefs of the Trinity. And at the end, whenever he mentions the fire and brimstone coming from the Lord out of heaven, the double Lord there being on the ground and in heaven, he's so nonplussed that he goes to a Jew and he summons and he has Jews next to him who are going to catch the bishop if he lies ever. And he turns to the Jew who's with him, is like, is that in your book too? And the Jew just flat lies and goes, I don't know. I haven't seen it. And that's pretty much the end of the discussion. But what it shows is quite the opposite, that the theology shown in the Quran, that the Muslims think that Christians believe in Mary, Jesus is a son who was born only for Mary, came into existence then, and that they're three different gods. That's what this dude believed in this interrogation of him. So trying to say, why didn't he ask? Why didn't he get clarification? When the event is recording an interrogation is just not, it's not a reasonable question. He's being interrogated. He's writing down his interrogation. Then he triumphantly says that he was never brought before him again. Why? Because he had no response for any of it.
Yeah, so since I imagine Robert could probably push back on the actual text, but since I don't know the text, there's not really anything I can say in response. I'll have to look at it, I will actually do this. I'll take a look at it myself and see if it does seem to be as you describe or as Robert describes. That's the best I can push back.
He wasn't like going over to him going, will you tell me about what you believe? Let us have this conversation.
No. That's not what Robert was saying at all. Is that like if he's presenting his case for why the conquerors are allowed to do what they're doing, it does seem plausible that there should be some sort of theological justification. Again, I can't speak to the text because I don't know it. But I'll accept your explanation for now, but I'll double check it myself, and I really will. Yeah,
and it's basically an interrogation. So, and again, it's an interrogation that has the same questions from Muslims that I get today when I encounter an ignorant Muslim who knows nothing about Christianity. It's the same questions. It hasn't changed. 1,400 years, they still haven't figured out about the incarnation. They still haven't figured out about the Trinity.
Yahab III
Only a minute
wrote
left, so
in the
this
year
should be the last one.
647 about the Tayyeh and the Arab Hagarians, who do not help those who attribute sufferings and death to God, the Lord of everything. And so he's saying that the Tayyeh reject the crucifixion and divinity of Christ, and the Quran does. So maybe that's something that they have in common. But once again, Ishu Yahab says nothing at all about Muslims, Islam, the Quran, Muhammad, nothing. When we come to the stories of Muhammad.
So what we have there is
the last
him
one. Just let
writing.
him finish.
Let him finish for once in his
It's
life.
the last one.
Sorry, is it the rest of his?
We know so much. We have so much detail. There's such a tremendous proliferation of information. You would think that if any of that had any correspondence to any historical reality, then it would show up somewhere in the 9th century traditions, but it doesn't. Another thing that doesn't are the leap months. In chapter 9 of the Quran, Muhammad
I forgot about
forbids
the leap months. So go ahead and stop it.
Yeah, and I want to talk about the leap months because those are really
literally
important.
50 seconds
I want you to
left.
talk about it too, because I actually think that's a strong argument that I haven't
It
heard
would
you
be,
reply to. So.
except it's not quite.
Yeah, we'll wait. We'll wait.
Okay, all right,
Wait
so
till Robert
let's
gives
do.
it, but
Let's
There's
do.
15 seconds left, and you guys had to cut up. You know what I just did? I just backed it up to 30 seconds.
All right. Well, we can do that. But whenever it's talking about Yoshab the third, he's writing to someone. This seems to be like a fight between the Assyrian Church of the East and the Oriental Orthodox, the Jacobites, and the two sects. And he's talking to someone in Oman, another Christian. He doesn't need to tell them who these people are or what they believe. He's just giving him advice about how to deal with the local rulers, saying that if these guys are running around saying that they have protection, special, come join our church instead of your church because they have special protection, remind him that they won't help any of us because we're all Christian. And if they happen to be helping them for whatever insane reason, remind them that they're not supposed to help one or the other. That's what it's saying. He's not giving a religious explanation to somebody who already perfectly well knows what these guys, the people ruling over him. It's just a letter about advice in dealing with a situation with two rival churches under the Muslims. So I don't know why. And again, this is all this exact word fallacy stuff. You need the word Islam. You need the word Muslim. And he keeps saying Hagarine. That means a descendant of Hagar. Find me one use of it ever in Arabic meaning descendant of Hagar, because it is never used that way. It is only used of immigrants. That's the meaning of the word. Yes, Hagar has the same root. You cannot equate two words with the same root just because they happen to have the same root. It means Hagarine, and that ties into the Hijra from which they are dated. After Hijra, the Mujahir are those who go on Hijra, immigration. But let's hear what he has to say about Hijra.
Proliferation of information. You would think that if any of that had any correspondence to any historical reality, then it would show up somewhere in the 9th century traditions, but it doesn't. Another thing that doesn't are the leap months. In chapter 9 of the Quran, Muhammad forbids the leap month that was in the Arab calendar. And yet, in all of Islamic tradition, he's never attributed to be doing something in the leap months that existed until Surah 9 toward the end of his career. So did he take a month off every few years? Very suspicious.
And that would be his best point, except that after Hijra dating was instituted by Umar, and that became the official dating of Umar in 12 AH. So everything before that are people being reconciled to the after Hijra calendar of Umar. Nobody, so they're looking through their sources and figuring out where on this calendar they believe things would happen. And that's why you have a lot of it might have been this month, might have been that month, might have been this month, might have been that month, for a huge number of things, because they get them out. They're like, well, we know that this happened in the third year, the fourth year, whatever, and it was this season. So what month would that line up with? That's what's happening. You don't have any of these. All dates are derivative from other narratives. There are no primary sources that they were working with that had Hijra dating originally. Because again, this was put on by Umar, so people didn't know what Hijra year it would have been then. They just know it happened before this, after this, and that was the work of scholars to figure out where it would fit on this calendar that Umar had instituted. Now, dating things from an important event, whether it's a battle or some other big event, was very, very common in this area. We have a number of examples of it. But unfortunately, none of the people don't make any effort to make their different calendars line up. So when you switch from one to another, people like forget how they line up most of the time. After the conquest of Nabatea is one of the best ones, but that one falls out of use pretty early, obviously, by the Romans. That falls out of use really early. So after that, your dating kind of gets a mess. So yeah, he's right. Nothing happens on those dates because it's not using a calendar with those dates. They're retrojected calendars from Umar's reign. So yeah, he's right. Those dates didn't exist.
I think what you're suggesting is that events that probably did take place in that month have just been moved to some other month.
Right. It's been assigned to other times.
Or whatever.
And
so in other words, you're admitting that the Hadith have been modified and changed.
Well, no. The Hadith don't ever give a month for really
or the
anything.
Biographies. Okay, fine, whatever. The biographies.
The biographies are constructed things. They're constructed from primary material. They're secondary material from primary sources, and they're being organized and edited. That is nobody's going to doubt that. It's a secondary source. So.
Yeah, you admit that the biographies are constructed material. Thank you for coming around to my position.
Ha! And some of the issue with even then, a huge amount of it's only the campaign material that people actually tried to assign to specific months at first. They didn't care about anything else. So other things just sort of fall wherever they fall in between stuff. They really cared about all the people Muhammad killed and when he killed them. So that was the first ones that they tried to assign to specific dates.
That's your theory? No, that would have been my gut reaction if you said, "Hey, they changed the dating system and stuff like this, and so what do you have in the later sources and stuff?" I would just guess they modified it.
Yeah, there's no debate over whether or not the tradition says that Umar established after Hijra as a dating system. That's not something that people are fighting over in any source in terms of the tradition.
All right.
Incidentally, if Robert was here, I've never heard an adequate explanation for where the Hijra calendar comes from in the first place under his theory. So that'd be one of my main questions to him. I did ask him when I interviewed him, and he didn't really provide me any explanation. It's just maybe someone invented it. It's based on some other event, and then
And keep in mind that
it started at some point, and then they eventually changed it to be Hijra. Basically, was the idea.
So our first recording of an after Hijra date is an 642 and on a surviving papyrus fragment so far. So that's really early. So in all these times in 642, it's already after Hijra, and you're arguing that Mujahir or Mujahir means something else other than someone who did Hijra, just is not sustainable, because they're using a dating system based on immigration, and to have another meaning for the word other than immigrant. I don't get it. I don't get why you'd argue that. Patricia Krona did it because it was clever, and she wanted to be extremely clever. And then she backed away from the vast majority of
what academics do.
Now Mary has to attribute evil motives to people.
Well, she wasn't evil. She was just very clever. And that's what she does. She was a clever revisionist, seeing how else you could read things.
Let's take these last couple super chats and then we'll sum up. If Momo is fake, why did he die like a chump? If you were making him up, wouldn't you make him not die like a moron? Yeah, I have brought this up in the past. I think the explanation was, they invented the story of Muhammad being killed by a Jewish woman to spread more hatred for Jews and to make him a martyr, because technically you're a martyr if you got killed. And I was just thinking, if that's what you wanted to make up, why not make up a story about him dying valiantly in a battle with the Jews who surrounded him, and he stood and he took out 1,000 of them, but then they eventually overpowered him. Seems like you could make a story that doesn't portray him as a complete idiot, right?
Or an assassination attempt where they like stabbed him rather than fed him something and said, if you eat this and die, you are a false prophet. And then he later attributes his death to that. It's his deathbed confession. They knew he's a false prophet, right? That's what it is.
Yeah, it's a situation where, again, you can always make up a motive for anything. That seems to be the strength of the Muhammad mythicist position is anything you say that the sources say he did, you can always say, well, maybe they invented this for this reason. And you could come up with anything. But every time they say, well, they invented this for this reason, I think, well, if that was the reason, I can think of, like off the top of my head, think of a way better story. That would be way better than that one that you're invented. So why that one? Why the story that makes him look like a complete moron? Oh, because maybe a later caliph wanted to seem smart by comparison, so he made Muhammad seem like the dumbest idiot on the planet.
And the Sunnis say, or excuse me, and the Shia say what? They say that Aisha and Hafsa poisoned him. Why give them the opportunity to make up a variant story? They were the only women, they were the only wives in the room at the time when he died. And even the Sunnis have the tradition that he feared he was being poisoned and forced them to drink the same medication that he did because it was so bitter that he feared that it was a poison. Like that's in the Sunni sources, for heaven's sake. Why are you accepting
that they have two very different explanations for how Muhammad died, but both of them are poisoning. It's just a different person who does the poisoning.
And keep in mind the Shia version. I mean, they both make sense, right? Both versions of the story make sense. The Muslims slaughtered a woman's entire family, and she brought in some meal for him, and he's dumb enough to fall for it. Poisoned him, or Abu Bakr really wants to take control, and so, hey, let's let our family take over. Who knows if we let him live out his life, who knows what he's going to do? Maybe he's going to go with this Ali guy or something like that. Let's go ahead and take matters into our own hands, and we can take over Islam. It all makes sense.
Actually, if you want to come up with an explanation for why the Sunni story was invented, that's actually plausible. It could be because the Shia story is true. Yeah. Right.
In other words, Abu Bakr and Aisha, they're like, let's come up with a different version of how he died of poisoning. It was the Jews.
Yeah.
Shocker.
And we totally didn't poison him because he made us drink the same medicine. So that medicine totally wasn't a poison because we drank it too and we're fine. There you go.
What does Paul think about our manuscript? We don't have one for the Bible from the 1st century. Yeah, Paul's not here anymore too. But I don't even know. It
was papyrus, so I don't care.
Yeah, that's what he would say. He would say it's papyrus. Between the bit, light sparring, and a touch of shenanigans, this has been a great stream. May God bless y'all and help us bring Muslims to Christ. We do want to do that. Super sticker. Thank you, Gavriel. One thing is sure. Now you can't use no-moism in polemic against Muslims, even it was true, which isn't. It's far too complicated and sketchy. I mean, I would kind of be for like pushing it against some Muslims and saying, hey, we don't think Muhammad existed, so what's your evidence, to kind of let them defend it? Which again, that's exactly what Robert and I, if you missed earlier, or if you missed the debate when it happened, Robert and I have debated each other on the existence of Muhammad, but we've also teamed up where I took his position and told the Muslims, I believe Muhammad existed. I do not believe you can defend Muhammad's existence using your methods, because your methods are garbage. And they couldn't. They did a terrible job. And if you were to ask Robert who did a better job defending Muhammad's existence, a Sheikh and Anjem Chowdhury or D. Wood, he's going to say D. Wood. Why? Because I'm not glued to their stupid methodology. Their method is stupid, and that's emerging. But I'm all for getting Muslims to understand that their methods are really, really bad. And so this is helpful for showing them that.
And unfortunately, what you need to do,
I would just say don't provide specific arguments that are easily refuted. Just say, I bet you can't prove Muhammad existed, and make them provide all the evidence, right?
Yeah, you need to show that your methodology is consistent. And, there's like this paper on all the isnads that the same scholar will rate different isnads, different things, depending on whether or not he wants to take things. So go for it.
Men of Al-Zut said, I'm paying you to say that Muhammad existed. That's right.
It's a proof.
That's why we're saying it. That's why we're saying it, according to Jay. You see, David has lost the Mubahala once again. Allah kept him up all night, but not in the Al-Zut sense. Since I stay up all night anyway, it would be funny to have a show where it's up all night, but it's up all night with Al-Zut or something like that. Or up all night, but not with Al-Zut or something. I don't know. Besides horses, Muhammad was the first vehicle because he got rode all night. The Momo Civic and the Al-Zut were the first drivers of the Momo Civic. Very, very rude and Islamophobic, but shame on all of you. The Muhammad of the Quran is a lot like the Jesus of the Quran and an argument for Islam. At least Jesus is explicitly mentioned more often. I think that would probably be, if you wanted to make the case, it should be built around this. I don't think it should be built around coins or something like that. It's like, look at all of these characters in the Quran. They're taking other religious figures and so on and just incorporating them and making them say what they want and just say, okay, Muhammad was one of them. So maybe there is a Muhammad of the time and stuff like this. And these just, they took the most recent guy and made him the last guy and stuff in there. Say something like that. And then ask Muslims to actually defend against it. But yeah, so in other words, pointing out how the Quran is basically just using everything, using Allah to be a spokesman for this religion. It's using Abraham and Moses and Jesus and John the Baptist and everyone, just turning them into sock puppets for this religion. Well, why not Muhammad too? I would let that be my core and then kind of build out from there.
Yeah,
because we haven't heard of a bunch of the other prophets either, right? So we haven't heard of the prophet Salih.
Yeah,
we don't know who he
I think
is.
I think there are
Muhammad
two.
could be another one.
Yeah, I think there were two in there that two or three.
They're like three. They're three. They are really.
Yeah, so I just wanted to comment on that. That's not quite related, but something else you can do, right? Because you said that Jesus is mentioned a lot more than Muhammad. So one tactic that missionaries to the Islamic world use, since they can't like blast away at Muhammad, right? One tactic they use is they say, I'm just going based on what the Quran, Jesus seems to be the most important guy here, right? Jesus seems to be very exceptional. He seems to be unlike any other prophet. It might not get someone all the way out of Islam, but you can kind of craft this around the same kind of tactics that you'd be using to say Muhammad didn't exist, to say, Muhammad seems really insignificant and unimportant. What is the deal with Jesus? Why is he so important in your Quran?
Yep. And that's what, again, this is especially helpful if you're in a Muslim country or something like that, and you're not exactly free to blast away at Muhammad or the Quran or something like that. Greg Kokel in Tactics, he would call that putting a stone in someone's shoe. Like, it's not... Don't think of every discussion with every person as an attempt to seal the deal and get this person to accept Jesus Christ right then and so on. Matter of fact, he says that's almost never his goal. He says he's trying to get the person to start thinking about something and trying to get the person to maybe see a flaw in his own position, try to get the person on a path to thinking about these things. So he calls that putting a stone in a shoe. You get a little, you're walking around, you get a little rock in your shoe, and something starts bothering you, and you kind of keep walking, but it starts bothering you, and that's what he's trying to do. But that's that kind of thing. Hey, so you can do that. Talking about Jesus, as Thaddeus just pointed out, isn't it interesting that Jesus is a spirit from Allah, and he's the word of Allah, and he's the one born of a virgin, and he lives the most miraculous life, and he speaks as a baby, and you just go down the list and so on. He's the Messiah. He's all these things. Why is that? Just guess what? Muslim friends never thought of that before. Never thought of that. So you bring up these issues and stuff, and let him think about that. And if he gives you an answer, well, that's cool. You can do that. You can do that with the Islamic dilemma, and you don't have to.
Yeah, that one works really well in Arab countries. Islamic dilemma works because you just go back to, why is it telling Christians to judge by their Injil? If you judge by something, what does that mean? It's the authority. So
And
that
you can
has worked really well.
you can even present that in a super friendly way where you're like praising the Quran. You're like, I heard so many negative things about the Quran, but then I started reading it and I was like, wow, this is constantly affirming Jesus and constantly affirming my scriptures. And it's saying all these great things about my scriptures and telling me to judge by my scripture. And I'm like, it blew my mind. It blew my mind that the Quran is constantly affirming the authority and inspiration and preservation of my scriptures. Isn't that amazing? I mean, look at these. What are they going to say? Oh, we'll kill you for you're praising their book, but you're making them. They never heard that. They would never hear that in a million years from their sheikhs or imams or anything. So good fun times. All right, guys. Any final thoughts on all this stuff before we close out?
Yeah, I'll just summarize for myself, not for Robert, but to me,
No.
like,
First summarize for Robert.
Okay, fine. Summarize for Robert first. So what Robert would probably say is that we have lots of evidence of stories evolving over time. We have lots of evidence of changes. It's not that much of a leap to say that we don't know what happened at all, right? That we know that it evolved from the year 150 to the year 250. So putting it back in 150 years, who knows what the original was? I think that it would probably default to that we don't know position as opposed to the stronger claim that we know Muhammad didn't exist. And I think that does have some legitimacy, right? That we can legitimately go to Muslims and say, we're just not that confident about, just like Yasser Qadi said, right? We're not that confident from an academic perspective of the history of early Islam, and that Muhammad actually did all these things attributed to them. We believe them as believers, but we can't really say with as high a confidence. We can say that maybe some things can be verified, which is actually Mary and my position. Although we'd say more than just some, but we certainly wouldn't say everything. We'd certainly agree there's corruption. Yep. So I think the best no-mo position to have is the one that Robert usually defaults to, and that's that we just don't know. There's so much evidence of corruption, so much evidence of evolution, of a legendary development, that we don't know what's real and what's not about Muhammad. Maybe he existed, maybe he didn't. I don't know.
One quick. The real McCoy. The real McCoy. You have about 1 minute to tell me you're joking with this, because if you're just messing around. Because if you're serious, think about. So what's it say? The Three Stooges, the dream team of apologists who convince Muslims who are ready to leave Islam because they now believe Muhammad never existed to seriously reconsider because he really did exist.
Yeah, because all our good arguments about
I've heard from thousands of Muslims who've left Islam. I've never heard from one who left because he thought Muhammad didn't exist.
Nope. I've only heard of one who said that to someone once, and that would be because he was already out the door. Because all you have to do is check any of the specific stronger claims that stick in your head. You check it and you find out it's wrong, and that's a big problem. So what I would say is that people need to back the heck off from ever claiming that the Quran did not exist in the 7th century and wasn't quite early. You need to not say, especially, that the early caliphate was not an anti-Christian cult that was against Christ, because there are some just coins that have crosses, even though there are also coins that have Zoroastrian symbols. And we are told why these are there. You should just back off from those claims. Those are claims that just really get my goat. You shouldn't be saying them. They can be easily looked up by any Muslim and realize that you are saying things that are easily disprovable, and you shouldn't say those things. Now, you can say that, yeah.
Oh, I just want to point out, it's your last chance, real McCoy, to say you're just joking. No more chances after this. Go ahead, continue.
So people need to back off of those claims. They may have been supported in the late 1970s, maybe, but they really aren't supported now. The Inara school, that was the big Nomo-esque school has been thoroughly discredited by everyone. There are other alternative theories, but you need to not say that they were anything but enemies of true Christians if you believe that there is such a thing as Christianity. You need to say that the early Muslims were enemies of Christians, that they emerged in a place that we're not really sure about, at least, at minimum, and that whatever leader they had, he was against Christianity, and whoever put together the Quran did so in the 7th century. At the time that they emerged, we have the Quran that they pass into history. Before Muawiyah, they exist.
And I just want to comment on this from a different perspective. Though you will find people on the internet, right, who claim that Jesus never existed, and they have all these great arguments. And if a Christian hears those things, who has no clue about anything, they definitely might have some doubts. They might be like, "Ooh, this sounds really icky. Jesus was copied from 12 different pagan gods," or whatever. But if they spend 1 minute looking into it, they'll quickly find that those claims are not real. And then what happens as a result? Is their overall confidence in Christianity decreased or increased? Well, if you see how terrible these arguments are, then it's increased. Is there someone on the internet who claims that they left Christianity because of Jesus mythism? Probably. But did they really leave it because of that? No, they were already wanting to leave, did a quick internet search, found a reason to justify leaving, and then they say that's their reason. But they really were leaving Christianity for some other reason, a personal tragedy, hypocrisy in the church, whatever the reason was. They did a search to find an intellectual reason to justify their emotions, but they didn't really leave because of that, right? If they'd done a different search and found contradictions in the Bible, or the Trinity was invented in the 3rd century or whatever, they would have left for that reason. And the same could happen with Muslims, right? They might already be out of Islam in reality, and then hear about that Muhammad was a myth and say, "Oh yeah, I left Islam because Muhammad's a myth." But it's not going to convince anyone who is at the least bit devout.
No, and I would say like be realistic here, because like, who cares? Suppose someone think that this is what the real McCoy presented as a serious issue that's coming up. There are Muslims and they're leaving Islam because they're like, "Oh my goodness, I didn't know that Muhammad didn't exist." So your theory is that after listening to Jay and concluding Muhammad didn't exist, we didn't know all this powerful information, so we're leaving Islam. And then after that, they watch us defend Muhammad based on like the principle of embarrassment and so on, and just wreck Islam. And then they're like, "Oh yeah, I have to convert back to this."
Yeah, that's ridiculous.
Why are you guys like, why do you have to make up these scenarios? Again, we've seen thousands of Muslims leave us. We've been blasting away at Muhammad for decades now. The apostasy rate went from around 0% to 26%. And you're telling us, stop what we're doing, stop everything that led to the avalanche of apostasy, and divert to something else that we think is not credible, not credible as far as some of the arguments are being used, and they're going to blow up in your face because some of the arguments are really, really terrible. Some of the points are good as far as calling into question various details and the sources, reliability of the sources, and so on, but completely untested in terms of its effectiveness. And keep in mind, we've been letting this go for years, letting people run these arguments for years. Still never seen anyone who left Islam because of it. I've never heard anyone tell me they left Islam after seeing, "Oh, yep, Muhammad didn't exist." Never seen anyone. But you're saying, hey, go ahead and abandon what we believe about Muhammad, and abandon what we know to be successful in sending the entire ummah into full-fledged panic mode because their prophet's being exposed, and divert to something that we have absolutely no reason to think will work ever or be nearly as effective as what we've been doing. Yeah. And just do that because this guy says that it will work, and that anyone who is not on board is just out for money or something like that. We're supposed to go with that.
Keep in mind, join the cult, right? Yeah. Keep in mind that this is something that you can do touring Africa and telling people about, and it doesn't upset the Muslims. That should be a hint at how ineffective it is. It is on the level of claiming that Jesus was just this amalgamation of these 6 mythical figures, and the second you look it up, you're like, oh, this is all a lie. It's the level of that when you look it up. And I'm not saying that Robert is aware of all of the manuscript evidence. Robert was aware of the Sanaa. He's aware of 2 pieces of the Birmingham folio. I don't think he's aware of the rest. So, and he's not telling people that that's all there is because he hasn't really examined it, I don't think. But anyone who's making an argument that's a Muslim-facing argument, you need to have knowledge of all the information that there is and make sure you're presenting it in a way that is like that they won't immediately refute you the second they look it up. Because again, I've seen again and again people going on boards going, oh, there's this guy who's saying this, and then people send them 6 links that prove that it's not true. That's a problem.
That's a serious problem. And the other thing is just this little fantasy world where Muslims are panicking over this. Like look at this. Hang on. Not sure it's good for Christians to do the job for them and argue about this. Ms. L, I don't know what planet Jay and all his fans are living on. This isn't even being presented to Muslims. It's being presented in churches to Christians. Mm-hmm. When you see Jay speaking, where is he speaking? To a group of Muslims?
No.
He's speaking to churches full of Christians. And who's watching these? Who's watching these things? Who's in the audience there? Christians. Who's watching the videos? Christians. He's telling Christians to take this approach. This. What do you mean arguing for them? That's arguing against us. He's saying we're wrong and our approach is wrong and we all need to get on board. And if we don't get on board, it's because we're evil and sick and we're doing it for something else. That's an attack on what we are doing. It's an attack on what we've been doing for years, which we know to be massively effective. And you've got a guy who's saying, don't do that anyway. Don't do what works anymore. Do this thing that doesn't work at all, apparently. And convincing Christians to go down that road. And we're responding. Why? Because he's using terrible, terrible, terrible arguments. I'm talking about Jay. I'm not talking about Robert. I'm talking about Jay. Jay is using some, and don't say we're wrong. Jay has acknowledged that some of them don't. And Mel just had to throw him under the bus. The guy who was giving and feeding him information just had to throw him under the bus and say, yep, he didn't understand what I was saying. And so he's wrong about all. And guess what? What's that mean? Means Jay is now acknowledging he gave terrible arguments to Christians and told over 1 million Christians use this argument and it's terrible. And he acknowledges it and said he's going to stop using it and so on. And that's what we're just supposed to, I just want to point out, almost every Muslim I've ever known who left Islam and became a Christian only took Christianity, the gospel, seriously and only saw problems with Islam because of people blasting away at Muhammad and showing, not showing, I don't know any of them who would have taken that seriously. Hey, he didn't even exist. I don't know any of them who would have taken that seriously. And so you're talking Nabil on down the line. All these guys started to doubt Islam because of problems with Muhammad. And you're saying, abandon that, just go to this, just say Muhammad never existed. Why? Because, Muhammad is actually a title for Jesus. Any reference to that anywhere ever? No, but I'll say there are, and I'll tell Christians to say that until, and I'll tell millions of Christians go around just saying, oh yeah, we all know Muhammad was a title for Jesus, and there's tons of references for it, and that's how the church fathers, everyone referred to him that way. And then you're gonna tell Christians to do that, and it's gonna blow up right in their faces because it's false. It's made up. And you're telling us don't respond to this because we'll be doing their work. Well, we can either do that work now, or they can do the work later and massively expose Christians as complete deceivers. And then they're going to point at us and say, hey, even you guys who didn't agree with it, you didn't expose it, which means you are fine with people just making stuff up and passing around lies. The entire Christian apologetics and polemics community would be regarded as either deceptive or turning a blind eye towards massive deception. And you're saying we shouldn't do that.
I want to be clear. Jay Smith has called David a grifter. He has called Raymond Ibrahim a grifter. saying that you're only doing this for money. You're only doing this because you need this to write your books for Ibrahim, that you can't write your books without this. And yes, he did say, oh, you do what you do best, and I will do what I do best. After we finally said, no, we're done with you saying these nonsensical things. So he's pretending to bury the sword here, but there is a 99% chance that he's going to go running back and making the same dang arguments that he was making before, because every time in the past when he has been called out on things and told that he needs to revise something, that what he's saying about the maps aren't true, he says the same message but uses different words to create the same impression in people's minds, and that's not acceptable. He has claimed that second century maps drawn from second century description were redacted back to the 7th century. Do you know where that came from? His imagination. But he's teaching it. And he will claim that, this map was drawn in the 1400s, and there is still no Mecca here, as if that matters, because the text that was used to draw it is a 2nd century text, and they're just making another copy of the 2nd century description of the world. And yet, when he was called out, he said, these aren't these are not 7th century. He just makes up new narratives to teach basically the same thing, that if it was there in the 7th century, it should show up on this map, and it's just false. And that's the issue. I do not trust that Jay will actually correct himself, because he has never done so once that I have found.
I want to correct you, though, Mary, because you could have given a false impression. He's not suggesting we're not real Christians or that we're doing this for money. What he is suggesting is that we hold to the position that Muhammad existed because that's more convenient for the way we do things. Not quite being a grifter. I just want to make that clear.
Well,
it's more convenient for us to make money.
I mean, yeah, it would kind of be a grift, right? It would be, oh yeah, we know the evidence points towards Muhammad not existing, but we're like, but we got so much support when we're pretending that Muhammad existed, that we're not willing to abandon that. And so again, it's the same thing that, Muhammad would say when he says he's in the scriptures of the Jews and Christians. The Jews and Christians say, no, you're not. It's, oh, they know, but they're lying. It's along those lines. And now, by the way, I've been screenshotting it, because now I'm getting like a bunch of these every day. David, you're just in this for the money. That's the way it is. I mean, think about this. Like, I'm not aware of anyone at the academic level who agrees with Jay, but they're all being paid. There's very few people. There's very few people doing apologetics and polemics dealing with Islam who don't believe Muhammad existed. We're all doing it for money or clicks or something like that, or we just haven't seen his powerful arguments. And what's just amazing is when we look at his arguments and we examine them, they fall apart. And then he acknowledges, oh yeah, I didn't, now that I've looked at the stuff I've seen, that particular argument's bogus, but I abandoned that years ago, and oh, nope, you were using it last month. And
yep.
But somehow his terrible arguments are so persuasive to us that the only possible explanation for us ignoring them is not that they're based on a bunch of false claims. It's that, we got to put food on the table. So we have to believe Muhammad. We have to keep pretending Muhammad existed. One is it's just beyond absurd. If we thought the evidence showed that Muhammad didn't exist, we'd be running with that. Why would that? If this is a much better argument and much more effective, why wouldn't we be using that? Wouldn't we get way more support if we're really leveling Islam by destroying people's belief in Muhammad's existence? Why wouldn't we just be doing that? This is ridiculous. It is a ridiculous cult. What is this? New Fire Lamp says, I'm a Christian and I had a dream about Muhammad like 6 to 7 years ago. He was tall and handsome. How do you know that was Muhammad? Muhammad was not tall and he wasn't handsome.
Yeah, he wasn't tall. He was middle height.
Yeah,
so why is he tall?
He was mid. So sorry, ain't Muhammad. Ain't Muhammad. You dreamed about someone else and then thought you're talking about Muhammad.
He is super white though. How white was he? Was he super duper white?
He's so white, he makes Wesley Huff look like Wesley Snipes. I'm just gonna say that.
So we want to give some actual summary of this.
You want proof, yet your leather straps can't handle the proof. Only Muhammad's straps were tough enough to handle it. That's true. Since Muhammad never seen Al-Zut again can we assume he got the best of him? I don't know what you mean, but yeah.
The best from them, then maybe? I don't know.
Imagine telling Muslims that Muhammad never existed and it was all made up by the Catholic Church. I've actually read a chick track with that idea. Yeah, I had that chick track back in the day. Yeah, think about that. It's like I'm sure there were people back then who thought, oh, this is the most powerful argument. Never seen a Muslim who left Islam because of that. That's been around for a while. Those chick tracks were around for a while. They were arguing that way back in the day. I was reading those when I was still in prison in the 90s. Never seen anyone leave Islam because of this. But what's amazing is like, it's a characteristic of cults. They just, once you're in your cult, you think your cult is like the most amazing thing in the world and it's the greatest thing for every purpose. And so, I mean, you ever see that Tom Cruise interview where he's talking about Scientology? He's like, we're the experts on psychology. We're the ones who fix everything. We're the ones who can fix the entire world. And we're the authorities on all these things. Everyone knows it. It's like, people think you're nuts, man. How delusional are you that you think you got the solution to all this and everyone else is
someone said the Jews invented Muhammad.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Nice.
All right. Final thoughts on all this?
Yeah, so I gave Robert's final thoughts there. My own final thoughts would be that, sure, you can take any individual piece of evidence. And you
One second. We had this. Jay Smith, greater than too many Marys.
Yeah, he says that he'll crush me in the debate. So why is he running? Why is he the one running?
Yeah, and like,
hey, thanks for supporting this ministry.
Yeah, but you're still getting blocked because I don't care if you support it if you're a garbage, terrible person. But like, in what sense? In what sense is Jay better than Mary or greater than Mary? You could say greater in a couple ways. You can say greater in like age, greater in like how long he's been doing things and so on, doing apologetics and so on. You could certain ways, but I mean,
given how tall he is, he's definitely heavier than me.
And
much taller than me.
Yeah, but in the relevant ways,
stronger, maybe.
Yeah, lacks the integrity, lacks the knowledge of Mary, and so in the relevant ways, no.
And I'm out here as an.
I just want to point out the irony, right, of people saying,
right, as being an almost no one, I'm choosing to do this, knowing that they have this cult that is all going to come at me, and I don't make a cent from this. I do other things for my work, but for the sake of truth, because I think that this is harmful, I'm taking a stand and having all of these nasty people come and attack me, and they probably will for the next 5 years. Yeah, and that is what I've chosen to do.
They're worse than the Dawa fans. And yep, that's what we know. It's as soon as we expose a really, really bad argument, because the people who adhere to that argument have a cult-like mentality, we know they're coming at us with endless insults and ridicule and so on. We know we're going to be accused of, why are you causing division? Because there are people who aren't following like what's going on and don't know how bad this is. And they're going to be like, oh, why are you causing division? Why can't you do what's going on? You like the Dawa wars. What's going on? We know that. We know that the consequences on us are nothing but bad and negative, and we do it anyway because someone has to do it. Someone has to do the crap work that no one else wants to do. Sorry about that. Go ahead, Thaddeus.
Yeah, well, first I just want to point out the irony of people saying that David is after money. That's why he's doing this. That's why he's having Mary and I on. These streams get somewhat less views than others. On my channel, they get somewhat less views than other videos I do. They get less financial support. But not only that, David has blocked a couple dozen people during these streams, and he just blocked someone who gave him a donation. So if we're out for money, we have a very strange way of getting it. I'm just going to say that. But as far as like the real arguments go here, Sure, I will grant that someone can always come up with some sort of explanation for any piece of data. There is no one piece of data that proves that Muhammad existed by itself. I will grant that. That is not the standard of history. That should never be the standard of history. That should never be the standard of any intellectual inquiry, right? You don't say, I need one piece of evidence that gives me absolute proof of this thing, or it doesn't exist, or it's false, or whatever, or whatever my position is, right? Whatever my position is, if you can't give one piece of evidence by itself that completely and totally contradicts my idea, then I must be correct. That's not responsible. No one should ever think that way. Many of these things, the explanation for how it could exist, or, how it could be compatible with no Muhammad, is very implausible by itself. And then you got all of this data put together, right? You got dozens, you probably got at least 24 things that I think are over 90% probability, but from that one piece of data by itself establishing Muhammad would exist. So you're getting like 1,000,000 to 1 just from those 24 pieces of data. And then on the other side, you have a couple pieces of data that are difficult to explain, maybe by themselves are less than 50% probability in the yes Muhammad camp. But the imbalance is massive, right? The imbalance is massive. You got tons and tons of data that suggests Muhammad existed, and you got a couple pieces of data that suggest maybe he didn't. And when you weigh those data, and the default position, by the way, is that someone existed. That has to be your default position. You can't say all of this stuff about anyone written in history. The default position is that they didn't exist. The default position is that this is a fictional story and they were made up. If that can't be your default, because that's a ridiculous default. Even if some people are being made up, it's certainly the exception. It's certainly the rare exception to the rule. So your default should be they exist. All the evidence is, 95% of the evidence is on side that they exist. The only reasonable conclusion, Muhammad existed. He started Islam. Do we have 100% confidence in every single detail about his life? Of course not, but we don't have that about anyone else in history either.
Look at this. Adrian says, I've been getting this all day too. Like people who are completely ignorant of what Jay actually argues and think he's, I keep hearing, no, Jay's just saying we can't have complete confidence in the Muslim sources and Muhammad doesn't line up with what Muslims believe. That is not what he's arguing. He's arguing, listen, Adrian, he is arguing Muhammad did not exist. He's arguing that the early Muslims were actually Christians. They were Christians, and that Muhammad is based on a title for Jesus. It was Mahmud. And so Christians are just everywhere calling Jesus Mahmud. There's no reference to any Christians calling Mahmud. That's what he keeps telling people, that Christians had this term for Jesus, this title, and they refer to him as Mahmud. And this spreads all over the place. And eventually you get to a leader who says let's just make this into a different person. And we're gonna just invent an entire history about this guy and call him Muhammad and say he's our prophet. What do you mean if you want to say he thought Muhammad existed, as Jesus. Jesus is Muhammad. Why are you saying it's not what he's saying? What have you watched by him? Do you have any clue what you're talking about? Stop this. And there's another huge problem. Jay's saying all this stuff, and then people defend him by making crap up and saying, oh, that's not what he's arguing. Yes, it is. Stop saying it. If you don't know what the heck you're talking about, quit. This is what I don't get. People who don't follow a discussion, have no clue what someone's saying, will jump in and say something, and it's false. What's wrong with you people? Like, seriously. My
They
goodness.
caught like one thing 5 years ago that he said and just assume.
Yeah. What is this? Seriously screwed up. All right, Mary, final thoughts on everything.
So again, final thoughts are, you should not say that the Quran is not from the 7th century. It is. You can talk about all of its variants. You can talk about.
Then why don't you debate Jay Smith on that? Why won't you face Jay Smith? Because he will humiliate you on this.
Because
why are you running from Jay Smith? You know he would destroy you. We've heard him say he will debate anyone on this topic. Where are you?
We have heard that. We have heard that, haven't we? He's totally ready to debate this. And I am willing to debate Mecca in the 7th century, even though I don't really think it matters to the core of the Islamic idea. I will debate Mecca in the 7th century if he will debate me on the Quran in the 7th century. And he might have a prayer with Mecca. Might have a prayer with it, but I will still get the Quran in the Hijaz. I will still get that. And all he can say is that Well, how do you know for sure that Mecca's in the Hijaz? So there we go. But you shouldn't say that. You shouldn't say that the Arabs conquering were anything other than anti-Christians who had a nascent anti-Christian doctrine where they denied Christ and denied that God was crucified and rose from the dead. So they have to deny that Christ is God and that God could have been crucified. You need to stick to those. Those are the 2 points you got to start saying. You can claim, like, what we know about this Muhammad is so unclear. The Quran really should give us a better idea of him. Why do we have to go to these later sources? Why can't the Quran tell you how to do your religion properly? Why do you need these other things? Like, tons of other things you can go to. But those two really need to stop being said, and it's pretty important at this point, given how easily they are to shut down and any person who's taking a neutral view and looking at all the evidence.
That's a good summation here. If we use Jay's standard for proving someone's existence, how many historical figures' existence can we deny? A whole lot. A whole lot. Pretty darn easy to deny a ton of historical figures, especially from the ancient world. All right, guys. It's it was definitely one of the longest live streams I've ever done. But I'm sure this issue is not done because we have an entire cult. We have an entire cult out there. And so everyone be sure to let Jay know, hey, he wanted to debate. He said he wanted to debate whether there was a 7th century Quran. We've got someone who's ready to debate. Ready to debate. So let's all make it happen. And when it doesn't happen, ask yourself why.
Yep. Because I unless he feels completely trapped, I don't think that he will ever debate this with a halfway knowledgeable person. He'll want to debate something like, is the Quran perfectly preserved letter by letter? And no one's going to want to debate him on that either, because the early Islamic sources don't even say it's perfectly preserved letter by letter. That's a lie cooked up in the 1990s. Should it be according to the Quran itself? I agree, it should. The fact that it never was, and the early sources say it wasn't, huge problem. Let's talk about that. Let's talk about that. And let's not say things that just aren't true.
That's a good idea. But I would guess Jay is... I would guess Jay's in a rough spot right now, because for years we've kind of let this slide, and now everyone is seeing the problem because his has terrible arguments that we all know are going to blow up in people's faces. We don't want to see that happen. His buddy Mel turned on him, threw him under the bus. Everyone's responding to him now. He's being called out for turning people into, basically coming up with a cult and so on. And so it's all kind of coming at him at once. Not like the Al Zut were coming at Muhammad all at once, but you guys know what we mean. So he's in a rough spot. Let's all hope and pray that Jay does some serious reevaluating of decisions he's been making and approaches he's been taking, and that he decides to be, at the very least, decides to be more careful and not using terrible arguments, but also reevaluate how he thinks of people who disagree with him and how he talks about them. So anyway, but more on this later, I'm sure. Catch y'all next time.